Sparks flew with every strike of his hammer. The echoes of those hits spread through the large shield of arena space. With one last bash of his smithing tool, Roland was finished. The runic structure was complete, and he examined it before putting it to the side. What he was working on looked to be a simple piece of steel. It wasn't much to look at. Its shape was uneven, and more thought was put into the handle than the rest of it. This was the last wand that Roland was able to produce. When he looked up, he could see the last grains of sand finally falling. Soon the time would be up, and the next stage of this test would start. He whipped the sweat of his brow while sitting down. He began gathering mana from the surroundings. There wasn't much time left, but he would use it to recover at least a bit of his mana. The whole runecrafting process made him take a hit to his mana reserves that were at about 50%. This will have to do, Roland thought while meditating in a lotus position. He could feel the abundant mana in this strange virtual space entering his body. The concentration was much higher than what he was used to in the real world. With it being this plentiful, he could hope to regain his mana pool past the 70% mark in a few minutes. He was limited in what he could make in this short amount of time. The mace was to his side. It looked crude, but it would have to do. He wedged the casted spiky head part on the shaft for a tight fit. There was even a spare for the head part in one of the molds that he didn't open yet. The runic structure he went with was the strengthening rune. He feared that this weapon would break easily if he just left it like this. The next item was for defense, a tower shield with a handle made from leather on the other side. He used some strength to bend it slightly for it not to be just a flat sheet of metal. Could barely pass off for a shield. The part where his hand went into wasn't reinforced too well. He riveted in another piece of steel to add to the thickness on the inside, but that was it. There was a mana shield rune inscribed on it as well. The rest of his time was spent on creating disposable wands. Those didn't take much time to make, as he only needed to make them large enough to hold the runic structure. He placed common great attack spells on them while he used the lesser versions on his shield and mace. The wands were disposable, but he needed the mace and shield to last a bit more. He had also created a simple knife. It was also made by hammering a piece of steel into the correct shape, then sharpened to get a workable edge. He couldn't really call it a weapon much, but it would have to do as a last line of defense. He went with the sharpness rune. If he needed to cut a throat, it would do. Soon the sand ran out, and Roland could feel the arena rumbling once more. He was sitting in the middle of the workshop part, so he felt it moving violently. The whole thing was moving down into the hole that it came from. He quickly grabbed all the gear and started tossing it down from the platform. Luckily for him, the whole hole that the platform was going down suffered from the invisible wall syndrome. Even if he wanted to go down, he wasn't able to, as it started pushing him out along with the items that he made. He was left in the arena with no workshop to speak of. He grabbed his mace and shield and placed the wands on his belt. He had made it with some leather and just tied it around his waist. There wasn't really enough time to make a belt buckle. While he was working, the scratching on one of those wooden gates got increasingly louder. Now that the timer had run out, the noise was at an all-time high. He looked to the door that the noise was coming from and first just prepared a regular spell. Source of all magic, heed my call. He used his voice to say the incantation. A bolt of energy appeared at the tip of his finger that he pointed towards the wooden gate that was now opening. He could see a couple of clawed hands coming out of there. The monsters in there were quite eager to show themselves. Mana bolt! Soon one of them couldn't wait and shoved its head through the narrow opening while the gate was still going up. This part of its body promptly exploded into chunks of meat and black blood. This wasn't quite over as Roland used the slow opening gate to his advantage. He was already at the other side of the arena, so before any of these enemies got to him, he would be able to snipe some of them down. Mana bolt! Guohh! A high-pitched scream was heard after another monster fell, but this would be the last easy target that he got to slay. Soon the monsters revealed their ugly faces and lanky bodies. They were small fiends with leathery bat wings, a barbed tail, and sharp, twisted horns right above their eyes. Their size was about the same as a goblin's, and the wings were small, not really meant for flight. This variant had rather pale skin, almost making them look white.
Pas l'IMP L30.
It was the creature called Imp. This was one of the monsters that was linked to the evil demon monsters. They all would start out as those small evil-looking creatures, but with time they could transform into giant muscular beings that liked nothing more than to cause pain and suffering. There were quite some of them in that room. All of them quickly spotted the spell-swinging man. Without any rhyme or reason, they charged forward, with them now being aware of his presence, landing a hit on them with his mana bolt spell, and slow casting time was hard. Soon they were upon him. He clutched his mace hard and delivered a swift blow to one of the monster's heads. His weapon produced a dim blue glow as he activated the runic structure. One hit and another of the monsters was down on the ground. They were comparatively low-level monsters to him, so he was managing. His footwork had improved after spending a year down in the dungeons. There were actually warrior skills that could be learned, but regretfully he didn't have a class that could get any of them. With some perseverance he improved still. It might not have had the backing of any special skills, but his combat sense did improve tremendously. Roland was sure to move. The arena was large enough for him to use his long legs. Even with his low agility, he could run faster than these monsters. The trick was to not fight them all at once. It was easier to fight one on 120 times than one large battle against 20 opponents at once. The monsters ran after him, but they found it troublesome to get near. When they got in range, they suffered a bash from the mace or a spell to the face. These small critters weren't a match for Roland, even when outnumbering him by a large number. As time passed, there weren't many of them left. It was clear that these monsters weren't very intelligent. There were no tactics, just rage-filled charges, mostly with their heads out while trying to aim for a bite. No experience points were getting gained from the kills, but soon he had managed to slay the last one. He activated some of the wands with the lesser mana arrow and mana bolt spells while running away. Due to how easy it was to tell where the monsters would go next, each spell was a sure hit kill. With time, the last monster's head exploded and its pale leathery corpse was down on the ground in a pool of black blood. Roland leaned up against the wall while wiping some sweat from his brow. All of this running had tired him out, but thanks to his high endurance stat he gained after switching to the runic blacksmith class, he was fine. There were about 30 dead bodies on the ground, and the moment the last one fell, the arena started to rumble. The large gate door started closing back up, and the workshop in the middle had risen as well. The hourglass above him had been reset, and the sounds of scratching were now coming from two of those doors. I guess sleeping and resting isn't getting accounted for in this test. He looked at his mace that was still in working condition. The things that suffered more were the magical wands that he used up the charges off. They were far easier to fix, but he was slowly running dry on mana. Replenishing it would be the first thing he would do. Roland sat down while huffing. He looked at the dead monster cadavers. He expected them to vanish from this area after he killed the enemies. This whole thing felt like an illusion or a virtual game. He thought that they would just go away without a trace and reinforce his claim. But there they remained in place, just dead. What if I... Suddenly he thought of something. Before finishing up with his mana replenishing exercise, he moved over to one of the imp corpses. He pulled out his previously created knife and turned the monster over. He used the knife on the back. Soon a square-shaped piece of leathery skin was removed. Blood was dripping everywhere. The blood wasn't going to be wasted either, as he was sure to bottle some of that black liquid. If my assumptions are correct, this should work with an evolved imp monster. He could feel a faint trace of mana coming from the dead monster's blood. It was similar to a certain resource that he used for all these years. It was the magic ink he used to make his spell scrolls. Roland didn't have time to process this monster skin. He would need to use the freshly cut out lump. A pointed piece of wood was used instead of a quill. He wasn't working at optimal conditions, but he had done this many times before. In less than 10 minutes he had a working runic structure with a spell. He checked it over a couple of times before moving his hand to the skin flap. After the mana injection, he could see the runic structures light up in orange light. The process wasn't as fast as with the regular scrolls and magic ink that he was used to, but it worked. A bolt of energy flew out from this hastily produced runic scroll. Roland looked at the magic energy colliding with the wall and quickly sizzling out. The skin and imp blood wasn't optimal for this, and there was a certain decrease in power. Still, now he had another option to go with. He wasn't sure if this was done on purpose by this trial, but he would be sure to use his scribing skills to their maximum. The mace and shield that he created only needed minor repairs. He also was planning to create a backup with the previously molded spiky head. His hands started getting drenched in the pale imp's blood. This was a lesser magical being, so their blood had magical properties. Luckily, these ones didn't quite have any long-range skills that could contend with his own runic magic. There was even more work for him to do. The timer was the same as last time, so Roland knew what he could or couldn't do. The fleshy runic scrolls wouldn't be made as a means of attacking, more as a means of distraction. He had to spread his mana quite thin, but with his large pool he was managing. With time, the hourglass emptied itself out. Even though Roland had spent so much time here without sleeping, he didn't feel tired. He attributed this to being some kind of world frozen in time and with different sets of rules. The strain on his body might have not been there, but this didn't mean that he wasn't getting psychologically tired from overthinking everything. With a resounding screech, another set of white-looking imps flung themselves out of the gate. Their level had increased by 5, and there was a similar number. This group found themselves stepping into something oily. There was a large pool of grease right outside the gate, and Roland was just waiting for it to open up. The monsters weren't very smart, so they charged towards him, but they soon found themselves inside of a grease fire. There was a common spell to create a puddle of grease on the ground. With an addition of some flames, it would create a combination called the grease fire. This one burned a lot hotter and could not be doused by water either. Those pale imps were more susceptible to fire more than regular imps, so he used that knowledge to his advantage. While they were burning up, Roland used this chance to snipe them from afar. The burning imps weren't the only problem now, as the second gate had opened as well. Lesser Spiked Devil, L40. These new monsters were green in coloration and slightly taller than the imps. There were many spikes coming out of their bodies. If you looked closely, you could spot some strange green liquid escaping from those spikes. These guys looked like trouble, but there were far fewer of them than of the other group. They looked to also be more resistant to the grease flames that were activated in front of the gate they were coming from. Another game of cat and mouse ensued. Roland was trying to keep the enemies at a distance, as that was where he had the advantage. At least that was true before some of those new spiky monsters started somehow ejecting those thorns from their body. He quickly defended himself with his shield while returning fire with one of his wands. He was sure to activate his mana shield this time around. Those spikes looked poisonous. Even when getting a flesh wound, he could be done for if he got hit once. Regretfully for the monsters, the grease fire that was made proved their downfall. More than half of them suffered a fiery demise through it. The rest was blasted with ranged spells. The ones that got close enough were bashed in the head with a mace. Other ones suffered explosion wounds from planted mine runes that he had prepared. All in all, he managed to survive the next wave, and both of the gates were closed up again. Roland fell on his butt while looking at the many dead monsters on the ground. There were still 2 gates left. The monsters were just adding to their forces with each consecutive wave, and it looked like there would be more of them coming. The middle platform appeared once more, and he got his butt into gear. There were more monsters that needed skinning and more repairs to be made. The grease fire approach looked to be working, but less on the stronger monsters that were appearing. They were also mostly fiend-type monsters that gained fire immunity with their evolutions, which made his strategy look bad with the future in mind. He didn't have any holy attacks up his sleeve, though. They were the bane of evil-aligned creatures like these. He would need to figure out a way to get to them with conventional magic. More scrolls were made as well as repairs for his gear. He had to replace the first mace as it shattered into pieces after colliding with a spiked devil skull. With more time on his hands and a plan in mind, Roland was able to expand his protective capabilities. He hammered a larger sheet of metal to create a half-baked breastplate, some wrist guards and graves with more runic enchantments to boost his defenses. There wasn't enough time to make anything difficult, so he needed to give up on getting any gauntlets to protect his hands. Soon it was time for the third wave, then the fourth. If he would make it to the last one would remain to be seen. Will this be enough? A beat-up-looking Roland was standing close to the edge of the workshop. It was still there, but soon it would slide down below the arena ground once more. The whole area was filled with monster remains that came from 3 of the 4 large gates. He looked at the newest type that was a hellhound. These creatures were quite nimble and hard to fight off. The resistance to fire was increased even more, which made the grease fire trap that he made mostly ineffective. His body was all scratched up due to the fight with the monster hounds. He had no cloth armor to put under his armored gear. Only ordinary cloth that wouldn't protect him from the tough claws and fangs of these monsters. Roland had still managed to survive the third wave of the monsters, but he was now feeling the fatigue. He couldn't use the previous plan of setting everything ablaze or making a minefield. The hellhounds were fast runners and could smell out the buried flesh scrolls. This last gate looked to have an even stronger creature behind it. The number of them decreased with each door, but their strength also increased accordingly. Roland would rather fight more of those imps that were easy to kill with his current degree of traps. With a new unknown variant of the creature, he would need to come up with a new battle plan. Lucky for him, this world that he was in wasn't entirely real. The workshop he was working with had a strange feature in it. If enough materials were removed, they would replenish themselves. He tested it out by removing some sheets of metal that were placed in one of the provided boxes. After removing all of them, another set materialized itself in the box out of nowhere. This same phenomenon happened with all the other resources, be it the metal rods or ingots. With this slight bug in place, Roland decided on his new plan. The unprocessed sheets of metal that were meant for making thinner armor pieces were distributed around the arena. When enough of them were out there, he utilized the stock rods that were also there. The ones that were used were the thinner ones that could be used as wires. Soon a spider web-like pattern composed of metallic rods appeared through the whole arena. For some reason, the hourglass was giving him more time for this last big door. Roland could try getting through this task in a less troublesome way. Creating a good set of armor and some weapons weren't out of the question in this time frame he was given. He had chosen a different approach this time around, mostly due to the fact of not being a pure fighter. With the help of a special rune wand that could discharge heat and flames, he began connecting the metallic parts together. He didn't need them to stick together that well, just enough for the runic traces to go through them. Quite a grueling process of welding and hammering took place as the work continued. The main runes of this trap were placed on the larger pieces of sheet metal, while the rods used as a means of transferring mana. Roland had never tried connecting this many runes together in one runic structure. He knew that there were risks involved and that he would be instantly drained of most of his mana after one activation. The decision was already made, though. He would take care of the last part of the test with one big bang. The biggest problem would arise if the monsters coming out were resistant to the magic he would be producing. Time continued to pass him by as he worked. The more he hammered, the more he started to doubt if this would even work. Roland was afraid that the thing that he was making would just blow up instead of working. That, or he would either lose all of his mana instantly and pass out, or it just wouldn't turn on. After a lot of painstaking work, he was somehow done. There were no breaks in this trial whatsoever, and he had been here for several days with no sleep. For some reason, he wasn't feeling that fatigued, but the constant thinking was slowly getting to him. He placed himself in the center of this spiderweb-like trap that he made. It would have to do, as the hourglass was seconds away from being emptied. The whole thing he made was covered in sand. This was done by him to not make it too obvious for the monsters. He also hoped that the monster dogs would ignore the metal parts, as there was no flesh involved. I guess this is it. Roland glanced over his creations that could very well blow up in his face. The area was still filled with his mines, and the grease fire tactic would be used as well. He heard a clicking sound, and the workshop part slowly descended below the arena. The clawing of the monsters against the gate walls intensified with their movement. These demonic monsters were greeted by the usual fire treatment. These fiends didn't learn from their previous blunders, as they just charged towards his general direction the moment they were out of their locked room. Some of them fell to the flames while he stood away from the danger. He had his tower shield with him to block any incoming projectile attacks like the spikes from the demons from the second gate. The doors were opening at about the same time, which was fine for him, as he needed the monster to enter the area of the trap together. Hounds that looked like they came out of hell started howling as they were finally free from their confines. Roland, on the other hand, looked at the sturdiest fourth gate, which had the surprise last monster type. There it was, about 2 meters of height and quite muscular. Its skin was crimson and disfigured. It looked like the being had been burned badly. The face had small beady black eyes with which he felt like the creature was looking at him. The most characteristic thing about this monster was its chains. It had many of those wrapped around its whole body. To its arms, a set of chains with hooks and other pointy objects was attached. They were thick and the creature was dragging it on the ground while slowly making a trail in the arena's sand. Roland blocked a few incoming spikes while trying not to get distracted by the new enemy. There was only one of those chained demons, but it was a Tier 2 creature above the 50th level. This was a Tier 2 class change trial. Normally monsters above level 50 wouldn't appear as enemies. When they did, they would be that exact same level. This trial was a bit different, and Roland already knew that. The sheer number of these monsters already was out of the ordinary. From what he knew, even the warrior class trials weren't this enemy intensive. Apparently most of the time they would only fight one enemy at the Tier 2 level to prove themselves. Depending on the rarity of the class, the difficulty increased. He didn't think that a level 50 warrior would survive past the spiked fiends, but he had to go beyond that and face off against something well past the beginning levels of Tier 2. Guo! He snapped back into reality and tried to focus on the battle. The monsters exploded here and there while walking through some of the mine runes. He spent the most time preparing this metallic construction, so this time around some of the imps and spiked devils would actually get through. Not yet. It was a waiting game. The more of the monsters went into this trap, the better it would be for him. The biggest problem with that was the varying degrees of speed that all of these creatures possessed. The two first types of monsters were about the same when it came to that, but the hellhounds were much faster. The new demon that was dragging the chains was the slowest yet. It was just slowly lumbering towards him without a care in the world. This didn't bode well for Roland, as he just wanted to activate his Frankenstein of a trap before any of the monsters could reach him. In a few moments, he could hear the loud howls and gritting of teeth. One of the hellhounds was upon him and he needed to defend himself. Thus a war of attrition began. While the Tier 2 chain-slinging monster took its sweet time, Roland was continually attacked by the infernal dogs. He was someone that actually liked dogs, but here he was forced to cave their heads in with his mace. When he delivered a smashing blow to one of the creature's faces, its teeth flew in all directions. This didn't keep from another one from biting his leg, its teeth infused with magical fire. The greaves that he fashioned beforehand managed to somehow protect his leg. With a quick smack of a mace to the monster dog's side, it was flung away into the distance. While being busy with defending himself from the more agile monsters, a spike coming from another one made its way through a gap in his armor. He winced in pain while putting up his shield and defending himself from any other incoming projectiles. The only thing he could do now was to move back, circling around the trap area he made while biding his time. But there was a small problem. The more he circled around, the more he found himself getting surrounded. Soon the spiked devils and even the imps were moving in for the kill. He was now mostly just pushing them back with his shield while not being able to use his mace. If he did a large swing, he worried that one of the many monsters would deliver a killing blow. Now or never. Finally, the largest of the monsters had gotten in range. This prompted Roland to bolt back to the spot where the control rune was. He found himself tossing his shield away while inserting the shaft of his mace into a hellhound's mouth before finally placing his hand on it. The control rune was engraved on a thick piece of metal. From it, many various rods of steel were sticking out while hidden under a thin layer of dirt. After placing his palm on this rune, he injected his mana into it. The moment he did, he felt like his head would explode. It was as if someone was pushing a giant nail through his ear, right towards his brain. Arg! A flash of electricity ran through the entire runic trap that he created as everything lit up like a Christmas tree. After working for a year with generators and electricity, he had learned a thing or two about those runes. This trap produced a massive electrical shock that was discharged into the monsters. All of them got hit while Roland curled up in a small area where the lesser lightning runes that he made wouldn't jolt him into the afterlife. He didn't come out unscathed, as the drain on his mana was immense. This was clearly shown by a bloody nose along with more blood coming out of his ears. The whole place went silent. All of the monsters laid dead on the ground after receiving the massive shock. Roland wasn't in a much better state though. He started wincing while trying to push himself off the ground. He felt terrible, but he was alive. My head. Did I get them all? After a moment of silence, he got his answer in the form of rattling chains. He moved his head up and his eyes started to focus on the menacing sound. There it was, the Tier 2 monster. It was still alive, inching towards him while the chains shook about. Its skin looked even more charged than before and it was even smoking. Damn! Roland felt sick. Due to using this jerry-rigged trap, his mana had dropped below 5%. It was a miracle that he was even conscious. This demon or devil wouldn't give him much time to get back to his feet though. It just slowly tricked towards him with slow large strides. It took him a moment to find the mace that he inserted into a monster's mouth along with his shield. With weak shaky steps, he moved towards it and managed to get to them before this monster got to him. Roland pumped himself up. The monster couldn't be at full health either. It received the hit from the trap, but it was at the outer part of it. Because of this, it probably received less of a shock than the rest of the monsters that were now dead. This came to light in the coming exchange that these two remaining warriors had. The monster gave out a deep groaning roar before swinging its hand toward Roland. He defended himself with his shield that buckled under the pressure. Those chains rattled around as the chain devil attempted another strike. The monster was quite sluggish and its hits were quite easy to read. The hits were quite real though. As each time those massive chained fists descended onto Roland's shield, he felt his bones rattling. His hand that was holding onto the shield had gone numb a long time ago. But this was the last enemy, and if he failed now, he would need to do the whole thing again. He gathered all of his strength that he had left and took another blow to the shield. It received another dent but somehow remained intact. This time around he didn't let the monster take its time to wind up again. No, instead he swung his mace towards its knee. He injected the remaining mana that he had into this mace and delivered a crushing blow with all of his strength. This part of the leg didn't have any chains wrapped around it. He heard a nice cracking sound of the creature's bone. Soon it lost its footing and tumbled forward, allowing Roland the chance that he was aiming for. The shield was tossed to the side as he grasped the mace with both his hands. With a long overhead strike, he brought down the spiked ball on the back of the creature's head. He started hitting it over and over again. His maddened shouts filled the silent arena and echoed throughout it. Die, die. D. The creature's head that had a somewhat humanoid shape soon turned into a caved-in mess of flesh and bone. The spiked ball that was on the mace shattered into many chunks of metal while Roland continued. Even after that, he continued to hit it with what was left of the mace's shaft. Only after some time he managed to snap out of his rage-filled stupor. Ah! He groaned while falling to the side into some monster remains. The only thing he was capable of doing now was panting and wheezing. The only thing that kept him awake were the sounds of the large arena gates closing themselves back again. He dreaded the thought that this might not have been the end to this trial. If another monster showed up now, then he would need to give up. But instead of that, something else happened. The walls started to shift again, and the closed gates through which the monsters were coming out from started moving below ground. Though it weren't the gates that were moving, it was the ceiling. Roland rolled over onto his back and could see the top of the arena opening. From it a flight of stairs descended along with the ceiling. Soon the rumble ceased, and he was left with a way up. It seemed that this might have not been the end of this trial quite yet. What now? Before he could ask himself if he would need to fight another monster, when he climbed those stairs he felt a strange feeling wash over his whole body. The injuries that he had sustained were being healed, and the cloudiness over his mind was being washed away. In a matter of seconds he was fine. A full recovery was achieved. He hopped up to his feet and also noticed that the monster bodies had long vanished along with any signs of combat. What remained were the stairs up. He was even back to wearing the generic clothes that he had before fashioning himself better armor. Roland narrowed his eyes at the flight of stairs. There was nothing here anymore even after moving around those stairs and what remained of this arena. The only thing he could do was to move up. If there was some kind of bonus boss, there was something that he feared. So he climbed, and to his surprise the area that he found himself wasn't fit for battle. No, it was a library. There he saw one large desk with some books on it and a magic candle lighting the way. After making sure that there weren't any hidden enemies around, he moved forward. His hand went to the first book he could find. H.M. Secrets of Rune Smithing. After flipping through the pages of this book and picking out another one, he figured out what this was. I guess this is the part that I receive my runesmith lord skills. Roland looked at the pile of books here. There were quite a lot of them, and it looked like they would offer him more than just skills. There were designs for certain runes, theories that couldn't be bought at auction houses. With this, he might be able to clear up the deficiencies in his knowledge. It was time to read. Is this going to be a written exam? The sounds of vomiting filled a closed-off room. In it, there were many smithing tools along with scribbles of runic patterns on the walls. This was Roland's workshop that he had hidden away in while going through his Tier 2 ascension ritual. After it was over, he found himself affected by the strain of going through those tests. In the regular world, the use of a class-changing crystal was almost instantaneous. It didn't seem like more than a few seconds had passed. Reality was different, though. The moment he was out, his brain was jolted with new information. It was like every stressful emotion from all that fighting and then skill learning was condensed into one moment. This caused Roland not only to chuck up his dinner into the bucket that he had previously gotten, but also to pass out. He woke up to a characteristic stench that he recalled from some of the parties he was in his previous life. The bucket he used had spilled and the whole place was a mess. His workshop was lit up thanks to his mana generator, but he wasn't sure for how long he was out. The first thing that had to be done was to get a new change of clothes and then to clean this mess. Roland decided to move upstairs. For now, he grasped the door and was surprised by how much lighter it felt. It was a reinforced steel door that he made to resist heavy impacts. It was also very heavy so that normal people wouldn't be able to open it alone. This already signaled him that he had made it through into the second tier. Before checking his new status, a change of clothes was in order, but then he was quick to take a peek. To his surprise, there was quite the change in his stats. Name: Roland Arden, L76. Classes: T2 Runesmith Lord, L1, Primary. T1 Mage, L25, Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe, L25X. T1 Runic Blacksmith, L25, Tertiary. HP: 2405/2405. MP: 7259/7259. SP: 3276/3276. Strength: 64. Agility: 45. Dexterity: 92. Vitality: 64. Endurance: 73. Intelligence: 123. Willpower: 112. Charisma: 17. Luck: 10. The Runesmith Lord class was now at the first level after he went through the trial. He remembered his old stat allocation and noticed that each of his stats went up by 5 points. This was with the exclusion of luck and charisma, as those two acted on different rules. Another interesting thing was that he was able to have 2 subclasses active instead of just one. His blacksmith and mage class passives were still working and boosting his mana and stamina reserves. Even with this, it didn't account for the massive increase in his MP, HP, and SP that he was seeing. After going through a few other status screens, he figured why this was the case. Runesmith Lord. Class. This class gives a 40% bonus to HP, MP, SP. Mana costs of using runes and rune-related skills is lowered by 30%. Tier 2, Lord. Trait. Adds a multiplier of 2 to all of the basic stats with the exception of luck and charisma. First was his new class. It immensely increased all of his stat points like health, mana, and stamina. He was also getting something similar to his rune mastery skill that lowered the mana cost for runes and rune-related skills as well. So not only would he be able to cast more runic spells, but the cost for runesmithing would be lowered. The other thing was his Tier 2 multiplier trait. It was also not a regular trait multiplier, as normal classes had it all at a 1, 5 times. This meant that he would outperform regular Tier 2 class holders even with lower numbers on his side. The points he got after reaching the first level of his Runesmith Lord class were also quite high. In previous cases something like this wasn't the case. Did this mean that he would be getting that high of a number of stat points at each level? Roland wasn't sure about that. From what he knew, Tier 2 classes did gain more of those points, but not by this much. It could have just been some kind of bonus for reaching this tier. Only when he reached the second level he would know for sure. There was also a change to most of his regular skills. Identify L9-, Analyze L1. Basic Mana Shaping L9-, Mana Shaping L1, Basic Mana Regulation L9-, Mana Regulation L1, Basic Rune Mastery L9-, Rune Mastery L1, Basic Runecraft L9-, Runecraft L1, Basic Runic Blacksmith's Eyes L9, Runesmith Lord's Eyes L1. Most of them turned into more advanced skills. All of the skills that were at the 9th level had gone through a change. Each and every one of them was now at the first level of a more advanced version. Most of them just lost the basic prefix, but some turned into other skills. Like his Identify skill was now the Analyze skill. His Blacksmithing Eyes made a change too. After going through that library of books in the trial, he knew why. Roland removed his dirty shirt and started to fill up his tub made from iron. He did finally manage to make himself that hot tub that he dreamed about. The mess downstairs would have to wait. Taking a bath was the first thing he needed to do. While at it, he grasped one of his old runic wands to test one of his new and improved skills. His eyes started glowing in a deep purple color as he looked at the runic structures. With a bit of concentration, he was somehow able to zoom in on one of the components. Then he saw there was some strange code in there. It reminded him of the programming language from his old college days. Hey! A smirk appeared on his face as he tossed the piece of metal to the side. In that library, the focal point was this code. In reality, it was something akin to a magic language that could be changed and turned to fit the user's preference. During the trial, he learned some basics of it. With it, he would now be able to change the insides of the runic components. In the past, he had to be creative with the placement of the hardware, but now he would be able to change the software to produce more unique effects. He might even be able to create more smart kind of weapons or more universal ones while being able to reduce the size of the runic components. This might reduce the strain on the metallic components and give him some room to innovate. Besides the improvement to his runic blacksmith eyes, he had gained another useful skill. Basic Rune Mending skill allows instantaneous repair of damaged runes. This skill might have seemed like it was just regular runecrafting and not much different than regular repairs that he was already able to do. But in reality, it was different. It would allow him to mend used-up runes from his gear on the fly and without the use of a hammer. The mana usage was quite high, but with all his passives lowering it and his own large mana pool, it would be quite handy. If any of his weapons ran out of runic charges, he would be able to repair them in an instant. Thus, one of his biggest weak points of running out of charges would be fixed with this one skill. There was also another skill that he received, which was heat resistance. This was a lesser form of the fire resistance skill and allowed him to somewhat cope with high temperatures. From what he knew, it would level up the longer he stayed in areas with high temperature, and this skill could transform to the proper fire resistance later on. This would come in handy for the dungeon that was heating up at the lower levels. It was time to not look at the system screens. He found himself dozing off in the hot tub that was heated by his runic generator. Now, with his new skills and increased knowledge, he would have to go over the whole thing again. This was a challenge for another day, as he found himself falling asleep in the tub and waking up a few hours later while almost drowning. After a cleaning drive and sleeping, he was good to go. With this, he was now a proper member of society. In this world, before you reached the second tier, you weren't considered a respected adult. He would also be able to get a silver adventurer grade now, of course after passing a little test and paying a small fee. The guild was laxer on the bronze and steel adventurers, but from silver they got involved more. This was the first larger bump in the road of an adventurer. When he advanced to steel grade, he didn't really need to do much. It went up just by him continuing to kill monsters and doing missions. With the advancement to silver grade, the guild would now get involved. Wonder what kind of mission they will give me. Roland was now down in his workshop. He was still getting used to his increased strength and agility. His stats didn't look like they went up by much, but with the 2-time multiplier, he was twice as strong and fast. He was thinking about going to the guild, Getting a better adventurer grade brought some advantages besides prestige. The biggest one being better prices when selling or buying items from the guild directly. There was also another thing that he would like to do now. After being done with his advancement, he needed fitting weapons and armor to go with it. His armor and weapons were made from good quality steel, but that was it. It was time to move on from this and try something from the top shelf. He was going to produce his own deep steel weapon and armor. He had procured some raw materials for this cause, but there wasn't quite enough. It was time to go back to town. The new adventurer rank could wait. It wouldn't really lower the prices on the market for crafting materials. It would mostly aid him in selling mana stones and monster parts, or when buying items like health potions for the dungeon expeditions. Roland grabbed his things and after locking up was on his way towards town while riding his runic bicycle. When he was close enough, he just hopped off and placed it back into his spatial backpack. He needed something with an increased width to get the whole thing in. At the gate he saw some familiar faces. The guards knew him as someone that lived here, so they didn't even look at his identification anymore. A lot of things had changed in this town. For one thing, it was now called a city and the number of people had more than doubled. The houses that were being built and renovated when he arrived the first time were now all finished. The constructions stretched out further now as new people were coming and new buildings to house them were needed. Roland was rarely seen in this city, and now with a lot of people living here, he was just someone that blended into the crowd. There wasn't anyone that he had made a deeper connection with here. The ones that interacted with him were mostly merchants and vendors. The only thing resembling social interaction that he got here was bartering. Should I check out the usual store or go to the auction house? A big chunk of his money came from selling mana stones or rare monster parts, but the most he made was from reselling runic items. Those were either all handcrafted by him or just pre-made items from other craftsmen or ones he found in dungeons. Roland mostly attached a mana stone to go with it, as that was an easy way to boost the item's price immensely. What type of mana stone came with the weapon and piece of equipment was also important. Putting a stone that boosted a person's intelligence on a heavy hammer that was meant for a warrior wouldn't go over well. Roland mostly went with weapons. It was easy to attach one of the mana stones to the hilt. There were also no return policies here, so he wouldn't need to worry if he did a sloppy job. He was someone that understood how good branding brought the long-term profits later on. With that in mind, his wares had a new logo that wouldn't associate him with his old scroll-making days. This time around it was a blacksmith's hammer inserted into a sun, which gave a similar feeling to the old logo but was different enough for others to not connect the two. The fees and costs for the materials were higher than what they were at Edelgard. He could sell them at a higher price here though. With all the dungeon monsters parts selling well, the adventurers had a lot of buying power. This caused everything to somewhat equal itself out, and he was able to make a good living. The brand name he was hoping to embed into the minds of his sellers wasn't quite there yet. Due to doing a lot of adventurer work along with the creation of his mana generator, there wasn't enough time to build other things. Even the armor that he was using for his own protection was just a high-grade steel product that he bought instead of making it. "Good day. Did you bring some new enchanted items today?" An older man called out to him. He was now at the auction house. He had been selling things on it since it opened on a semi-regular basis. Thanks to the items always having high or highest grade runes, they sold at a high price and the auction house could make quite the profit. "Yes. Today the master enchanted a couple of things." He took out a couple of daggers and steel swords from his spatial bag. He gave it to this man's assistant that started placing them in an orderly fashion on the table. This old man was this auction house's appraiser. They worked similar to the workers in Edelgard. He already made a name for himself, so he didn't have to wait in line. Even without him having to hide it, they took him for an apprentice blacksmith. No one would believe that a 16-year-old like him was a Tier 2 runesmith. This worked in his favor for multiple reasons, and it also let him explain all the runic traps placed around his house to the masses. "Here you go, the earnings for this month." Roland nodded as he was handed a hefty sack of coins. He didn't need to look inside of it. With his mathematical skills, he was able to tell how much gold and silver there was in there. It was quite the hefty sum, but he was going to go buy some raw deep steel, so this would probably not be enough to cover it all. "Thank you, I'll see you next time. Anything in particular I should tell my master?" Sometimes the auction house people would give him tips on what was selling well. Daggers and swords were one of the weapons that sold the most around here. Everyone liked to be either a roguelike agility-based class or a sword-wielding warrior. Nothing in particular but deep iron or mithril weapons are selling well since some gold adventurers came to town. We should be having some skill books related to runes. Maybe the good master would be interested in that? He perked up at the mention of runic books. He still needed to gain some insider knowledge for smelting the magical metals that had mana stones as ingredients. It looked nice to have armor laced with shiny gems, but if someone bashed them in then they would lose their effect. There was a certain time where he tried to smelt some mana stones with small amounts of deep iron, but the product didn't pan out. He would probably need a corresponding skill or some kind of golden ratio to get this working. After a little chat about the city market, he left. The auction employee always pestered him about making better items made from rarer quality materials. Now, after classing up to a Tier 2 runesmith lord, he might actually be able to create such things. The next stop would be another large store. This one was created for all the craftsmen in the city and held all of the resources that one might want. There were even shipments of mithril that could be gotten at a really high price that was still a bit above his pay grade. Roland was now standing outside this building. In his head, he was doing some math. He needed to consider how much money it would be necessary to spend. Even if he went over his budget a bit, he could probably salvage the excess material in one way or another. While walking past the door, he found himself not paying attention. Due to this, he didn't notice a person walking out. The two bumped into each other. With these increased stats, he didn't feel much of an impact, but that wasn't the case for the person he walked into as he tumbled backward after giving out a rather silly yelp. "Oh, sorry about that." He snapped out of it and looked down. He saw a youth that was about his age, maybe slightly older, but it was hard to tell due to his unique facial features. From the first look, the young man looked to be similar to a dwarf, but after looking at his body you'd think otherwise. He was obviously larger and also slimmer than a dwarf, which made him look like a mix between two races. The other characteristic thing that he noticed was the comedically large backpack that he was wearing. It looked to be one of those enchanted ones where you could fit in many items in, but there were even some tools hanging out from the many side pockets to boot. "I'm sorry." The young man started apologizing while squirming on the ground. It looked like he had trouble standing up due to the weight of the backpack. Roland stood there without doing much for a moment before leaning down and grasping the young man by the shoulders and lifting him up. With his now increased strength, this was quite easy. It felt like he was lifting up a child even though his target was close to 170 centimeters of height. After more apologizing, he was gone and out of the store. Roland just scratched his head and moved inside. It was time to spend quite a big sum of money on his new gear. A certain runic craftsman was speeding back home with a large backpack strapped to his back. He was sitting on his runic bicycle, to which people that were going back from the dungeon farming still weren't used to. He had just gone through some of his savings to buy up crafting resources, most of them being from the top shelf and meant for people at the Tier 2 classes. It wasn't that easy to procure everything he wanted in just one day. After going back and forth several times and waiting a few days, he was finally ready to give his new crafting skills a try. Roland didn't just sit on his hands through this time. While everything was being sorted out at the stores, he was busy with his research. There was his new mending skill. He had tested its applications in combat. It sounded really good at first. Being able to repair runes on the fly was probably everyone's wet dream that owned a limited-use runic weapon. There was one big drawback: it just used up a massive amount of mana. Even with all the skills that allowed him to lower the requirements for any runic skills, it took out quite a chunk. It would certainly not be possible to just continually use this skill. There was also another problem: the runic structure degraded with each time it was mended. Roland attributed this to the skill's low level. He gave it a test, and after 2 uses a rune that was rated at highest degraded to high. There were some drawbacks, but it would extend the uses of these runes during prolonged combat. While being a somewhat hybrid class like this, Roland also intended to purchase any mana-related skills that would boost his regeneration even further. The constant headaches he got when his mana ran low was something that he didn't want to have to put up with anymore. Then there was the upgraded version of his runic blacksmith's eyes that was the runesmith lord's eyes. The previous version only let him see some imperfections during crafting, thus allowing him to be able to avoid or fix them during the crafting process. Now, on the other hand, this skill had more features while also retaining all of the previous benefits. The most interesting characteristic of this skill was allowing him to peek at the inside workings of the runes. To someone new, it would look like some chicken scratch of strange symbols and numbers, but he could tell that it was very similar to a programming language. Previously, he was only able to work on the hardware. Now, on the other hand, he was able to fiddle around with the software. The strange symbols with time started making sense as they looked similar to computer code. With this skill active, his rune crafting also evolved as he was able to alter this language. The biggest problem now was figuring out more of the commands that he would be able to use. His class change gave him some basics, but most of it still remained to be checked. For now, he was able to segregate this code into two sections. One was different and quite familiar to him, as it was just magical language that a regular mana scribe would use for making magic scrolls. It looked like the runes also used this universal magic language in their structures, but it was buried deep inside their software. These spell structures were just regular basic spells. It wasn't hard to figure out which parts he could copy and paste to get an effect. For instance, he was able to replace a spell structure that was for an easy light spell with one with a different color. The rest of the runic components were the same, so it activated without a problem. Previously, he would need to find a corresponding rune and exchange the whole large component. Now, on the other hand, he would be able to fiddle around with the code and alter it. This was possible on an already created magical item. He had a good idea how to use such a thing in combat. If he placed a flame sword rune on his sword, he might be able to change its elemental characteristic to something else. Through some changes in the coded spell, a flame sword could change into an ice sword. This would help him out tremendously against enemies with specific weaknesses. If he ran into a monster that was resistant to fire, he could just switch it to something else. It also didn't require that much hammering and mana force to change the code, which made this plausible yet not that probable. There were certain aspects during combat that would make concentrating on changing runes quite hard. Exchanging runic code could potentially ruin the whole item if it was done in an unfocused state. There was an option to get around that though. This would be by including more code in the rune from the start. He would need to just give a jolt into the runic system of which code he wanted to use. It would be similar to old programs from his world with pre-programmed commands. If he learned the ins and outs of this magical programming language, he might even be able to make a multi-spell structure. Maybe he could switch between a massive array of spells while not having to cover his crafted items with so many runes. While Roland's head was filled with future research and innovations, he finally arrived at his house. The backpack he was wearing was a spatial item, and he needed it to be larger to insert more crafting materials into it. After getting inside, he placed his bike into his shed that he then closed up. While being here himself, he wasn't that worried if someone would try breaking in and stealing his stuff. Even less now after he crossed the Tier 2 threshold. With the Tier 2 boost that was above regular classes, he was already stronger than most adults in this world. He made his way down into his workshop and started unpacking. Today he would be making a specific part of his armor, mainly the gauntlets. They would be made from a special monster leather glove that he would cover in deep steel. It wouldn't quite reach up to his elbow as the part that covered the arms was separate. Roland considered just purchasing a set of completed deep steel armor, but the costs were quite high. This material was mostly sold with completed generic enchantments or runic ones that increased the price even more. He tried asking around, but all the smithies were busy with their own work. He would need to wait months, even up to half a year, to get a fresh suit of armor with no enchantments on it. Then also contend with erasing all the old enchantments, which would cause loss of materials. By making his own stuff, he would also increase the levels of his skills. It was also good to train skills. With them maxed out, there was a possibility for other class options being unlocked to him. Sometimes even some hidden skills required a certain skill to be at a given level before it became available. This was also what he would be doing for a week or two. A person without any smithing skills would need a lot longer, but with skills and eyes that told him where to strike, it would be much easier. Though they were just fresh level 1 skills at the moment, Roland didn't set his expectations too high. This would be his very first combat armor that he would make, and it would also probably be the worst one that he produced. The only good part about this was that he could fiddle around with the runic programming later without much damage to the prepared armor. After pushing his reinforced door open with one hand, he was now in his workshop. To the side was a board with a diagram of his new armor. It wasn't anything special, just regular-looking plate mail armor that would need an arming jacket to go with it. This type of armor would require a lot of belts and straps to attach to his legs. It would also have some unarmored spots behind him, but he was mostly looking to protect his front side. He already dreaded the thought of putting it on and off by himself, but he didn't really have a working design for anything else. Maybe in the future, he could use some kind of magnet design where the armor parts would connect to each other by magical means. It was finally time to get to work. Roland started taking out all the parts that he would need for his gauntlet design. Most of it consisted of thinner blocks of metal akin to sheet metal but slightly thicker. With the correct design in place, he would just need to cut it into the correct shapes and then attach it to the monster leather glove. Something like this could be bought for cheap. There were many armor designs in this world that already had gone through a lot of changes. Each blacksmith always gave their own a slightly different design, but in the end, it was mostly the same type of armor. Roland was planning to go with a flame design for his. It would go well with the crimson color that he liked to use. After placing all the raw resources on the table, he started grabbing the tools that he would be requiring. Some heating up in his runic forge would be required even with the thinner metal pieces. Deep steel was a lot harder to work with than regular steel and a lot more resistant. Without heating it up in magical flames to soften it up, it would be quite a difficult task. The mana added a few strange qualities to the metals in this world. Thus some old crafting methods went out of the window. Luckily he had a few modernized tools already prepared. Punching holes was now a thing of the past as he built himself a nice drill. Making the drill bits was a bit tedious, and he also had to make some from deep iron and steel. The old slave collars helped with that part as he had melted them down to recycle them as some of his current tools. His new crafting hammer was also made from them. Crafting the runes on this piece of armor would come last. It was slightly easier as the metal could be heated up without it being damaged even after it was hammered into shape. After having prepared everything, it was time to get to work. He put on his blacksmithing apron that he got cheaply off the market along with his protective goggles. Thanks to his smithing eyes, he wouldn't need to draw out the shapes on the metal during the cutting process. This skill somehow allowed him to see the diagram that he was currently working on and be able to follow it. This time around, he wouldn't need any heavy-duty scissors or chisels to cut up the metal. He had a somewhat modern saw already prepared. It didn't look like much at first glance, as it was a thicker piece of metal with a side circular saw connected to it. It had a wire at the end that connected to his generator room. After giving it a little jolt with his own mana, the runic circular saw activated without a problem. This model looked similar to its modern counterpart, but it lacked any buttons. It also had a blade guard made from metal that protected his fingers from being sliced off. The piece of thinner metal that was heated up in the forge was placed in a vise. Following this, Roland started cutting into it to get the proper shape that was needed for the gauntlet finger parts. Soon many small pieces of cut deep steel were being placed on a side workbench. Before working on them more, they would need polishing. Even with the modern saw, there were sharp edges left here and there that needed to be smoothed out. For this, he could use his grindstone that had also been connected to his generator. He was already ahead with his work by not needing mana on these runic power tools. The next step was bending the pieces that would be later fitted onto the fingers of his gauntlet. For this he needed a metal bending jig. This consisted of a pipe that was cut in half and another one that would be pushed down into it. Roland needed to place the metal cutouts into this bending jig and press them down with the other pipe to bend. Before doing this, he also needed to heat them up, as deep steel wouldn't be that easy to get into shape. If something was out of shape, he would use his ball-peen hammer. The round side of the hammer could also make spherical shapes and could be used instead of the bending jig. This was quite a lengthy process, as there were 10 fingers that he needed to fill. With now being independent, there was no rush though. He could spend as much time as he needed. Without having to rush to level up now, he could take it slow. The next class change could be taken in another 24 levels when he hit level 100. There was also an option to max out this class to level 50 before that, which he would probably be doing as it was some kind of rarity. With more time passing, he was finally done with all the small pieces. Now came the drilling part. Previously, he would have to punch holes through the pieces via his hammer, but now he had a working drill. With it, the holes were more even and they wouldn't bend the smaller metal pieces during a badly placed hit. Now came the riveting part of the construction. He took out one of the prepared leather strips from the side and placed one of the metal pieces on it. What he needed to do here is connect all the parts that would be the fingers together on this leather strip. This was done by punching holes through the leather strip and the previously cut out holes. When finished, the gauntlet would have a somewhat scale pattern. What he now had was something that looked like an armored finger. This he would then place on the leather glove and attach it by rivets as well. He just had to connect it by the holes that were on the fingertip and the end of it. After connecting all of those, he would have something that already started resembling a metal gauntlet. Once the finger and thumb pieces were done, it was time for the last phase, the hand. With his diagram, he still had to shape 7 plates of metal for the hand part and also for the vambrace. This would also require a lot of bending and riveting. On the end of the vambrace, he would rivet in a flame design. On it, there would be pre-made sockets for his mana stones to go in. They would be both wedged in by force and also glued in by the special alchemist glue that would keep them in place. This took quite a bit of time and was also a good learning experience for someone that mostly made weapons instead of armor. In the end, he had one of the gauntlets ready for some rune crafting. His whole armor set would have fire resistance put on it as a priority. He knew that below the 10th floor there was a somewhat volcanic section. This, with some chilling runes on some parts, would help him last through the heat. Even though he had heat resistance now, having more wouldn't hurt. Roland placed the half-finished gauntlet to the side. It had taken him a whole day to get here and there was still some work left. He was certain that the left gauntlet would take him a lot less time. The lack of skill progress during this proved that it was a lot harder to level up those tier 2 skills. After pushing the door open, he headed over to the kitchen. There, a pot with water was waiting for heating up. His stove was also running on heating runes, so he was saving a lot of money on resources like coal and wood. While resting, he looked outside his window. The moons were already up in the sky. It was one of those times where old memories flooded back. He had been living in this world for over 10 years now. The cult that could potentially be after him still lingered in the back of his mind. This along with the strange events concerning the soldier that almost killed him when he was 10. I wonder what those 3 are doing. He thought back to his first adventurer party that were the first people that were actually nice to him. About 5 years had passed since then. Their time together was quite short, all things considered, so he wasn't sure if they even remembered him. I wonder if they really think that I died. Now he thought back to the old Arden estate. He didn't really feel like a member of that family. The child's body that he was inhabiting had some sentiments towards it though. These had slowly been going away with time, though now it felt like a dream that had long passed. Think I should take a bath and go to bed. I'll work on the armor tomorrow. He tossed all these old thoughts back where they were before. It wasn't the time to think about old things that had already passed. It was time to move forward. Getting this tier 2 class was only the beginning. A somewhat nice-looking deep steel gauntlet was laying down on a table. Roland looked at his newest creation and couldn't help to slide his hand inside of it. The feeling was quite nice and he could move his fingers around well. This gauntlet that he made was in the glove style. There was the option to go with a mitten design that offered more protection for his fingers. That type of gauntlet offered more defense but at the expense of dexterity. He went with the more dexterous variant that fitted his high dexterity stat more. The right one was done, but he still needed to assemble the left. First, though, it was time to perform some tests. This gauntlet was fitted out with 4 common grade mana stones that were at the sides of the vambrace. Thanks to the ethereal pathways technology, he would be able to connect all of his armored parts together later. This didn't mean that it was wise to place the mana stones away from runic structures. He attempted to place the mana stones in a hidden structure away from the moving parts while not exposing them to harm's way. But a concentration of mana stones in one place would cause the runic circuits to overload. They just couldn't take the enriched mana output that was injected into the system. Thus they needed to be placed close to the runes they were supposed to affect. He looked to the side where a small plate made from deep steel was just sitting there. This was a part that he used for research purposes. It was in a square shape, and in each corner there was one common-grade mana stone. The whole surface was filled out with runic symbols. He moved his finger towards it to give it a poke. Through his finger, he injected a trace amount of mana to look at the previously pre-programmed effect. This metallic plate lit up in an orange light before spitting out some flames. In a moment, an orb of orange light was produced, but this wasn't just a regular flame orb spell. The blob of light started to change shape, and soon words started appearing. He looked at the spelled-out words that said, "Hello World," and thought back to his previous life. Something like this was very common among programming circles, as this was mostly the first thing such a person would create. Before moving on to his gauntlet, he took out a small piece of metal. It looked like a pen made from deep steel with a mana stone attached to the top. This was just a simple device that aided him in rune crafting. He poked the desired rune on this plate and injected his mana. Soon the magic code started shifting into a different structure. The magic writing that was shining orange changed into a blue hue and exuded a more chilly aura. Changing just the code is much faster. It also doesn't affect the other structures, so the runes don't deteriorate. The runic code inside the runes was something that he learned during his stay in that trial library. He had taken some basics from there with which he could now perform such tasks. His understanding was still basic and mostly at the lesser rune level. It would take some time to go through all these runes again. The old knowledge he gained by matching the hardware components started feeling trivial, but it wasn't useless. Those parts were still important to get the highest grade and lower mana consumption while maximizing the rune's power. Such a thing wouldn't be possible by just playing around with the runic code. Is it possible to create some kind of runic operating system? This was the most important question. The code could be copied over after it was inscribed into the runic component. These runes he was working with were like hard drives that kept everything stored. This also brought another problem. He would need to make a lot of backup storage. His intelligence stat made his memory quite good, but even if he knew the whole code, writing it over and over again into each rune would just waste too much time. Roland looked at his created glove and then at the schematic that was hung up to the side. He had already decided on the spells that he would inscribe along with the rudimentary operating system that he would use to switch between spells. In the past, he would have to separate the runic structures into separate armor pieces if he wanted to have multiple spells. That or fit more separate structures on one piece of equipment and then inject his mana manually into the one that he wanted to use. Now, on the other hand, he could connect everything into one big grand runic circuit. He would store the pre-programmed spells in strategic locations. If he wanted to activate an ice spell through his gauntlet, he would just jolt the corresponding runic program. The icearrow.exe would then activate and shoot out the spell it was assigned to. At this point in time, this was the most he could do. This wasn't quite that proficient, as with more of those executables the tougher it would be to activate them. It was like opening up a folder and having to manually click on each executable. He would have to do it each time to produce what he wanted. Then, if something was wrong with the code, the whole thing could explode in his face. There was also one other big weakness of such a system. It would only require his enemy to sever one of the runic traces that went towards his glove. If it was broken, the signal from the program would not be able to go through to execute the spell. The only way for him to then cast this spell would be to use his mending skill to fix the structure or repair it with runecrafting. In the middle of battle, this would be quite a tough thing to do, which would force him not to take many hits. Luckily, deep steel is quite resistant. The runic pathways shouldn't just break that easily. Could also attach some auxiliary runes on the inside of the armor. He rubbed his chin while contemplating his design again. He really didn't want to do this again, but he didn't feel like he was quite experienced enough to account for everything in advance. This is going to take a while. He grasped his hammer from the side and resumed his work. Time flew by, and in about a month his creation was ready. Now for the finishing touches. A full set of deep steel armor was placed on his workbench. It was fitted out with runes, and the shiny mana stones were sticking out from a few places. It was nice and shiny as he had polished it to perfection before finishing up. This was also the problem. It was a bit too metallic and out there, but he had just the thing for this occasion. Roland took out a small bottle of red liquid and slowly brought it over to the breastplate and placard. He was sure to let a drop of this strange red liquid drop on the breastplate. The moment it collided with the metal, he could see a change. The whole metallic plate started changing color. From the spot the drop fell, it began to turn into a crimson color. Alchemists sure make some handy stuff. This was an alchemist concoction that was used to color metallic parts. It wasn't paint, it somehow changed the color of the metal it touched. This saved a lot of time as he never had to give it a paint job. His new creation was ready to be worn and tested. He had made it specifically for the silver grade adventurer test that he would be taking soon. There was no way of knowing what they would ask of him, but it would either be a quest down in the dungeon or a one-on-one battle with another Tier 2 adventurer. If it was up to him, he would rather go with the dungeon run, as he didn't really want to interact with others or show his hand yet. After the paint job was done, another annoying task was before him. Now I have to get this thing on. He had already worn heavy armor before, but it was still annoying. There were many straps and procedures he needed to follow to get armor like this on. Normally knights that used armor like this would have squires to help them get dressed, but he had only himself. While grumbling, he began putting the whole thing on. He also used some pre-bought chainmail to cover some exposed parts. In time he was ready. Deep steel was slightly heavier than regular steel. Even with this, he didn't feel very restricted by the weight. His stats were already quite superhuman, so walking around in heavy armor wasn't much of a problem. His choice of weapon was an arming sword like before, along with a kite shield. The sword looked like his old sword, but it was made from deep steel. With everything accounted for, he left towards the city, shield on his back and the sword to his side. This time he would just go on foot to see how comfortable this thing was during prolonged walking. He had tested the runic spells before coloring already, so this was the only stress test remaining. The guards at the gate didn't react to him anymore. He was one of the only people wearing crimson heavy armor wandering through the streets. This world had far more peculiar things than men in edgy armor, so no one really thought it was that strange. Even if he changed his helmet to one that looked like a skull, they wouldn't even bat an eye. While passing through the gate, he noticed a party of adventurers walking out. They looked like they were battle-ready, and they had more members than a regular party had. From a quick glance with his improved analyzing skill, he could see their levels. All of them were close to level 50, but none of them was quite there. Probably soon they would be able to reach Tier 2 status and, just like him, take the advancement test to a silver rank adventurer. While passing, he also noticed someone with a large backpack trailing behind the 6-man party. But being a bit preoccupied with his own things, he didn't really care. With some time, he was finally at the Adventurer Guild building. On the inside, it now looked like a proper guild with the usual layout and some drunken adventurers inside. The clatter of his armor brought attention to him, but only for a second before people turned to themselves. He wasn't the only armored person that kept his helmet on either. The lines to the receptionist ladies weren't as long anymore and quite free today. He moved over to the line with the elven woman that he got his adventurer card. Even though she didn't work as fast as the woman with the glasses, she sometimes gave him better deals. Maybe today she would let him have an easier test. We are having a 5% discount on all health potions if you buy them as a bundle of 5. He was greeted by a sales pitch right off the bat. The only response he could offer was a shake of his head. Oh, if you're not interested in health potions, then how about mana potions? We just received a new batch recently. The lady sure was diligent, but he just rolled his eyes as he knew that buying directly from the Adventurers Guild wasn't as good as going to a proper alchemist shop. It did save up on some time, and sometimes the deals were good. No, thank you. I would like to take the silver rank test. Silver rank test, oh my. Do you meet the qualifications? Before the woman could start listing down the terms that he already knew, he took out his adventurer card. Yes. I am above level 50 and past my class change. Here is my card. I have also done enough missions to qualify for a test. The elven girl just smiled and took the card into her hands. After a small moment she gave a big smile while looking up. Ah, if it isn't Mr. Wayland, almost didn't recognize you. Is that a new set of armor? You look great in it. You sure do love dark red, don't you? Roland just stood there not sure why the elven lady was talking so much. She did seem more chatty with him than with the other adventurers. He wasn't sure why was she interested in him in some way? Or did she just like talking to people that mostly respond in nods, grunts, or very short sentences? He wasn't someone that was that versed in women, so he didn't know, but for now he decided to try to hurry this whole thing up. This new armor of his needed to be tested out in the field, so he hoped he would get a task to descend into the dungeon. Facing off against a Tier 2 guild member wouldn't be bad either, but then it would be an open spectacle. Yes, it is new. Could I get my task sorted out? I don't have that much time. Mr. Wayland, you're no fun. The elven woman showed a rather cute pout which took him by surprise, but soon enough she was back to smiling. Please place your hand on the orb. He followed the instructions, but just like last time his status was corrupted. It was somehow visible that he had a Tier 2 class, but the elven lady still raised her eyebrow. This status. Can Mr. Wayland do something about it? Roland just shook his head from side to side, as he didn't really want to reveal his true stats or classes to this guild. There wasn't any specific law that he needed to, so he would refuse. Quite stubborn. Please wait a moment. I'll have to consult one of our associates about your task. You will also have to pay a fee. The sun elf lady went away into the back room while Roland waited. He tried thinking about what kind of tests or tasks guilds usually gave the new adventurers. Normally they made a person do some kind of mission that was for silver rank adventurers. Here in this city with a dungeon that would entail going into the lower levels, probably hunting some monsters close to Tier 2 or ones that had already evolved. In about 10 minutes the woman returned, but she wasn't alone. Next to her was a somewhat tan man. He had a robust build and looked to be in his mid-20s. He had short dark hair and a somewhat cocky expression on his face. Is this the new fledgling you want me to test? Roland got eyeballed hard by this man. By what he was saying, this could only mean one thing. Instead of getting a dungeon quest, he would need to face off against this guy. Yes, this is him. Mr. Wayland, let me introduce you to Armand. He will be your sparring partner for your guild advancement test. This man was about the same height as Roland, which was close to 190 centimeters. His frame was slightly larger, and it was obvious that he was some kind of warrior. The other adventurers were quick to notice this as they moved closer. Hey, Armand is going to fight someone. Let us go watch. How long do you think that guy will last? 5 minutes tops. Tests like this were considered an event for these adventurers that didn't really have much to do. They would also bet on the winners or on how long the party that seemed to be weaker would last against a trained guild instructor. Such instructors were either retired adventurers or current ones that took it for a quick payout. I guess I'll have a big audience. He couldn't really refuse to take this test. It would seem strange, and the adventurer guild would probably not take him seriously afterward. It was up to them to decide on the test, and he would have to go through with it. From what he could tell, this test would take place in a sort of small arena behind the Adventurer Guild building. This place was something you could rent out to train with others, and sometimes even some sanctioned fights between fighters took place. I shouldn't need to beat the instructor. Exchanging some blows should be enough for him to measure my strength, but I'm not sure he will let me off with just that. He wasn't sure why, but the guy that he was facing off against looked quite into it. The guy looked like someone that liked to fight. Normally, an instructor wouldn't go all out and just test a newly ascended Tier 2 class holder. Some of these instructors had their own way of doing things, though. Please grab a weapon and get ready. We will begin the test shortly. Roland looked at the training swords on the side. He was deemed to be a warrior type, and using sharp weapons was forbidden. The armor he was wearing was the more important part. With it on, he hoped to get through this test undamaged. Did you hear? No, what is it? Armand is going to test some kind of a newbie. Armand? Didn't he break that last guy's legs? The same, we should go check it out. I heard his opponent is quite an eccentric. Two men were chatting outside the Adventurer Guild building. They soon moved around it towards the training field in the back. As they arrived, they could see a small crowd of people already there. What are the odds? 5-1 in Armand's favor. We are also betting on how long the new meat will last in the ring. People were placing bets on how long the man in red armor would last against the hired guild instructor. The man was an active adventurer who liked performing these sorts of tests for one reason or another. Other adventurers were just here to see a show, as everyone liked to see newbies getting brought down a peg by more experienced seniors. You weren't lying when you said he was an eccentric. What's with that color? And are those runic symbols? The two men that had come late looked at the man in the red suit of armor. To them, he looked like a son from some kind of rich merchant. Normally no one could afford a full suit of runic armor. They could even see mana stones peeking out, which showed them that it was a more expensive version. This new silver rank candidate was in the middle of picking out his training weapons. He wasn't allowed to use swords that had a blade for safety reasons. Though even without a sharp edge, someone at Tier 2 could easily kill someone with a direct hit from a blunt weapon. The ones performing the test were aware of this. They would be compensated for the danger, and any healing potions were on the house. Armand, that was this instructor, was on the other side. The two were in a fenced round ring of sorts with a lot of space to maneuver. People could see him put on two metallic-looking gauntlets, and a cute-looking lady was helping him strap them in. It didn't seem like the man was perturbed by his opponent that was clad in full-body armor. His face was relaxed and filled with smiles. Will it really be that easy? That guy shouldn't be that weak. Are you stupid? Did you see what they are wearing? Armand clearly has the advantage here. Those gauntlets will dent that armor in no time. One of the men was quite sure that the guild instructor had it in the bag. From this guy's perspective, the man in red armor was clearly some kind of shield warrior, a tank in gaming terms. His armor would be good against weapons with blades but weak against blunt force. His opponent Armand was a pugilist, someone that specialized in close combat with his fists. When those gauntlets landed on the red armor, it wouldn't matter how hard it was. The blows would get through to the internal organs. There was also the agility aspect. The man in the bulky armor would have trouble contending with his opponent's speed. I bet this fight will be quite boring. Either he goes down with a few hits or keeps defending with that shield. But that training shield won't last that long. Tier 2 fighters reached past the human limits. With enough punches, a shield made from iron or steel would give out. Yeah. Quiet, I think it's starting. The man in the crimson armor went with a shield and a sword. The sword was blunt and would count more as a blunt weapon than a real blade. The only thing that made it better than a mace was its lower weight. It was more of a finesse weapon. The crowd cheered as the fun was finally beginning. Even more after they saw the beautiful sun elf receptionist lady there. She would be the one that gave the signal to start the battle as well as be the witness. Everyone ready? The man in red armor nodded, and his opponent just shrugged while getting in a lazy fighting stance. He was clearly not taking this training match too seriously. The signal for them to begin was given, and people could hear Armand chuckling. He stood there and beckoned his opponent to attack. How about I give you 4 free hits? Think that would be fair? Don't you all think? The people that were looking in started laughing as they knew that this man liked to play around with his foes. This was clearly a tactic used to agitate an opponent and make him do sloppy decisions. With what looked to be a heavy shield warrior against him, Armand would find it easy to evade any of his sluggish attacks. Well, what are you waiting for, newbie? Attack me? Or are you scared? The man in red didn't seem to be taking the bait at first, but after some more taunts, it looked to have worked. He took a step forward with his shield in front and sword to the side. The people around expected some kind of blind rage-filled charge, and they got something similar. That crimson armor started glowing in green color. This glow was mostly coming from the embedded green mana stones. Anyone that was able to sense mana opened up their eyes wide at this phenomenon. This was just the beginning, as their curious faces quickly turned to ones of bewilderment. The man took off in a sprint, but in reality, it looked more like he was flying forward. The speed at which he was going was not something a Tier 2 beginner should be able to produce. Armand barely reacted by dodging to the side. His expression was similar to everyone else here as he felt something graze his cheek. A long streak in the ground was formed as the man in the armor zoomed by. It looked as if this person had trouble containing his own speed. The greenish glow that the red armor produced faded away, and the silver rank candidate turned to Armand that rubbed his cheek. Even from here, Everyone could see that he was bleeding. They weren't sure how, but it didn't look like this would be such an easy fight for this instructor. People started moving closer as now everyone was interested in what this person had to offer. Was it some kind of special class, or was this armor responsible for this sudden speed boost? Only time would tell. Soon the bout resumed as the armored man glowed green again and charged forward. This time around he was even faster. Armand was unable to keep his word and defended himself against the practice blade with his metal gauntlets. A quick exchange of sword against fists took place. Sparks started flying, but it didn't seem like anyone was giving an inch. The clash ended after the pugilist landed a hard hit on the armored man's shield. The impact caused him to slide back, and a small dent appeared on the slab of metal that the armored warrior was holding. This trade-off was followed by a pause. It seemed like the two fighters were about equal, but the man in the red armor didn't take any hits. He managed to slip in a couple of sword strikes here and there while also skillfully defending himself with his shield. The crowd that was looking at this was quite astonished. What was supposed to be a quick little training exercise that should have already ended in Armand's favor was still in full swing. It even looked like the fresh Tier 2 adventurer was winning as his agility was above this trained pugilist. Did he lie about his level or something? Are we getting scammed? The people that bet against the warrior in red were now worried. This could have been some scam that pitted someone that was above Armand in levels and in experience. That red guy's movements did seem a bit sluggish in the beginning. Was he playing it off? Some of the adventurers noticed that the armored man had started off slow. He even fumbled around a couple of times. Now, on the other hand, it looked like he was slowly gaining the upper hand. It was as if he was someone that was just learning to use a new weapon, and only now was he getting the hang of it. Armand doesn't seem to be in on it, at least. One of the adventurers pointed at the tanned man that took on a different fighting position. His darkish skin started changing color into a more reddish tint. This color shift was accompanied by bulging of muscles. While the adventurer was already muscular before this, now he just looked like an overpumped bodybuilder. All kinds of veins could be seen coming off those rippling muscles. It was clear that he activated some kind of pugilist skill. The effect showed as his speed and strength were at a different level than before. A punch connected with the borrowed shield that almost instantly collapsed onto itself. The man in red armor had to abandon it while jumping back. He did it by throwing it at his opponent. The pugilist just smacked it to the side, but it looked like it was just a feint from the armored man's side. His armor changed its hue to green again as he tried to deliver a sword strike to his opponent's back. The hit went through, but the result that he was probably hoping for wasn't there. The flimsy steel sword bent backward after it connected with that muscular body. The adventurers that bet against the man in crimson cheered. It looked like it would be over soon. There was no way for a knight type to win against a martial artist type in hand-to-hand combat. It's over, fresh meat. Armand had already forgotten that this was just a test of strength for a new silver rank adventurer candidate. The elven lady started even shouting out to stop the fight, but the man wouldn't listen. He was already charging forward with his fist aiming for his opponent's head. The armored man responded not by evading but by blocking with a cross-arm block. Everyone expected the man to just be sent flying with a broken forearm, but this wouldn't be happening. The armor glowed in a blue hue right before the fist connected with the block. He slid back slightly, but he stood his ground. Armand had overswung a bit, so he was left open for a counterblow. The armor glowed in a red hue now before the punch collided with those rippling side muscles. The crowd shouted out as they saw the hit connect with Armand's liver. It was clear that this hit hurt. Armand was clearly in pain as he stumbled backward. He had some air knocked out of him for sure, and his opponent wouldn't let him regain his footing that easily. For the people here, it was strange to see a slugfest between a martial artist and a man dressed in full body armor. It didn't look like he was even that good at it, but whenever Armand tried to retaliate, the kicks and punches that he threw and that connected didn't seem to be that effective. Each time a flash of blue would cover that armor and somehow cause those huge fists to not be as effective. Just by attrition, it looked like the newbie was winning. At one juncture the two got in a bout of strength, their fingers interlocking. "I'll break your fingers." Armand's eyes were quite bloodshot from the prolonged fighting, and his muscular body had taken some hits. Normally a pugilist would have the strength advantage, but it didn't look like the other party was budging. The armor turned red again and the adventurers could hear a crunching sound. This appeared to be poor Armin's fingers that were getting pushed in by his opponent. The man gritted his teeth and was quick to deliver a headbutt to the armored man. Both of them jumped back while glaring at each other. Before the fight could continue further, a womanly voice called out from the side. "That's enough, stop." The elven receptionist woman jumped into the ring to stop the test. The crowd that was on the sides out started shouting and booing as the victor was not decided. "Why are you interfering? This isn't over," Armand called out while trying not to flinch. His hands didn't look too good after some of the fingers were broken. He was quick to set them in place though. It didn't look like this was his first rodeo. "Mr. Armand, please calm down. This was only meant to be a test. You too, Mr. Wayland. Please stop." Roland gave out a sigh of relief after the elven lady jumped in to stop the fight. He wasn't sure how long he would be able to keep this up. The man he was facing was well over his level and had higher physical stats to boot. It was all thanks to his armor that he was able to survive this long. He didn't want to stand out too much, so he decided not to use obvious mage spells during this whole bout. Testing out his new gear in the field also caused him to go with another approach. The constant color shifting was an indication of his switching to certain preset programs. This was an idea he came up with after remembering an old game he used to play. The green color would cause a massive boost to agility, the blue color would be the defensive mode, and red would increase his strength. By switching between these modes on the fly, he was able to somewhat overpower this higher-level opponent. This was just a runic program that switched between buffing spells and the corresponding mana stones that increased certain stats. Thanks to this, he could either switch between specialized boosts in one stats or spread it out evenly. It took him some time to get used to the agility boost the most, but luckily his opponent wasn't taking him that seriously. This allowed him to field test this armor of his, which he thought was a big success. There was some lag between switching the various modes, and he accumulated some damage as well. This was something that he expected, and now he just needed to work out some kinks. "No, I won't accept this. It wasn't his own strength. It was all that armor. You saw it." Roland wanted to go ask if with this he would get his silver rank, but it seemed that his instructor wasn't seeing it his way. It was clear that the man didn't take the draw well. Roland knew that if he started to use some of those common grade attacking spells he had, that his opponent would have probably been down for the count a lot sooner though. He also wasn't able to use his own shield and sword. Those two wouldn't have been trashed that easily. Would you tell that to a monster that used an enchanted sword? What? After getting closer to the elven receptionist and the man that was his instructor, he had to chime in. From Roland's perspective, this armor was a part of his strength. It was something he made, and there was no shame in using it. The man was clearly acting immaturely, trying to shift the blame on the use of magical gear. "You know what I mean. Do you want me to take you on with my bare fists?" Roland's point was easy. Each class had its strong and weak points. Him using magical gear was clearly acceptable, though it didn't seem that other people saw it his way, probably because no one knew that he made this armor himself. In their eyes, he looked to be some spoiled rich kid that was using magic equipment to come out on top. He could clearly see some disdained faces from the side, but after his show of might, not many people would speak their mind in front of him. Before another fight could break out, the elven lady was quick to pull Armand away. Roland, on the other hand, was told to wait in the guild building. Back there he could see the gazes of the other adventurers. This was something that he had hoped to avoid. The only good thing that came out of this was that he was able to test his new armor. In about 15 minutes, the elven lady was back out again. He was even handed a healing potion on the house. What she told him afterward only cemented in his mind that people here looked down on individuals that used runic equipment. Due to the test being inconclusive, you will be given a secondary mission. For a moment he wanted to go find Armand and shove an ice arrow up his behind. Luckily, the request was something that aligned with his own plans. It was to go to the dungeon and get some Tier 2 monster materials. With this in mind, he left the Adventurer Guild. His armor didn't suffer that much damage, so he could finish this up in one day. Haha! Did a group of mole rats have their way with you? Screw off! A large burly man with no hair was laughing at Armand the instructor that just faced off against Roland. The pugilist was in a sorry state. He was holding his hands that were slowly healing after some of his fingers were broken. This wasn't the actual cause of him looking pale though. The skill that he activated took quite a bit out of him. It wasn't something that could be used for a prolonged amount of time. It was mostly there for a short burst of power to finish off an enemy. He didn't win. It was all because of that armor. If he didn't have it on, I'd crush him with one hit. The older man walked over closer. He was really tall, not something that a human could achieve. There was a total lack of hair on his head, and his body looked like it was carved out from stone. This man was clearly from the Goliath race, which was quite the rarity in this warm climate. This race of smaller giants preferred mountain regions and more secluded areas. Is that so? I wouldn't be so sure about that. It felt like he was holding something back. What? Why are you even here? Don't you have a guild to run or something? Can't a kind old man check up on one of his best prospects? One that lost so beautiful, wait till the others hear about it at the pub. Maybe now you can start taking things more seriously. A wooden chair flew towards the large old man. It connected with the wall next to him, which caused him to laugh more before walking out of the room. You shouldn't tease him so much, guild master. He'll be fine. He needs to be taken down a peg. Good that we have some promising young warriors coming in. What do you think? You watched the entire fight, right? Solana? The man that was called the guild master asked the elven receptionist that was responsible for Roland's test. Both of them walked through one of the guild's corridors after Armand had to be brought in for some healing. That youth. How should I put it? Normally someone of his level shouldn't be able to use runic armor like that. You noticed it too? Yes, sir. The mana that the armor was emitting was staggering. I'm not sure how he did it, but even a high-level Tier 2 mage would have problems using that many runes and mana stones at once. The old man rubbed his chin that was covered by a short beard. Must be some special class. Those weren't the movements of a scrawny mage. Well, keep an eye on him and report anything unusual. Should I update his card or? The old man turned to the smaller elf and shook his head. No. Have him get us some monsters that live below the 10th level. Otherwise, he might also grow a big head like our little Armand. Let's see how he handles unjust setbacks. The elven lady nodded while the two parted ways. The man that was the guild master had quite the grin on his face as he left. She returned to inform Roland of the second mission that he needed to fulfill. Solana couldn't see how well he took that decision, but she could have sworn that she heard a grunt behind that visor. The moment the armored man left, the guild went abuzz. The people that bet on a tie were laughing out crazily as they made quite the coin. Most of them were cursing, though, as not many believed that Armand could lose in any way or that this fight would take this long to finish. Through this, Roland had made some hidden enemies along with increasing his fame. Didn't the receptionist call that person Wayland? Do we have someone like that living in the city? Some people that were interested in the Crimson Armored Man's identity were quick to gather information. It was always good to know who you were dealing with, and this was clearly a strong individual. Please everyone quiet down. The second receptionist that looked like a businesswoman with glasses shouted out. The whole fight was causing too much of a commotion and no work was being done. Soon everyone straightened out and everything returned to normal. While this was happening, Roland was walking towards the dungeon. Killing Tier 2 monsters would be quite easy to him at this point. This was something he was able to do even before reaching this class. He couldn't really cheat this quest. Bringing over mana stones was one thing, but monster parts was another. They would know if he did it himself by the creature's freshness. It would probably be better to just bring over the whole body as proof instead of disassembling it. He didn't want them to look for some other loopholes. While walking towards the dungeon, Roland thought back to how the fight went. After working on himself for a year by battling monsters alone, he was slowly developing as a fighter. With the help of his gear, he was now somewhat able to contend with higher-tier opponents. Though, if that guy took me seriously from the start, he would have probably won. He wasn't foolish enough to believe that he would have come out on top in a proper fight. Even though he didn't have his shield or sword, the other guy was the same. It was lucky that that martial artist was easy to anger and was constantly on the attack. If he took some time to assess the situation, the outcome could have been different. But I also didn't use any attack spells. One good attack could have decided the battle. This was also why he wasn't willing to demonstrate his full capabilities during the test. Anyone that would try to battle him now would expect the sudden speed and strength boosts. They wouldn't expect a flamethrower coming from his hand though. He had managed to squeeze in a few attacking spells here and there, but also onto his shield or sword to not strain his armor too much. I should probably increase my pace. He looked at the road ahead. There weren't many people around, as most of the adventurers would be already at the dungeon. There wasn't a set time for people to be there, but most went there in the morning and came back before sundown. It was similar to a full-time job, but you had the flexibility of taking a break whenever you pleased. Roland left his larger spatial bag that could actually hold his bike in it back at home. Though he would probably look strange riding it around with his armor on, so it was fine to just walk there this time around. With a small jolt of his energy, the Crimson Armor's runes started flashing in green. His agility stat was boosted instantly and he felt light on his feet. So he ran. His speed was higher than a pro sprinter from his old world would be capable of, and this was only a steady jog towards his destination. It was a strange sight to see a man at about 190 centimeters of height in a full set of armor just running. His strides were large, and it looked like instead of sprinting he was jumping small distances forward. This was the type of enchantment that lowered the user's mana by a set number without burning through it. Thanks to this, he would only need to keep watch over his stamina. The way he constructed this armor allowed him to switch between these buffing spells. Thanks to this, his mana wouldn't go below a certain point. These buffing spells only activated the corresponding mana stones that increased his stats while taking a small number of magic points to activate. Most of the time he had it running where all the stats were equally distributed, with an emphasis on physical stats as his willpower and intelligence were already high enough. He put on the brakes before arriving at the usual dungeon entrance. People gave him some glances here and there due to the new armor. There was some danger in wearing such costly-looking gear, mostly from the thief guild types. This establishment was slowly creeping into this new city along with others as it expanded. He wasn't hit hard yet, only some small-time burglary attempts by lower-level thieves. It was unknown to him if they would ever try to rob him blind. There was that one time in Edelgard, so he was prepared. He didn't feel like he would lose to normal thieves now even without traps. While on the inside he pulled out his shield and sword. The enchantment was switched to a more all-around stat boost. After spending close to a month playing around in this forge and procuring new materials, he felt like going wild. His first opponent was a little flaming skeleton that went down with one quick slice of the sword. There wasn't really anything left for him to do on these upper levels. Nothing up here could survive even one slice from his sword. Roland even decided to check out his favorite grinding spot with the troglodytes. He wouldn't be tossing any magical grenades or wide-area spells into their tiny room. Instead, he used the old-fashioned way by walking into the large wide-open room where they would descend. This time around there were no other adventurers here, so he had free rein. The passages slammed shut and the ugly lizard monsters started crawling out. This reminded him about the trial area where the monsters came at him in the arena. These lizardmen-looking monsters were a lot weaker at most at the levels of the imps that he faced during his class change. They charged at him with their claws and teeth but found themselves unable to hit their target. Each time a clawed hand descended to slice him apart, he stepped out of the way. What followed after was a quick slice through the neck which decapitated the creature in one quick move. His sword was also made from deep steel and shining in a blue light. The sword that he used also had some advanced runes on it. The default was the strengthening rune along with a sharpness rune. One would help him cleave through his enemies, while the other would allow a minimum amount of damage to occur. From what he could tell, the strengthening rune worked in increasing the blade's density and structural integrity while the spell was activated. Roland went with this as he didn't think that an elemental spell of any kind would be that worthwhile. Even if these creatures were mostly fire-based, it didn't mean that they wouldn't be also resistant to other magical elements. Putting a non-elemental enchantment on it was more than enough. He ran out of materials for now, but he was also planning to create a multifunctional spell staff later on. In the future, he might put everything into his armor, but external casting weapons still had their uses. They also would lower the deterioration factor of his armor if he saved up the charges for tougher enemies. Was that the last one? After looking around, he could only see dead lizards without heads. It took him almost no time to take care of them, even in an open field battle. He was clearly far stronger than he was before, but it would be unwise of him if this fact made him arrogant. It was a common thing amongst adventurers and people in this world. The boost from a Tier 1 to Tier 2 class was quite large. Some people allowed something like this to cloud their judgment, thinking that they could take on monsters far stronger than they were actually capable of. This was also why Roland was slowly measuring his strength against enemies that he previously faced off. Should I try fighting the boss alone? While going through the monster's remains and removing their mana stones, he started thinking. On the 10th level, there was the chamber with the boss inside. The monster would respawn after getting killed after 2 days. After being defeated, anyone could venture through the room it was in and go into the next dungeon area. The monster that appeared was also random. Most of the time it was a Tier 2 evolved form of one of the many monsters that could be found in the upper levels. Sometimes it would be some kind of rare variant that could prove deadly for anyone that wasn't prepared. Due to this, it was always risky to venture in alone. The door would close behind anyone venturing inside. The only way out would be to defeat the monster inside. Running away was not an option. Though there was no way out, it didn't mean that it was a hard foe to battle. Everyone already knew what to expect inside, so it was rare for any casualties to occur. Though there was always a risk of a rare variant appearing. Some monsters were harder to kill than others while still being at the same level. His target wasn't really the boss monster this time around, as he needed to get to the area below the 10th level. The boss of that level was also considered stronger than a regular Tier 2 monster, so it would be better to just evade it for now. He descended further below from the 7th level. The monster bodies without the mana stones were left alone as he continued. Enemies that were further down didn't pose a threat to him at this point. Before ranking up to his new class, he had already ventured all the way to the boss chambers, so he knew the way. The boss room is around the corner. Someone should have cleared it out by now. Roland was walking down the stairs from the 9th level now. The area below it was a lot smaller than the maze above. There weren't that many monsters on it, and the boss room was its focal point. When he arrived, he noticed the lack of these close to level 50 enemies. It was clear that some kind of party had just gone through here. There were even some monster remains and blood splatter on the walls. The monster that was guarding this level was something worthwhile to farm. It was actually quite hard to be able to take it on by yourself before other adventurer parties got to it. Sometimes people would camp out in front of the room in hopes of getting the kill. With this, fights between adventurers broke out, even resulting in deaths from time to time. This was the reality of this work. It was a rat race for resources. The boss monster would drop a better mana stone than a regular Tier 2 beast. There would also be a small treasure chest with free items that appeared as a bonus. This was what people were mostly aiming for, as sometimes deep steel or deep iron weapons with enchantments appeared. Closed. He arrived at the large gate that was the entrance to the boss chambers. This brought a bit of a smile to Roland's face, as for some reason every big monster was apparently locked away behind some kind of large gate. Must have gone in recently. The monster remains here are still fresh. There were a few large monster bodies cut up in the corner. There was a set of monsters that always guarded this room even when the boss didn't respawn yet. Without having anything to do, he decided to sit down on a nearby rock. He needed to wait till the people inside were done with their run. Only then would he be free to venture past this chamber. So he waited, but something was off. 10 minutes passed, then another 10. This wasn't an amount of time that would be required to clear out that room. What is taking them so long? Was it really some kind of rare variant? He moved closer to the closed gate and tried to listen in, but there was no sound coming through. When he tried to pull on the large chain that was attached to the gate, it didn't budge even with his increased strength. If it's taking them this long, they might die. This wasn't normal. A battle with a monster in there shouldn't take more than 10 to 20 minutes. The chamber wasn't that large, and there wasn't really any place to run away, so there was something off about this. While thinking, he activated his improved sight along with his debugging skill. While going around the side, he noticed something. There was some kind of enchantment on the side. Could be a way inside, a trap, or a shortcut to the levels below. He didn't consider himself much of a hero, but he wouldn't just let people die in front of him if he could do something about it. Though he also needed to consider his safety first, it might have not been that wise to go inside. After a moment of contemplation, he remembered the time where his old party members saved him from certain doom. If it weren't for them risking their lives, he would probably not be there. I think I watched too many superhero movies. There might be something good inside, though. Roland gave out a sigh before going over the runic component on the wall. With some time he got through it and a small human-sized opening appeared. There was a narrow tunnel leading inside and it looked like it was going towards the boss chamber. He placed his kite shield in front of his body and moved forward into the unknown. This wasn't the first secret room that he ventured into, so this wasn't his first rodeo. Roland looked back to the door that shut behind him. His eyes glowed in a purple light as he scanned the surroundings. There didn't seem to be any runes on this side of the passage. It looked like there was no way of going back. He grimaced under his helmet before turning around and moving forward. The shield that Roland made had a boss in the center that was protruding slightly. A boss or a umbo was a round, convex or conical piece of material at the center of a shield. This shield had all of the mana stones on the inside as to not let them be crushed during combat. The shield was held out toward the empty corridor while he looked around. Thanks to his skills, he was able to detect magical traps, but that didn't help against the normal ones. Roland moved forward slowly. He had no idea of knowing if he would even come out in the boss's chamber or if it was the way to an entirely new location. It could be a hidden treasure trove or another secret passage to a lower or an upper level. There was also the possibility of this passageway being swarmed with monsters. He was slightly regretting his decision, but there was also the adventurer part in him that told him to move forward. This was a new part of him that had been slowly awakening through the constant monster battles. Now he was even starting to enjoy this adrenaline rush. This wasn't the first time that he ventured into a secret chamber either, so this wasn't all that new. Most of the time there wasn't really anything dangerous in these rooms. The most important point was to go in slowly and assess the situation with a clear mind. After treading forward some more, he came up to a wall. This one was also locked behind a runic lock. At first, he was surprised that other adventurers weren't able to discover these hidden chambers. But the only reason he was able to do this is due to his debugging skill and rune affinity. A regular mage wouldn't be able to do anything, and other runesmiths didn't really venture down into dungeons. That should do it. With some fiddling, the passage was opened and the wall started to shift. A big slab of rock started sliding up to reveal some light. When he looked inside, he discovered a larger chamber. The first thing that he could feel was the increase in temperature. The boss chamber was surrounded by lava from all sides. This was something that he already knew, as he had bought up all the information from the guild that he could. When someone entered this room, they would be greeted by a narrow bridge going toward a large platform in the middle. The adventurers needed to move to this platform, and then the bridge behind them would shift back into the lava. Only then would the boss of this place appear. After the monster was dead, another bridge going forward would show itself. The path to go back would also open up, and now other people could travel through this room. Where Roland came out, he found himself above this chamber. He was walking forward, but with the lack of light, it was a bit confusing. He didn't notice that he was going upwards slightly, and now the boss room was almost right below him. Damn! Are they all dead? He could see some dead bodies crushed into paste and some caved-in heads. There was quite the large monster moving slowly in the middle of it. He recognized the type that it was instantly, and this would be quite the troublesome foe. After glancing at it with his analyze skill, he had some more information. It was a rare variant of a golem that appeared in the lower levels. Normally, it would be a golem made from stone and magma called the volcanic golem. That one was already hard to kill due to being made from molten rock. Sharp-bladed weapons were almost useless against heavy monsters like this. A massive amount of strength and energy would be required from a person to slice through something like this with a blade. The easier tactic would be to apply heavy hammers or maces to crack the rock bit by bit. Damn! Roland said while looking at his brand new deep steel sword. Even though it had some protective enchantments, it didn't really possess the weight to do much damage to this thing. This ruby golem wasn't fully made from rubies. It was similar to a volcanic golem that was made from hard volcanic rock. There was even fire and magma coming out from some cracks in that rocky hide along from its small head that was similar to a human skull. Besides that, there were rubies plastered all over its body. These rubies formed spikes. Those spikes were on its tree trunk-sized arms and legs. They were used to puncture through its opponents in various ways. Before moving forward, Roland decided to abandon his blade. What he would use for now was his old mace that went through some reforging. It wasn't really on the level of his blade, but it would have to do for now. The rune that increased its weight during a fight was something that he needed for this bout. He could see that not everyone was dead yet. The monster was also somewhat damaged, as it didn't just decimate the adventurer party. What the monster was moving towards was a person that was wearing a large backpack. He looked familiar but also didn't look like he was an actual adventurer. It was probably someone hired to carry the monster remains and distribute healing potions during the battles. No good. He is going to die. The ruby golem was in the middle of rising up one of its giant arms. Where the hand was supposed to be was a spike made from ruby crystals. It was clearly winding up to deliver a killing blow against its defenseless enemy. If he didn't act, the person down there would surely be dead. To save up on some runic charges, he went towards one of his backup items. Thanks to maxing out his basic rune condensation skill, and now it even leveling up further, he was finally able to scribe card-sized runes. Roland had some side pouches strapped to his belt for that reason. After pulling out one, he held it between his thumb and index finger. The card-sized scroll glowed in blue light before changing colors to brown. An arrow made of densely packed rock shot out almost instantly. It whizzed through the air and collided with that raised ruby hand. The collision caused a small explosion to occur while also causing some of the rubies to shatter. This was enough for the monster to turn its hulking body around. At this moment, Roland was still standing above the boss stage. He wouldn't just give away his high ground advantage. There were multiple attack scrolls that he possessed, so he decided to use this safe spot to pelt the ruby golem with his spells. The ruby parts that the golem was composed of started cracking slightly, but they were quite hard to damage. Rubies were one of the hardest gemstones, not being much below diamonds on the hardness scale. There were harder minerals in this world, but that didn't make this any easier. For a moment, Roland thought that he would be able to just take care of this boss from afar. He had the advantage of being above the monster's reach, but this didn't last for long. After a moment, he heard a strange sound behind him. He quickly turned around to see a darkish red glow. Hot magma started flooding into this small corridor of his. The only way out was jumping down to the platform below. There was also quite a large chunk of spiked rubies flying his way from the other side. Somehow the golem had thrown its entire fist that was composed of rubies at him. The collision caused a resounding boom to flow through the room. The whole place shook around while Roland landed on his own 2 feet. He had made quite the landing as spider web-like cracks formed in the spot that he descended into. Now he was able to see the monster from closer up. It was quite big, at least 5 meters tall and wide as a small house. It was missing its right hand, but somehow the creature was regenerating itself. He could see the rubies manifesting themselves and slowly growing to form new sharp spikes. Before the monster could get near him, he activated more of his attacking scroll spells. Various colorful magical arrows and bolts collided with the giant monster that was pushed back slightly. After the smoke had cleared, he could see some cracks and fissures here and there, but it didn't look like it would be going down this easily. The golems always have a core inside their body. I need to destroy it. Golems were one of the toughest monsters to go against. Their bodies were resistant to both physical and magical attacks. They had one weakness, though. They were similar to slimes in that regard, as they also possessed a monster core. If destroyed or even shifted from its original spot, the monster would cease its functions. Most of these golems had partially exposed cores, which allowed for a somewhat bearable fight. The fight mostly consisted of slowly aiming for the exposed core till it gave out. This golem was a bit different due to being a rare variant, and Roland had an idea why. The core must be behind that mass of rubies. He could see that this thing posed quite the amount of red crystals on its back. These were quite concentrated, which implied that the important part was back there. The biggest problem there would be smashing his way in. With his mace in his hand and shield in the other, he moved forward. His armor glowed in a green light as he activated his agility-focused mana stone structure. With the increased speed, he was able to easily evade the attack that this lumbering giant executed. While the golems were very resistant to most forms of attack, they had one critical weakness: their speed. They were like slow tanks that could barely react to their enemies. This was also why the wide swings were quite easy to evade. The green glow shifted to red in a moment as the mace descended to one of the monster's knee joints. With the increased strength and the impact rune, a devastating blow was delivered. He was even surprised at the amount of damage he was able to deliver. He didn't come off scot-free, as just as the attack caused the knee to crumble, his hand was in a world of hurt. Clearly, the increase of strength, speed, and force wasn't something his body was used to. This, combined with hitting a hard resistant target, caused his hand to almost break. He had no quick heal spells of any kind, so there was no way of healing his arm if it broke. Potions wouldn't work fast enough to be used during battle, so this caused him to back away. He was left with a numb hand with which he had trouble clutching his mace, and his hand began to shake. The only good thing about this situation was that the golem's leg had given out and the monster dropped to the ground. It was still there though, and somehow the ruby crystals were pushing themselves into the shattered rock pieces. It looked that, if he didn't use this moment to his advantage, the monster would heal itself. The biggest problem here was the weapon he was using. The amount of force was too much for a one-handed mace. The proper weapon that would give him an advantage would require two hands to disperse the shock. Hey, you can use this. Before he could think about another strategy, he heard a voice from the side. It was the person with the large backpack calling out to him. He wanted to ask what that person wanted, but he soon realized the reason. In this young man's hands, he could spot a large war hammer that looked more like a sledgehammer. It was just the weapon type that he needed to take care of a slow-moving monster like this. Roland wasn't sure how, but the young man had somehow managed to circle around him while carrying this hammer himself. It looked like he could barely lift it, but he was somehow managing. The golem was still on the ground and waiting for its leg to heal, so there wasn't much time to think. He looked at his mace that was also slightly damaged after he delivered a full swing. The man was now close, so he decided to take him up on the offer. The mana stones embedded in his armor started glowing in red, and he grasped the new weapon with one hand. Roland could see a look of surprise on the young man's face. He was able to lift this heavy weapon with just one hand thanks to his now increased stats. He quickly turned around and moved closer to the golem. The monster was in the process of standing up after patching up its knee joint. Before that could happen though, a heavy object collided with it once more. The heavy hammer that he was using had a simple strengthening enchantment on it that wouldn't last long. It was heavy enough for the blow to cause a similar amount of damage that his previous mace strike did. Thanks to this now being a larger two-handed weapon, the force wasn't as concentrated on his one hand. He still felt some of the impact rattling his bones, but it was far more bearable than before. With the second hit, the rubies that were holding it together started to crack and shatter. Roland had to quickly jump back as the monster swung one of its huge arms at him. It was quite a slow reaction, so he had ample amounts of time to activate his speed boost and to circle to the creature's back. This time around, with another wind-up, he delivered a smack to its posterior. The large ruby crystals that were protruding out of there started to break. He kept circling around the monster's back while hitting it. With the broken leg, the monster could only somewhat crawl around. Soon something round that was of a different coloring became exposed. This was the creature's core. With one more smack, he could feel his hands going numb once more. The hammer that he was holding was also starting to get bent out of shape. He had to grit his teeth while delivering the blows. If he let this thing time to recover, it would be over. Then finally, with one last hard smack, the monster's golem core started cracking. Before he could cheer at his hard-fought victory, he heard the youth's voice from the back again. Wait, if you damage the core like that, the golem is going to blow. Roland glanced at the damaged core and the golem. Thanks to his mana sense, he could see a small rise in the magical concentration in the air. He quickly threw the hammer to the side and sprinted back to the man that he rescued. His shield was placed on the ground during the time he was picking up the hammer. Now it was in these youth's hands and he needed it back. "Give me that and take cover behind me." He grasped his shield with one hand and crouched down. While he activated the protective magic, he had the other person curl up behind him to save up on space. With no other structures around them, he would need to defend them both with his shield. Soon the monster started showing cracks that were pulsating with fiery energy. In no time the whole golem burst up in flames along with an explosion. Sharp rocks and gemstones started flying everywhere while causing widespread destruction. Roland's shield could produce various mana barriers. He had inscribed it similar to his armor where he could select between the correct elemental shield for each occasion. This time he would go with a fire rock shield combo, just right to protect him from this hail of molten rock. Even with the magic at full swing, he could feel the explosion pushing him back slightly. This was followed by a large number of rocks of various sizes hitting his shield. This barrage continued for a moment until the whole boss chamber looked like a war zone. That should be it. The light from the runes on his shield started to dim as he stood up. What was left from the monster was a large pile of rocks. Most of its remains had exploded and flew into the river of magma below. This meant that there wouldn't be many rubies that he would be able to salvage from this. These monster gemstones weren't that costly as well compared to the natural gemstone. The battle was over and he was victorious. The party of adventurers that had arrived here in hopes of riches was now no more. The only survivor was the youth that was used to carry around the adventurer's luggage. After glancing at him again, he recalled bumping into this person back in the store and then again while walking into the city today. The party had probably gone here while he was performing the guild advancement test. They were truly unlucky to run into a 1 in 1,000 rare variant of a golem. Should I go to the guild and report this? He thought to himself while looking at the blast zone that left everything destroyed. He glanced at the scared youth that was coughing from all the volcanic dust. The area started rumbling and the bridges connecting to the exits started to appear as they signaled the defeat of the boss monster. Bernier dropped down onto his butt after seeing the monster finally go down. The bloody battle was finally over and the monster had self-detonated after getting its core cracked by the man wearing the crimson armor. He thought back to how this day started. Bernier had just recently joined up with a fresh adventurer party. Not as a part of it, more as a freelancer that was doing odd jobs for them for money. There was a reason why he was here all alone and without his family. This young man was close to 170 centimeters in height with red hair. He had a scruffy beard that was in the same color along with large brown eyes. His stature was a bit wide and his hands had some meat on them. He was wearing a cheap set of leather armor, but most of it was just dark cloth. Being a half-dwarf, half-human made his upbringing quite hard. The particular village that he grew up in didn't take too kindly to his father marrying a human woman. Then calamity struck. The village was attacked by monsters, and he and many others were left with no parents. The people that were against him living as a half-breed there took this chance to slowly shun him. In time it was too much and he decided to try hitting it off on his own. The news of the new dungeon city getting built caused him to dream of a new beginning. There was no work in the village he was in. None of the dwarven blacksmiths or artisans were willing to hire him, so it was time to leave. It took some time to get here. The journey wasn't easy as he didn't have much money. He had to perform tasks for the caravan that he joined and sometimes sleep outside with nothing but the night sky above him. After about a month, the new city was on the horizon and the dream of an easy life was close to being grasped. At least that was his initial thought, but reality tended to be different than a person imagined. He wasn't greeted with warmth but with spite as well. The smithies that he applied for didn't take him very seriously. At most, they would let him carry the materials around but never let him continue his craft of blacksmithing. He was left with only a promise that if he did his time they might allow him to work on some horseshoes in the future. Thus his money problem started. He was forced to perform odd jobs again. He wasn't strong in any meaning of the term, so the only thing worth the time was helping the adventurers carry their items. This line of work wasn't what he had in mind when he came here and it barely paid the bills. He was left with a minuscule amount of what the adventurers sold at the guild. His tasks were to pick apart the monster corpses and carry all the equipment that the adventurers couldn't be bothered with. Bernier had seen Roland wandering town from time to time. He always had peculiar unmatching armor on which made him stand out. This half-dwarf was someone that was aching to work with his hammer. The only thing he could do was watching other craftsmen create. Then came this fateful day. The armor that Roland was wearing today was different than usual. The craftsmanship had improved, and the application of runes made Bernier's mouth water as he bumped into him when they were leaving for the dungeon. The party he was a part of consisted mostly of steel-ranked adventurers, with the leader being a fresh silver rank. There were 6 of them, and he was the 7th member. Bernier wasn't really considered as part of the group. He was always getting ordered around left and right. Left with only scraps at the end of the day after having his hands bloody. Besides the leader, all the others were in their high 40s in levels. After the leader finally advanced, it was decided to wander below the 10th level. Bernier felt that it was too soon with only 1 silver rank adventurer around, but he didn't have a say in this. They told him to shut up and just hide in the back as always. From his perspective, things were actually looking good. The team was beating all the monsters quite easily. Even when they got to the 10th level, the guards in front of the boss monster's chamber weren't all that tough to beat. So finally the party ventured forth to battle the maze boss. They weren't even planning to do this to begin with. The original plan was to go fight some Tier 2 monsters at the starting point a bit past the boss monster chamber. Instead, they found the passage closed and with a fresh Tier 2 monster waiting for them on the inside. They all knew that this was risky, but also that it could be very lucrative. Everyone knew that, after defeating this monster, there would be some kind of prize waiting at the end. This 10th level monster was hard to fight, as a lot of adventurers were willing to set up camp before the entrance and farm for items. For some reason, it was open this day. Greed got the better of Bernier's party, and the rest was history. Roland arrived not long after to save his life. While his party members were trying to fight the golem, he was shivering in the back while trying to distribute potions. The monster was slow, but its stamina was unending. 1 hit was enough to devastate anyone from this party. The party of adventurers gave it all, but after their shield warrior was pounded to meat paste, it was over. The rest started falling like flies, going down mostly in 1 hit. This boss clearly out-leveled their leader, which was that shield warrior that fell first. Bernier's chest was still pounding even though it was over. The rocky bridges that connected this room to the exit were now slowly rising back up. He had looked around if anyone survived even before the explosion, but everyone was dead. He was the only survivor and was lucky enough to have gotten away with it with only some minor bruising. At this moment, he was looking at the man dressed in crimson armor that had saved him. This warrior was walking over to the spot that the ruby golem detonated. There wasn't really anything left besides some broken-off gems. I might have to go back to the guild and report this. Bernier heard the man mumble to himself while kicking around the golem parts. Soon he turned around to face him, which caused the half-dwarf to stand at attention. He didn't think that the man was hostile after he had already saved him, but there was always a small possibility that he could end up dead. It was possible for this armored man to see him as an eyesore. Some people would get rid of all witnesses and then rob the adventurer corpses of all their belongings. Though in this situation there wasn't much left of them. The large detonation pushed almost everything into the lava below the boss chamber's platform. The only thing that was worth something was Bernier's backpack that he still had with him. It was a spatial item that was worth a lot, but it wasn't his. It was an item that was given to him by the adventurer party, but they were all gone now, so it would belong to him as the only one that survived. That is, if this armored warrior didn't see a problem with that. "Hey you! Why yes." He snapped back to reality after the man in the red armor called out to him. After poking around through the monster's remains and gathering some of the materials, he finally focused his attention on Bernier. "Can you walk?" "Ah, why yes." Bernier quickly jumped up to his feet to show off that he was fine. "Good, we'll have to make a report to the guild, so you'll have to come along with me. The golem's core wasn't totally destroyed. It should be enough as proof." The other person in the armor started talking. It looked like he didn't have any ulterior motives and wanted him to report to the guild about this situation. Bernier let out a sigh of relief as it looked like he would be getting out of this in the end. Ah! Also sorry for your loss. The man was about to turn around but then slowly faced him again. Bernier just nodded while scratching his head. Thank you. We weren't really that close though, he replied while the man turned around to look at the monster's remains. He picked up some of the crumbled rubies and started looking over them. Before he pocketed them, Bernier opened up his mouth. You shouldn't take that. Without the golem's core, those gems will turn into regular rocks soon. He was in this business for some time now and had done some research. He knew that golem remains were slightly different. They might have looked like resources ready for plucking, but that wasn't entirely true. It will. Why yes, golems with a large core like that need mana for some of their body parts to function. If it was a regular iron golem, then the ores it was made from could be reused. What about these volcanic rocks then? They could be refined into special fire-resistant metal. Not as good as deep iron but better than regular iron. The man in the crimson armor looked at the ruby that he was holding to and tossed it to the side. He then picked up one of the larger rocks that was previously a part of the golem and started to examine it. After a moment it looked like he came to some conclusion as he started pushing the rock into one of his spatial bags. Bernier looked at this and could see that the bag that he had was a bit small. I could help you with that. His gratitude to the man that saved him was big. He wasn't really very invested in his old adventurer party. They never treated him like one of their own, so finding a new job would be paramount. He was now looking at a powerful adventurer that was able to defeat a golem all alone. Maybe if he played his cards right, he could come up big after this loss. The man in the red armor turned around to look at Bernier again. He started looking through the entire room. There were pieces of this golem everywhere. Even though a lot of it was tossed in the lava, some raw materials still remained. If you want, go ahead. Bernier smiled before moving towards the monster's remains. He knew that maybe if he did a good job, he could be hired by someone like this. This man was clearly someone that didn't speak often, but he was already treating him better than his old coworkers. Those guys would shout at him constantly and even sometimes force him to be monster bait. Though he wasn't so sure about this man, but it didn't seem that he had an ulterior motive. Thank you, sir. I'll be sure to do a good job, the half-dwarf replied while moving his butt in gear. In his mind, it could be possible to land himself in a better position than when he entered this dungeon. The man before him looked to be a silver rank adventurer, maybe even a gold one. If he could become his helper, then he might actually start earning some real money. Sir, you don't need to call me that. Then how should I refer to you, sir? Just call me Wayland. Bernier tried to recall where he heard that name and connected it to some rumors in town. There was supposedly some eccentric living out of the city in a farmhouse. This someone apparently didn't really like to interact with other people. Will do, Mr. Wayland. You can call me Bernier. There were even rumors that people went missing around his house from time to time. Though he didn't really believe those, as he was mostly interested in the fact that this Wayland person was supposed to be some kind of smith. This only caused him to go into high gear, as he was very much interested in getting to work at a proper forge. While Bernier was thinking about what the future had in store for him, Roland was walking through the cleared-out boss chamber. The bridges that were slowly rising were almost up, so he would be able to leave in a moment. There was one last thing for him to do here. He knew that after this boss fight there should have been some kind of reward waiting for him. From what he had heard, there should be a chest with an item in it. How rare and valuable the treasure would be depended on how strong the boss was. The whole place rumbled as the bridges were finally connecting to the platform. He could even see magma dripping down from them. It would probably be better to wait a few minutes before going through them. Luckily, he was smart enough to get boots that were made from fire-resistant leather as well. Then it finally happened. A small compartment opened up right in the middle of this battle stage. It looked very game-like, as the item that was there was a bronze chest. There only needed to be some catchy tune and it would look like something straight out of a game. The golem was a rare monster variant. The rewards should reflect this. Roland walked over to the middle of this chamber and waited for the chest to show up. Before opening it up, he examined everything around it with the help of his skills. Analyzing and scanning it with his runic eyes didn't show him much. Bronze chest. Intermediate. There were no enchantments that he could see, and he couldn't really feel any mana fluctuations either. Roland wasn't sure about just opening it, as there could be traps. There was also the possibility of this being a mimic, which was a monster that took on the form of chests. The probability was low, but being the cautious type, he gave it a few pokes with his sword. Want me to open it?" Bernier called out to him from the side. Roland could see the young man's surprised expression, as if he was doing something silly. It looked like the half-dwarf didn't see any danger in opening this chest. There was also no lock on it. A person just needed to lift it up to see the prize inside. "It's fine. I'll do it myself," he replied while still being a bit apprehensive. He used the tip of his sword to wedge it inside before flipping the chest open. Even though it looked like it would be fine, he still protected himself with his shield from any possible explosions or poisonous arrows shooting out of there. Ha! The chest was opened and there was no trap inside. There was also no weapon or armor piece in there either. "Is that?" Roland reached into the bronze chest and pulled out the item that was inside. Bernier, that was picking up the remains from the ruby golem, looked in with interest as well. He also was wondering what the prize for a strong boss monster like this would be. "Is that a monster egg?" Bernier called out from the side. Roland was holding a large egg. It was far larger than a regular chicken egg, close to what an ostrich egg would be. It was a darker shade of red with some black stripes that weren't uniform in length or width. "Monster egg?" Roland's analyzing skill wasn't high enough to give him any specifics on this thing. It was clearly an egg from some kind of monster. If it was rare and would fetch him a good price on the market was unknown. He knew that there were tamer and summoner classes that could do things with eggs like this, but he wasn't sure if he would have a use for it. He looked to Bernier with the egg in hand. He knew that there was a living creature in this item, so placing it in a spatial bag wouldn't really work. The half-dwarf picked up on his intention and was quick to walk over. "Here, hold on to it for now." The bridges that were raised were now cool enough to go through, and the large doors that were previously locked were now opening. It was time to report to the guild. He could resume his silver adventurer quest later. The man that he saved was now his responsibility, and he would see to it that he returned safely above ground. Roland's journey back up was mostly uneventful. The monsters at the lower levels were far too weak, and his new partner was actually being helpful. Any monster that he slew, the young man was able to disassemble quite fast. He was also good at pointing out which monster parts would sell for the most coins. There was only one downside to this, as it took him more time to return, which left Roland prompting him to hurry it up. When the two survivors were out, it was already late at night. The Adventurers Guild wasn't something that was open 24/7, mostly closing at about 10 p.m. It seemed that he would have to return tomorrow to make his report. The biggest problem was this half-dwarf that was following him around. He had a strange, submissive look on his face whenever Roland looked his way. Whenever he praised him for giving him some valuable market information or about the monster parts, he seemed ecstatic. It was as if the man had never been validated in his life before. But now they were out of the dungeon, he could just meet up with the guy on the next day. There wasn't really a need to have the half-dwarf testify with him. He was mostly doing it for peace of mind. The adventurers that died could have families. They might have wished to know what happened to their dead relatives. Roland was unfamiliar with them, so the explanation would be left up to the half-dwarf. There was also the info about the rare golem that could be actually sold for money, which he was aiming for. This and him slaying it could help him get through the silver rank quest if his new friend confirmed his story. "Bernie, was it? I guess I'll see you at the Adventurers Guild tomorrow." "It's Bernier." "But sure thing, sir." "Wayland." "Stop calling me sir. I'm not a knight." Roland continued walking as they passed the dungeon guards. They wouldn't really care about the report, as that wasn't their part of the job. They were only there to keep untrained people with no adventurer cards from wandering into the dungeon below. His house was between the dungeon and the city of Albrook. It took him about 30 minutes on foot to get there from this spot, then another half an hour to get to town. The walk directly from the city took about 40 minutes. His house wasn't directly between the two landmarks, so it was time to head back. The path towards his home split off from the main road, which made his bike a bit hard to use. This time around he didn't have it with him. it needed a larger spatial bag that was more of a backpack for him to be able to remove it. He had gone down into the dungeon thinking that he would only need to defeat a couple of Tier 2 monsters. Without his bike, he would need to make the walk back home the old-fashioned way. Roland was able to test his new armor extensively, and it worked a lot better than he expected. There was a bit of a lag between the runic spell's activations which he would need to work on. Other than that, his mana stone armor was working just fine. He didn't get to test out some of the inbuilt attacking spells as he was trying to save up on charges. If I can lower the size of these wands further, maybe if I attach them to my gauntlet or vambrace, I could use them as disposable magic tools. This was one of the ideas that he thought up while fighting with this armor. He remembered when he was blasting the monster from afar while using his small scrolls. His rune shrinking skill was now leveling up further. If he managed to minimize the design even further, he could start adding small rods or plates with disposable runic structures. Maybe even add a holster for disposable runic scrolls for one-time use. He wanted to design them in such a way that during a prolonged fight he could just pop a used-up plate out and insert a new one. There wouldn't even be a need to make these ammunition-type spells from better metals. He could use plain steels that would hold a couple of charges. This would be good for my armor's longevity and would cut the costs significantly. Roland was walking towards his house while Bernier was behind him. The half-dwarf liked to talk, but it seemed that he had given up on it after Roland started thinking about improving his gear design. In reality, this wasn't why Bernier was being quiet. He started to slowly fall behind while walking. At first, he thought that the half-dwarf was just going his own way, but then he heard a thud sound behind him. After turning around to see what the noise was about, he could then see Bernier's face planted on the ground with the large backpack covering most of his body. "Hey, Bernie, are you okay?" He called out, but after a moment of silence, it was clear that his new acquaintance was far from it. Roland moved over with haste and flopped the young man onto his back. His eyes shone with some light as he used his identification skill on him. This was the fastest way to see if something was wrong. With the new levels in this skill and after it advanced to the higher tier, he was now able to see people's MP and SP numbers. It was clear after one glance that Bernier had no stamina points left. He had remained silent and never asked him to take a break during the whole journey back from the dungeon. Was he just being stubborn? Why did this guy not tell him that he was close to passing out was unclear. He might have been afraid that he would be left alone to fend for himself, or he was just trying to be tough. The reason wasn't really important. Now Roland had another problem on his hands. I can't just leave him here. Some stray monsters could get to him. I don't have any stamina potions either. Bernier passed out after they walked for 15 minutes from the dungeon location. They were still close to the main road leading to the city, but it was very late. Other adventurers might run into the sleeping half-dwarf, but that didn't mean that they would help him. There were also monsters living out in these lands. The forests were dense in these parts, so some of them hid there. He even ran into some low-level creatures from time to time, but they mostly fled from people above their level like him. They would certainly not flee from a juicy passed-out half-dwarf, though. Do I need to carry him back to the city? Roland had the strength to carry this guy around and the backpack with no problem, but going to the city like that would take some time. His own house, on the other hand, was 15 minutes away from this spot. The more logical thing to do would be to take him along to his home and let him stay there for the night. But then Roland's trust issues sprung into action once more, which made him question that option. Well, I could dump him into my shed. Don't think he will steal any of those old tools from it. After going through some options, he decided to take him along towards his own house. He didn't need to allow him to sleep in it directly, as his shed was a good option. Thanks to this being a volcanic area, the weather was warm. He wouldn't freeze even when sleeping in a tool shed. The same shed that he used as a dummy workshop. With a small nod, he decided on taking the half-dwarf with him. Normally he would sling him over his shoulder, but there was still the backpack that would be in the way. He wound up putting it on his back while carrying Bernier in his hands in the front. The monster egg was in one of the side pockets of this large backpack. Roland was sure to check if it didn't shatter during the fall, and it was just fine. I picked up quite the ugly princess. Roland groaned inwardly while walking forward. The young man that he was carrying wasn't the prettiest and also needed a bath after what happened in that dungeon. Though he wasn't sure if this was just Bernier natural fragrance. He was in the minority of the common people that washed themselves every day. Not everyone could fashion themselves a runic bathtub with clear magical water. Finally, after about 15 minutes, he was back home. There were no street lights, but he had a night vision rune inscribed in his helmet to help him out with that. After entering through the main gate, he flopped Bernier down on the ground. Roland moved into his house first to get some things. He had an old straw mattress that he didn't use at all, as later he fashioned a large bed for himself with a softer finish. He fetched a blanket that he carried with the straw bed to his log shed. "I think I'll just burn it after this guy is gone." He placed the smell half-dwarf onto the makeshift bedding and placed the blanket over him. He didn't have any spare pillows to give and didn't want to have that unkempt red mop on any of his good pillows either. The shed that he was using as a backup plan for thieves looked a bit dusty and unkempt. He didn't really like to clean it and only worked there to make some basic things like nails or hinges for doors. It had been visited by some intruders before, but they didn't really take much as all these tools were of low quality. That should be it. Normally someone that runs out of stamina will be out for a good 6 to 8 hours. I'll check upon him in the morning. He closed the shed but didn't lock it from the outside. There wasn't anything useful in it, and if Bernier woke up and found it locked, he could have a panic attack. Maybe even use it as a toilet if he woke up in the middle of the night. There was nothing in it that he considered valuable, so even if he ran off back to the city, it would be fine. His own hose was tightly protected, so there was no fear of someone like this even getting in there. What was a guy like this doing down in the dungeon anyway? His jobs are blacksmith and carpenter. He is level 45. Shouldn't he be in some smithy working? Roland had peeked at Bernier's status. He couldn't see his pure stats, so he couldn't compare his old runic blacksmith class to the regular one, but he could see that this man was a pure crafter. From his perspective, there was no reason to endanger himself to go down into the dungeons. With his skill set, he should have joined the construction company or one of the many smithies in town. Roland shrugged as he hoped to be rid of this half-dwarf in the morning. After dumping him off at the Adventurers Guild, he would have a clear conscience. It was already late and he was still wearing his crimson armor. Even though he was complaining about Bernier's smell, he wasn't much better off. Spending a whole day in this type of armor had made him sweat. How he was able to last this long was thanks to his heat-resistant skill along with a little rune that lowered the temperature on the inside. First, he made a trip to his secret workshop where he started to remove his armor. This was a bit easier to do than putting it on, so he was done with it faster. He had made a rack from some wooden logs beforehand. It was quite basic, but was enough for hanging this crimson armor. After being done with that, it was time to take a bath. He was tired after a full day of work, but not enough to not clean himself. While on the way here, he noticed the backpack that belonged to Bernier. The red color brought his attention back to the egg that he received from the boss battle. For some reason, he felt like playing around with it. After taking it out from the large backpack side pocket, he carried it over to his bathroom. While the magic water was filling up his tub, and while the magic runes heated it up, he was looking over this ostrich-sized egg. I wonder if this thing is edible. It looked like a giant egg just with a strange pattern. It could be some kind of rare delicacy. The monster inside wasn't like the other dungeon monsters or the ones living out in the wild. This thing worked on some different laws. He could even find a goblin inside of it. There wasn't really a limit on what could be hiding inside, and it defied the regular monster breeding and birthing norm. Read that you could even get vampire babies from these things. He moved into his large tub of water while still holding onto the egg. This tub was quite large to fit his own large frame that was getting more muscular with time passing. He could easily submerge his whole body while being in it. For now, he left the egg floating in the warm water while he washed himself. All the sweat and dirt started to mix together with the soap that formed bubbles around the water surface. It was already midnight at this point, so Roland found himself leaning back in his hot tub while closing his eyes. The monster egg continued floating between his legs without a care in the world. While thinking about the plans for tomorrow, he found himself closing his eyes. Due to his heat resistance skill, he now needed to increase the temperature of this water by a few degrees to feel comfortable. It was probably well beyond what a normal person would be able to stomach, but for him, it was just right. The egg was taken from a volcanic dungeon, so he also didn't think that hot water would cause any long-lasting damage. 10 more minutes, and then I'll go to bed, he thought to himself while relaxing, but like times before, Roland found himself dozing off in the warm water. This happened from time to time whenever he overworked himself. The previous day he also didn't get much sleep as he was giving his new crimson armor the finishing touches. Bork. Bork bork. Boof. Gah hi. What the? Roland shot up awake only to realize that the sun had already set. The water had gotten cold just like last time when he spent the night in this tub. He was awoken by a strange shout that sounded like his new half-dwarven acquaintance. Did he activate one of the traps? Did he not read the note on the door? Before standing out, he heard another thing. A sort of whining noise hit his ears. He looked down to see something red floating around in the tub along with him. Huh! It took him some time to notice that the egg had cracked and that something had popped out from it. This something was now floating in the tub and looking up to him. It was quite fuzzy and its fur was quite red. It had a large black nose and its face was covered with some black stripes here and there. Before he could take another look, the monster started barking again. It was clear that this was some kind of canine monster similar to the hellhounds he faced off during his class change quest. It was quite small, no more than a puppy. Roland quickly removed himself from the cold water while also grabbing the puppy that seemed to have just hatched from the large egg. He held it up with both his hand and used his identification skill to get the name. Ruby Wolf Puppy, L1. Can I still sell this thing? He could hear the puppy whimper the moment he uttered those words, as if it knew what they meant. Roland was left now with another problem, but first, he would need to put on some clothes and see what the idiot outside was up to. It seemed like he had activated the electrical trap that gave him quite a jolt. It was the dawn of the next day. After falling asleep in his bathtub, he was greeted with some new problems. The monster egg had hatched and produced some kind of dog-like creature. If he had to describe it, he would say that it was similar to a wolf puppy with long-standing ears and a longer snout. The other characteristic thing about it was its tail that had a sharp ruby tip. This same tip was now slamming against one of his wooden chairs while the pup was wagging it around. After checking, he also discovered that this child was a male. Hup! He set the passed-out half-dwarf on another chair. This guy had activated the trap at his door, which shocked and paralyzed him in the process. It would take a few minutes till he could move again, so he was nice enough to bring him inside for now. What will I do with you? While Bernier was indisposed, Roland took a look down at the small animal. It was clear that this monster had gone through the imprinting process the moment it hatched from the egg. All of these monster eggs had different requirements for hatching. Probably with the increased heat of his hot tub and maybe the close proximity to him through the whole night, it could have triggered the hatching process. Some of the monsters that hatched from the eggs would see the first living being they come in contact with as their parent. This was the case for canine-type monsters that went off of the smell the most. I don't think I can sell you to anyone like this. Roland gave out a sigh while the ruby wolf puppy gave out a high-pitched bark. The more he looked at the small animal, the more it wiggled its behind. Soon the ruby tip of that tail caused the wooden chair to give out and splinter. It was clear that this was a monster, as a regular dog would not be able to exert this amount of strength. Hey, stop destroying my house. Bad dog! He shouted at the puppy that caused one of the chair legs to fly off into the distance. The abrupt shout caused the puppy to whimper while dropping its ears down. Don't you look at me like that! The dog looked at him with his big eyes while whimpering some more. This caused Roland to back away. He was someone that actually liked dogs, but animals weren't allowed in his old apartment. Neither could he get one in this world while being on the run or working to further his craft and earn money. This was quite troublesome, even more as the dog started shaking around. Roland was wondering what this was about, but the puddle that was forming under it made things clear. He quickly grasped the small puppy and started carrying it out of the house with a stream of urine following both of them, as the small dog had quite the full bladder. Did you drink the bath water or something? When he got outside with the little red puppy, the little guy started barking frantically some more. Its ears stood at attention along with its tail as it saw the large space outside. Soon it was barking and running around with no worry in the world. It was a newborn pup, so it was clearly eager to see the new world outside. Roland had quite the large backyard that was fenced off, so he wasn't afraid that this small puppy would get outside. The problem was with the hidden runic mines buried in some strategic locations. There would be one dead puppy if it stepped on one. "You'll have to stay with me for the time being." He grasped it with his hand and carried it close to his armpit. The little wolf was then stuffed into a closet so it wouldn't cause more damage. He himself got some water and a mop to clean the urine. The water was filled up with one of his magic wands that produced it. The problem was that he underestimated how long the half-dwarf would be out cold. "Is that an enchanted item?" Bernier was now sitting upright and looking as Roland poured water into a bucket with a magic tool. "I guess it is. What of it?" Nothing, it just has a unique design. And are those runes?" Did you perhaps make it?" For some reason, he could see some sparkles appearing in Bernier's eyes. It was as if he was looking at him as if he was some rare animal. "No. What makes you think that?" He tried to deflect the question, but it seemed that his secret was out. Bernier kept staring at him with that strange look before shooting up to his feet. He quickly ran over to the bucket of water and then just as quickly dropped down to his knees and started bowing. "Please, sir, take me in as your apprentice." "Huh? Apprentice? What are you on about?" The surprise in Roland's eyes was clearly visible as he looked down to the prostrating half-dwarf. The youth was also calling him sir even though he was only 16 years old. Though looks were deceptive in this world, as old people could look very young with enough vitality or some special skills. "I'm a great worker. I can clean your house, cook, wash your clothes, and—" Bernier started listing off things that he could do for him before quickly grabbing the mop that he brought over. He soon was cleaning the urine trail that the puppy created for him, scrubbing everything as if possessed by some kind of cleaning demon. Roland was quite astonished by how proficient this young man was at cleaning. Perhaps he even had a cleaning skill that made things easier. "I'm not looking for an apprentice. What could I even teach you?" "But sir, you are Wayland the runesmith, right?" "The runesmith?" Roland's heart skipped a beat the moment he was called a runesmith by Bernier. He was hoping to stay hidden from the world, but he also knew that sooner or later people would associate the wares that he was selling in the auction house with him. "What makes you think that?" he asked while going to the side while wondering who was talking about his identity. "I overheard some blacksmiths talking about new runic equipment in the auction house. I also saw Sir Wayland deliver some items into the auction house. It really is surprising that you were actually the runesmith yourself. Think everyone thinks that you are just an apprentice working here. Don't worry, sir. I'll be sure to clear things out in the city and tell them everything." Don't." The half-dwarf was quite chatty while finishing up the cleaning. Apparently, he was the first person to put two and two together. "Sir, I'd like that part to remain private, and stop calling my sir. I'm not that old. Who do the people in the city think that I was?" This farce had kept on for quite a long time, mostly because people didn't think that a young man like him could be someone producing runic equipment. There just had to be some kind of craftsman working in the background, and this was confirmed by Bernier here. Most people thought that Wayland was him as a runesmith that for some reason liked playing around as an adventurer. "But I don't think many people know about you that much. Everyone is concerned with their own things." "That might not be the case anymore," he murmured to himself while rubbing his chin. After the little fight he had in the Adventurers Guild, his name would probably be starting to get known around the city. Wayland the adventurer and runesmith might become the talk of the town soon, even more now when he could finally produce deep steel and deep iron items semi-proficient. This would probably be a good time for expanding his wares and earning more money, but it also brought dangers with it. He was just one man. Even though he was stronger now, it would be hard to go against any organization alone. That depended on the people ruining things, though. A thieves' guild could be paid off and used for protection if a person knew the right people. Roland wasn't really part of Albrook's inner workings. He had no idea who was running things in the background. The noble and city mayor were the obvious leaders, but there was always someone moving in the background. Lucky for him, the city was still developing and the auction house was safe for making business. The only downside was the steep margins that they charged for his wares. If it was possible to hide his face for a bit more time, he would use it to his advantage. There was no reason to give away all of his secrets. The problem was that Bernier here now also knew that he was Wayland and a runesmith. The people from the Adventurers Guild probably knew this as well. He did show his face to the elven lady while getting his new card. With how things were currently, hiding might not have been an option. If he even needed to do that was still up to debate. It had been some time since he escaped from Edelgard, and even longer since he left his old home. It might have been time to let all of this paranoia rest and move on with his life. Don't worry, Mr. Wayland. Your secret is safe with me, so please hire me as your assistant. Bernier started bowing his head once more. It was clear to Roland that this youth had lost a lot the day before. The party of adventurers he was working for was wiped away, and this along with most of their belongings. The half-dwarf had craftsman classes that he could see through with the help of his identification skill. He wasn't sure why he would choose him as his master though. The half-dwarf clearly didn't have a mage class which was needed if he wanted to become a runesmith. There apparently were some ways of gaining mana sense later in your life, but they all required costly items or strange rituals. My assistant? I can't teach you rune smithing, you don't have the talent for it. I'm aware, Mr. Wayland, but I only want to be a regular blacksmith like my father was before me. I can work on my own. I'll even give you back the coins for the materials, so please let me practice blacksmithing. It was unclear to Roland why this youth was so adamant in his resolve. It didn't make much sense to him that he wanted to work for him. There were many other traditional blacksmiths in the city that were also dwarves. He was mostly self-taught and could barely make intermediate-grade armor and weapons. There wasn't much he could teach this guy. He also had just leveled up from his smithing class, so he wouldn't really know much more than this kid. Shouldn't you try the other blacksmiths first? How about Gray? He wanted to mention some of the weapon shops and armor shops that would be better for the youth in the city, but he was quickly cut off. I tried. No one would want to hire me. They wouldn't? Why? Roland was a bit surprised by this fact, as the youth did have a good class distribution for a craftsman. Bernier would make a nice addition to any smithy and could probably be developed into a weaponsmith or an armorsmith soon. No one would want a half-blood like me. Bernier slumped his shoulders forward while dropping his head while silence filled the room. I see. I forgot about that. There was a certain purity undertone in these lands. Humans, elves, dwarves, and all the other races somewhat looked down on anyone that was considered mixed. He wasn't sure why this was the case with so many races around this world. It seemed that intermingling would be something obvious and natural, but reality here was different. The races would somewhat accept the mixed races, but they wouldn't allow them to prosper alongside them. At least not unless they showed their worth in one way or the other. Roland had kind of tossed things like this into the back of his head. He didn't really adhere to the social norms in this world, as he liked living alone. His introverted tendencies only got worse with time, but now it looked like he might have gained a potential helper. There was also the ball of energy that was barking furiously in his closet. He decided to finally open it and could only see a red blur. It was clearly not used to its own body, which caused it to collide with its new master's leg. Roland just looked down after feeling a small impact against his shin. The ruby hound's head collided with his leg, sending shivers of pain down his spine. The dog flopped on the ground with a wide-open mouth. His tongue was right out and it was panting furiously. It clearly didn't react to hitting Roland's leg and causing him pain. This only made him want to punt this unruly dog out of his house. Though after looking at its silly face, he wasn't able to go with it and ended up just grumbling. Let's forget about this apprentice nonsense. We should report to the guild about that rare boss. You will probably be able to keep the items of your old party members. I apologize. Roland trailed off but stopped himself from continuing. It's fine, we weren't that close. I wasn't really part of that party. The moment of silence was quickly halted by more barking from the small monster dog, which was then ended by Roland giving the big black nose a prod with his finger. Be quiet. Surprisingly, the dog listened to the order while sitting down. Did it hatch from that egg? Yes, regretfully. Why? It looks like it likes you, Mr. Wayland. Bernier smiled a bit while leaning down. He reached out towards the monster puppy while trying to pet it. The red wolf pup didn't react in kindness, though. It bore its teeth at the person trying to pet it while quickly hiding behind Roland's leg. This caused the half-dwarf much pain as he felt something shattering deep inside his little heart. I need to finish that guild quest. Roland gave out a sigh while his house continued to be invaded by foreign sources. He had been living here for quite some time now, and the silence was the good part. Now he had a loud dog constantly barking and a half-dwarf that looked like he could jump off a cliff any minute now. If I want to go to the guild, I need to put my armor back on. He had disrobed and placed his armor down in his workshop. He had somehow been able to put it on the last time, but it was a hassle to get all the straps in. While thinking about this, he looked down at the sad Bernier. Bernie, was it? So you want to be my apprentice? Don't move from this spot, I'll be right back. And keep that red dog in check. It's Bernier. The young man perked up at the mention of the apprentice role. He remained in the room he was in while Roland went away to fetch something and locking the door behind him as he exited. The little red pup was quick to follow his new mommy, but the way outside was blocked by the half-dwarf. The little animal started barking and biting while Bernier continuously tried to keep it from venturing further into this house. While this was happening, Roland was down in his true base of operations. He quickly packed up the armor pieces along with the arming jacket. If he was going to have a potential apprentice, he would use his presence to the fullest. His secret was partially out in the open, and the youth already saw his armor in action as well. This didn't mean that he would show him how to enter his secret workshop. After returning upstairs, he found his living room destroyed. The chairs were all turned around, and so was the table. He found Bernier wrestling with the small red dog on the floor, which was surprising. "What are you doing? Here, help me get this armor on and let us go back to the Adventurers Guild." He squinted at the two people while contemplating if it was such a good idea to keep both of them around here. For guards were standing by the entrance gate to Albrook City. This gate had two large towers to its sides with even a few archers keeping watch. The whole city was still in the development phase, but most of the walls that surrounded the insides were already built. It was early in the day, so there wasn't much to do for these guardsmen. They were here to keep immigrants outside if they weren't able to pay. Even now, people kept pouring into the city in hopes of earning money and starting a new life. Most of the heavy hitters had been entrenching themselves in the city, like the Adventurer Guild and some wealthy merchants. It was now very difficult to start your own business without stepping on the toes of some powerful people, which caused most of the new arrivals to search for work in some of those companies. The day had started off slow with not many new merchants coming in, but soon something interesting would come walking by. One of the guards nudged another one that was slowly dozing off on the side. "Hey, get a load of that." This guard gave out a grunt as he was still a bit hungover from the day before. His vision was a bit blurry, but soon it focused on the dark red blob in the distance. What the sleepy guard saw was a man in a full suit of armor. "Wait, what is that on top of his head?" the guard asked while squinting. The armor in itself wasn't really that interesting. Many adventurers wore similar ones and even more extravagant looking than this one. What was out of place was a little red wolf pup sitting on this large armored man's head. It had its head raised up high as if it was some kind of proud, noble creature. Behind this armored man, there was another person that was smaller in stature and wearing a large backpack. The guards didn't really know who these two were. Roland's fame was on the rise, but that didn't mean that everyone in the large growing city was aware of him. He sparsely visited the city, and he also went through other armors. This new look was not something that the other residents associated him with. Soon the strange duo with the monster puppy arrived by the gate. Normally the guards would just let Roland through without really asking any questions, but this time it would be different. He was bringing in a strange creature into the city. There were certain procedures that needed to be done to allow something like this. "Halt!" the guard shouted, which caused Roland and Bernier, who was trailing a bit behind, to stop. "Is there a problem?" Roland asked while the problem started barking at the guards that he was talking to. Obviously, the guard that was talking to him pointed to the creature on top of his head. This made Roland think back to about half an hour ago. He and Bernier finally decided to set off into the city, but then a problem arose. The red dog wasn't having any of it as Roland tried to lock it in his shed. It started barking around furiously the moment he closed the door. This was followed by the sounds of clawing, chewing, and metal tools falling over as the creature started running around the closed shed. It was clear that the wolf pup didn't want to be left in there. The other option was to leave him in the yard that was fenced off or in his house. Both options weren't possible. The area around his house was filled with runic mines against unwanted guests. The inside of the house, on the other hand, would have probably been chewed to bits. The best option would be to stick it in a small cage through which it couldn't burst through. He didn't have one though, and smithing one into existence would take quite some time. Then finally Bernier chimed in, advising Roland to bring the dog along to the Adventurers Guild. Monsters like this needed to be registered and examined by specialized personnel in the guild. There were classes like tamers and summoners that used monsters for battling purposes. Each new monster would need a permit to be allowed into the city. Some that were deemed too dangerous would be banned from entering. Roland was kind of familiar with this process due to him spending some time adventuring now. He didn't look into it too much as he didn't think that he would be an owner of such a monster. At most he might get his hands on a summoning spell rune that he could use for some assistance. Such runes were quite rare and could cost a small house for even a lesser version of it. Depending on the rune type, the prices changed even if they were of the lesser variation. "Do you have a license for that beast?" The dog growled menacingly at the guard that was looking at it. But to the man, these sounds sounded rather cute. "No, it just hatched yesterday. I want to register it at the guild." The guard nodded while calling out to another person. There were special people with higher-level identification skills at this checkpoint. Such a person was called over to take a look at this puppy. After checking the monster's level and stats, Roland was given some paperwork to fill out. He was a bit surprised that these people were taking things so seriously, but even the smallest monster could turn out to be a calamity if it was untended. They needed to note him down as the owner. If this creature caused havoc in the city, he would be held responsible and would have to pay for any damages. Then if any deaths occurred, he would also be put on trial as if he was the killer. Move along. Something like this would happen each time he came by. Getting that license would be the only way to hasten this process. He also needed to pay a small fine for bringing in an unregistered monster into the city without a proper permit. The only reason it was allowed in was due to it being only at the first level. In this world, monsters had danger levels applied to them, and this creature was judged to be on the lowest of low. That went well, though they didn't need to charge Mr. Wayland a whole silver coin for it. "This is clear extortion." "Is that so?" "Bork," Roland replied. His sense of money was a bit skewed compared to the other people here. He was someone that could earn something like a silver coin back with one scroll. It only took him a few minutes to get it done. He actually thought that it was quite cheap to bring in an unregistered monster like this into the city. What if it was some kind of rare poisonous creature that caused a plague? "Quiet down, you." The puppy raised its head high up once more. The only reason Roland allowed this dog to ride on top of his head was because otherwise he wouldn't shut up. He even tried placing it on his shoulder, but the red ball of fuzz just wanted to be on top for some reason. Was he the wolf pup's master, or was it the other way around? The two young men continued to attract gazes from the people around them all until they arrived at the guild. Roland, thanks to Bernier's help, was able to put on his suit of armor much faster, so he was now thinking that it might not be such a bad idea to get himself an assistant. Roland pushed the door open to get inside and was greeted by the usual looks. Soon those looks turned similar to the ones that the guards showed him. The dog on top of the fully armored man's head was clearly something unusual. There was some luck on Roland's side, though, as the usual spot at his receptionist elf lady was free. They arrived early enough for the place to be partially empty, so they were first in line. He was quick to go over to the elf that gave him the silver rank test. "Mr. Wayland, back so soon? Did you take care of the quest already? Want me to call over the butcher to go over the corpses? Oh my, what is that cute creature you have there? Why is it on top of Mr. Wayland's head?" The lady smiled and started going through her receptionist pitch fast before spotting the pup on top of his head. The little guy gave out a loud, high-pitched bark, which brought even more attention to his master. "Ah yes, there is a reason for this." Roland grasped the little pup with both his hands and removed it from his head. The ball of fluff was placed on the receptionist's desk, but he didn't let it go in fear that it would just run off and cause some unnecessary damage. I would like to register this monster, and I would also like to make a report about the deaths of some adventurers. Bernie here was part of that party. He will tell you more about that. It's Bernier. The half-dwarf with the large backpack stepped forward and looked at the elf lady. She nodded with her head while telling the two to wait for a moment. Soon another staff member came out and took Roland to the side. Bernier, on the other hand, remained with the receptionist elf to give a recount of what transpired the previous day. Mr. Wayland Wright, please follow me. Roland looked at the new person. It was someone that he had never seen before. The man was an old gnome similar in size to the old manager from Edelgard. He had the usual gnome beard and a monocle garnished his face. After following the smaller gnome, he found himself in a separate office. Please place your tamed monster on the table. He followed the instructions and placed the puppy on the table. The inside of this office looked a bit like a smaller veterinary clinic room. On the sides, he could see some large hand-drawn anatomy drawings of strange monsters. There were also some medical instruments here and there. A ruby wolf, quite a rare find. Roland could see that the monocle that the man was wearing was a standard identification tool. With items like that, you didn't really need people with high identification skills. His new dog clearly didn't like to be touched by the other man as he started to bark. The old gnome didn't seem to care much as he continued to look over the small creature, while also touching it. Yes, it looks fine. It has clearly imprinted itself upon you, Mr. Wayland, and should stay loyal for now. Is this your first tamed monster? Roland nodded at the answer. Emicham, it happened by chance. Is there a possibility of it accepting a different owner? He grumbled slightly as he wanted to sell this wolf. Keeping pets was never really his thing. This only brought more troubles to him, as he would need to get this puppy up in levels before it became useful. You don't wish to keep it? A high-rank tamer could probably override the imprinting, but it would be hard to find such a person. The longer you wait, the harder it will be. I'd advise you to keep this monster. It's a rare breed of a canine type. These types always stay loyal to their owners. Its evolutionary options should also be quite powerful if you raise it well. Evolutionary options? Excuse me. I forgot that this is your first tamed monster. Let me explain. Roland raised a brow at the old man that brought his attention to a diagram on the wall. On it, there were various monster drawings with arrows. The first one was an egg similar to the one that this monster hound hatched from. These monsters begin with an egg. There are various requirements needed to be taken into consideration to have one hatched, but you seem to have triggered it by luck already. The old man chuckled while pointing to the next drawing that was of a lizard-looking monster. After hatching, the monster will try to form a bond with the first being it comes in contact with. When this occurs, the person that the monster imprints on will be deemed as the creature's master. This allows the master to see their tamed monster's stats, thus helping them track their progress. With this, you'll be able to plan out its evolutionary path. If for some reason a creature hatches without any person to tame it, it will become feral and just act as a regular monster. Roland looked at the small pup. He had previously used his identification skill to figure out its type, but he wasn't able to see detailed stats. I should be able to see its stats? Yes, the first time might take time getting used to. You need to access it through your own status screen. Try focusing on it. Roland raised an eyebrow while then bringing up his own status screen. It was easy to bring it up as it came quite naturally. He had learned this skill just by getting transported into this world and getting some of the real Roland's memories. Now he needed to try something else, but when he tried thinking about the tamed monster, another window was brought up. Oh! Name: Ruby Wolf Puppy. L1. X 0%. Type: Fire, Earth, Beast. HP: 77 of 77. MP: 110/110. SP: 136/136. Strength: 5. Agility: 10. Dexterity: 6. Vitality: 5. Endurance: 9. Intelligence: 7. Willpower: 10. Charisma: 16. Luck: 14. I see that you have figured it out. Roland could see all of the advanced statics of this monster. There was also something like a type attached to this puppy but no classes. This was probably due to the monster's name containing its type, which was also more or less its version of a class. Only intelligent beings of the various races in this world were able to have classes. Monsters, on the other hand, would get evolutions which would always change their appearance in one way or the other. It could be something minor like a change in the color of its fur or something grand like a more than twice increase in size. Besides the main statics, he could also see the little guy's resistances. His resistance to the fire element was at 40% while earth was the second highest at 25%. The creature also possessed elemental affinities. He himself still had them on 0% while this little pup surpassed him in almost all of them. Fire, 50%. Wind, 10%. Earth, 30%. Water, 1%. Things like the elemental affinities could later be improved with further evolutions. Higher affinities would empower various skills and magic attacks for the corresponding element. It also looked like the higher-tier element affinities like lightning were not showing up at this point in time. He also has some skills. Bite L1, passive skill. Increases the strength of biting attacks. Fiery Bite L1 skill. Discharge of flames during a bite attack. Ruby Tail Whip L1 skill. Skill can elongate the ruby tail of the monster, which then can be used as a means of attack. Enhanced sense of smell, passive skill. Enhances the sense of smell. Roland squinted at the explanation of the last skill that didn't really add anything new. His pup already had some good skills that he could use. The discharge of flames looked like a good skill as it probably added magical properties to the attack. He wasn't really sure about the tail attack though. The pup was a bit too small to do much damage with that ruby tip, though it might work against smaller creatures like monster rats. I think we can safely give you out the license, Mr. Wayland, but if you wish to sell this creature, it would be good to part with it now. The longer it is around you, the harder it will be to break the imprinting. I'm sure we could agree to a good price. Sell it. Roland looked at the red puppy that stared at him back. It was as if the creature knew what the two people were talking about here. Roland could see those big puppy eyes watering up, and it even started to whine. Don't you look at me like that. The more he stared into the eyes of this small monster, the harder it was to make a decision. Soon he finally spoke up while being unsure of what to do. I'll think about it. For now, give me the license. Sure, you'll have to fill out some papers. I'll bring them over. The moment he spoke out, the puppy started wiggling its rump side to side. Its ruby-tipped tail started even smacking into the table the little monster was sitting on. When the old gnome left the room, the puppy decided to jump on Roland's head once more, looking proud and victorious. Stop climbing on my head, you red potato. Borf. The puppy replied while Roland's head rattled from getting his helmet hit by the puppy's ruby tail. Is it too late to sell it? Bork. Welcome back, Mr. Wayland, we are finished here as well. The elf lady smiled at Roland as he returned with the puppy. He had taken it down from his head by now. This was done out of concern that the puppy would grow up thinking that he might be the leader of the pack. He couldn't just let his tamed monster literally walk over him. Bernier was to the side waving at him as well. He looked happy for some reason after looking at the puppy that was now in Roland's hands. Welcome back, Mr. Wayland. Did you decide on the name? Not really. The old man that explained how taming creatures like these had informed him about this. The monster contract wouldn't be fully complete unless he named the monster. This was done through the system window and he just needed to concentrate while looking at the wolf pup status. How about I just call it Potato? The wolf pup gave out a menacing whine the moment he mentioned the name. It clearly didn't like Roland's naming sense, but he had no idea how to call the red creature. It looked quite cute at the moment, but when it grew up it would look closer to a wolf. Little Potato? That would be a cute name for such a little cutie. The elven woman looked down at the barking dog while chuckling. Sure. So everything has been cleared up? Then can I get my adventurer card updated? He asked as he had signed all the papers relating to the new party member. The ruby wolf puppy would become his tamed monster. His adventurer card was taken to perform some updates. It was interesting how these cards worked. They would add certain symbols onto it which would then inform people about certain things. A little picture of a beast would be added in the corner which would indicate that he was an owner of a beast. This card could then be given to any guild and they could scan it for the detailed information about the monster in question. This all was not done with any runic components, though as he couldn't identify any of them it worked on some other magical system. It was probably done through regular enchanting which used a slightly different language or maybe something else entirely that he wasn't aware of. Runes were not the end-all-be-all in this world. Many other magic languages existed that could produce similar or even better effects. The old gnome also told him to get a collar for the wolf pup. It would then signal other people that this monster was owned by someone and keep them from attacking it. The papers that explained things about his creature were also given to him by the old man. He could present them to the guards the next time he saw them, which would be proof enough to not pay any more tolls. This could also be done by showing his adventurer card, but it wouldn't always be accepted outside the guild. If the monster went through an evolution, he would need to return to the Adventurers Guild to have everything updated. The creature would be judged again. Sometimes monsters got extremely violent, which in some situations caused them to be banned from entering cities. Other times they would change into a poisonous or corrosive variant that by just being in contact with others could cause them harm. Yes, Mr. Bernier had explained everything. Are you willing to sell the damaged golem core? Even if it's damaged, the materials can still be used by some craftsmen. Roland had dumped a lot of money into buying resources for his deep steel armor, but he wasn't that strapped for cash. He could always enchant some disposable weapons on the side to earn more. The golem's core, on the other hand, was a rare commodity that could be melted down and turned into an alloy. If done correctly, this alloy could boost the regular metal's capabilities. I'll keep it for now. When can I get my card back? It shouldn't take more than 30 minutes, Mr. Wayland. Why don't you sit down and have a drink while you wait? The elven woman pointed to the side where a small section of tables was at. The guild did have a dining section. They mostly served beer and some easily made dishes for the adventurers that were stuck waiting like him. He just nodded and turned around. His little dog continued to bark in his hands as he carried it around. Calm down, or I'll really give you the name potato, or how about beetroot? You're quite red like one. The pooch instantly went quiet after Roland continued to mention vegetable names. It was clear that this wolf-to-be didn't want to be named like this. Felt like a drag to come up with a fitting one. While going towards one of the tables to sit at, he tried remembering some popular dog names that were used in his old world. Max, Charlie, Boomer, Woofer, Crimson Fong. There were just too many to choose from for him to decide on such a short notice. He could go with a regular name similar to a person or try something more interesting or cool. This puppy would evolve into a more ferocious-looking ruby wolf or maybe even something else entirely. The interesting part about tamed monster evolution was that their master could affect the evolution in one way or another. He had this explained by the old man during the paper signing. Depending on what he fed the wolf, it could even change its elemental affinity in the next evolution. A tamed monster like this didn't go through any class changes and trials like people did. It was more or less automatic for any regular wild beast. It was slightly different for the monsters that were taken out from dungeons as he did. Apparently, after reaching the first threshold of the 25th level, he would be actually able to decide between some evolution options. It was even possible for him to keep the monster unevolved and wait for it to gain more skills and achievements in hopes of earning a rare class. It was very much a game-like system, which made it more interesting. While thinking about the future, he finally sat down at the table. He didn't eat breakfast due to the unforeseen monster birth, so he was a bit hungry. This place's food wasn't the best though, but it would get a person through the day. There were also more people that looked quite hungry with him. Bernier followed him here, and he could even hear the man's stomach giving out strange noises. You hungry? Huh? Oh no, I'm fine. It was clear that the half-dwarf had gone through a traumatic experience and probably famished. Roland was somewhat aware of his situation, which probably caused him to not have much money. While Bernier was out cold, he had gone through his backpack, and there was actually almost no gold in it. The prices in the guild were higher when food was concerned, so he assumed that saving money was probably Bernier's agenda. Is that so? Soon a young cat lady showed up to take their order. What will it be? She called out in a quite energetic voice while mostly focusing on the red puppy that was squirming around. Roland had forced it into his armpit so that it wouldn't cause trouble. Bring us some kielbasa with bread and butter. Make it enough for 3 people. Then give me 2 glasses and a bowl with water. Coming right up, mister. The waitress nodded at the order and then promptly walked away into the back room. There she would bring it to the cook while getting the glasses for water faster. For 3 people? Bernier asked from the side while swallowing some of his saliva. Roland didn't answer as he waited for the waitress to return with the glasses. The bowl was placed on the table by him along with the small pup that started to quickly drink from it. His long tongue worked fast, causing some of it to drench the table. This was something that he had to contend with as he was afraid that if he placed the dog on the ground it would run off somewhere. Then he would be stuck chasing after it. If it did any damage to the city or anyone in it, he would be responsible for it. I need to train this dog to behave. While thinking about his future taming headache, he offered 1 glass of water to Bernier. He himself slowly looked at his own glass before giving out a sigh to move his visor up. Mr. Wayland. It's fine. Bernier was a bit surprised by Roland exposing his face to the Adventurers Guild. From the previous talk that they had, he made it seem that he didn't want to reveal that he was a runesmith to others. Roland, on the other hand, was tired of constantly running back and forth from the city to his house with and without the armor. It had been over a year since the encounter with the cultists, and his family hadn't found him in 6 years. It was safe to assume that no one knew where he was or cared if he was alive. His face had changed with the years. Long gone were his childish features. Now his face was more adult-like, and with every day his physique was getting bulkier due to all the fighting and smithing. Even his brothers might not have been able to recognize him if they met him out on the street. He had thought about it hard for the past year and arrived at the conclusion that he might be sticking out more by hiding his face constantly. If he actually wanted to live in this city, he would need to take part in it. That would require him to work with other people and depend on others in one way or another. With that, he gulped down on the water, but when the waitress walked back, he quickly moved his visor down so that she wouldn't see his face. The sausages were brought over and she left after giving the 2 a nod. Well, I don't need to reveal everything today. Bernier looked at him, a bit taken aback by how quick he hid his face from the guild worker. He was too busy devouring the kielbasa sausages to take it to heart, though. The little wolf pup received his share of food as well. The little guy's ruby-tipped tail started smacking into the wooden table as he ate up. Roland himself only ate half of his portion while mostly inserting it into his mouth with a half-closed helmet. It was still hard for Roland to let go of old habits. It would be a slow process to relearn how normal people operated, but he hoped that he could let go of his fears in the coming future. The half-dwarf looked quite happy after eating the meal. The puppy, on the other hand, started going into snooze mode. It just plopped down between Roland's legs and started sleeping after devouring quite a sizable sausage. After some uncomfortable silence washed over the 2 young men, Bernier was the one to speak up first. Roland was a person of few words, never really speaking out without a purpose behind it. His new friend, on the other hand, wasn't that reserved. How long have you been here for Mr. Wayland? For about a year. Oh. Did you make that armor yourself, or did you buy it somewhere? Did you decide on a name for that little pup? Will you be going to the dungeon again? Do you need help carrying things? I'm pretty good at disassembling the monsters. My skills are quite high. What followed was a series of questions to which Roland replied in either a nod or a quick sentence. Luckily, the receptionist from the Adventurer Guild waved him over as he peeked to the side. After getting an earful from Bernier, he wanted to run up and kiss her from saving him. Ah, is your card ready? Bernier asked while Roland stood up. The half-dwarf looked a bit saddened at the quick end of their conversation. He was still worried about his future prospects. Working for Roland as an assistant was something he was aiming for. All the smithies were taken over by dwarves that liked to stick to old customs that wouldn't let any outsiders in. Only after many years of doing side work would they ever consider him as a valid apprentice. There were many people looking for work, so there wasn't really anything holding them back from keeping their traditions running. Roland was made aware of the half-dwarf's predicament during their walk here. This did explain why such a promising craftsman was carrying gear for adventurers instead of working in his own field. It does seem like it is. He left towards the lady elf who returned his adventurer card for him. He could clearly see that he had the little symbol for the tame beast included in it, but there was also a little bonus. Silver rank. The card had switched from the steel grade to silver grade as well. It looked that defeating the floor boss was enough to prove himself. Yes, congratulations, Mr. Wayland. The Ruby Golem's core was enough. I hope you will continue to do business with our Adventurers Guild. Would you like me to list all the benefits of being promoted to the silver rank? Or would you like to take the pamphlet instead? Roland looked over his card. It had a distinctive silver hue to it. He wasn't that informed about jewelry, but silver, platinum, and mithril rank cards looked a bit similar to each other. The silver one was a bit darker than the other two, with the mithril one being the brightest. I'll just take the pamphlet. That will be 3 large copper coins. Roland's eyes narrowed when asked to pay for this pamphlet, but he also didn't really want to stay here and have this woman explain everything. He had already been here too long due to his tamed beast. Here. Thank you for your support. Remember to look at the notice board. You'll find all the silver rank listings there. Right, thank you. After saying his goodbyes, he turned around to leave. With the puppy in his hand, it was time to go home and figure some things out. There was no reason to look at the notice board, as even without taking specific missions he could just hunt tier 2 monsters and sell items to the guild. Sometimes there would be specific listings that offered more money for some body parts. Those were mostly placed there by people like alchemists that needed them for potion brewing. Depending on the recipe, some monster parts sold better than others. Sometimes other adventurers placed offers for new members or for temporary help. He reached out with his hand to the Adventurers Guild door and pushed it open. Before leaving, he turned around as Bernier had stopped in his tracks. Normally this would be the moment that these two would part their ways. Roland had delivered the information and also received his card upgrade, but after thinking some things through he had come to a decision. For now, I can offer you free lodging and food. If you prove yourself, we can talk about a set wage. But you'll have to show me how you work with a hammer first. Roland called out to Bernier from afar. The red-haired youth's gloomy expression quickly changed as he moved forward. Thank you. I won't let you down. You'll be sleeping in that log cabin, though. Now let's go, there is still some work left to do. The 2 young men soon left afterward. The day was still young and Roland had some tasks for his new apprentice. He would need him to prove himself before being allowed to be part of his workshop. Then a proper employment contract would need to be produced, a similar one to what he had signed back in Edelgard. Woof! Quiet down, tomato. Roland and Bernier were in the process of returning to the workshop. After getting breakfast out of the way, both of them were ready to work on some things. The crimson armor that he wore needed some tending, and his shield did take the brunt of that attack. Before any repairs could be made, he would need to clear up some things with his new worker and also his new tamed beast. The little puppy had woken up halfway through their trip and was now running circles around Roland. From what the old man said at the Adventurers Guild, he knew that the wolf pup needed to be named. Unless this final bit wasn't complete, the little dog wouldn't fully listen to him. How about you name him Red, Mr. Wayland? Or maybe Ruby? Bernier had been giving him some naming advice along the way, but Roland wasn't feeling any of them. He looked at the fuzzy ball of energy that was jumping around. It even chased after some adventurers that they ran in during their return, which left him to apologize. He was found in a fire dungeon. After mumbling to himself, he moved over to where the dog was. The little guy looked up to him and gave out a loud bark. Roland leaned down to pick him up. The little guy's tongue was out and he was panting out loud. How about Agni? With his love for old mythology, he came to the conclusion that he could go with one of the fire gods from his old world. Agni was the name of the ancient Hindu fire god, which would fit the theme of the fire dungeon that he got this puppy from. After looking through the wolf status screen, he did possess a high affinity for fire. Oh! Bernier called out from the side as after Roland mentioned the name something started happening. A strange magic symbol appeared in front of the puppy that was somewhat similar to a rune but not quite it. This magic symbol slowly floated towards the small wolf's forehead and entered it. Following this, the small monster's body started glowing for a second before returning to normal. Was that a tamer contract? Didn't think I'll ever see one so close up. Bernier chimed in while watching the strange phenomenon. Roland also noticed that he gained a title the moment the process was finalized. Tamed Beast Eye. You have made a lifelong contract with at least one beast-type monster. It looked more like an achievement than a contract, but he knew that even this could unlock special classes. He wouldn't be surprised if he would be able to pick one of the tamer-related classes in the future. There was also a change to his new friend's status that appeared after this strange phenomenon. Name: Ruby Hound Puppy, L1, X 0%. Bonded. Bonded? I guess we have a connection now. I wonder. He placed the wolf down on the ground, but this time around he started out with his name. Agni. Sit. The little puppy perked up at the command and after barking sat down on his behind. His tail continued to swing around while kicking up some dirt in the process. Both he and Bernier were quite surprised at how the puppy was behaving now. It seemed that by having the contract, the monster would start to follow its master's instructions. Roland also remembered what the man at the guild told him. If the master outlevels a young monster like this, there are never any issues with the commands. Even less if the master is a tier above. Only when the monster starts to outlevel its owner would it show defiance. He was reminded by the old man to be careful. Allowing the monster to fight for a person without the master doing anything would cause it to advance quickly. Many tamers sometimes got lazy and stagnated with their monsters overtaking them. The experience between a tamed monster and its master would be divided between the two. This wasn't at 50% as some might think. It was closer to 70% for the monster and 30% for its owner. In some cases, if the monster was a violent variant, it could go berserk and even kill its own master. Such stray monsters would then roam the land unhinged from their contract. Having a monster go berserk could be counteracted by a couple of things. Besides the owner having a higher level, some tamer and summoner-like classes could have special traits or skills that kept their beasts at bay. Another way would be through magical items similar to slave collars that would force a monster to obey. Well, I can always keep it from advancing if it ever reaches my level. This was the most common way of guarding oneself against an unruly tamed beast. In Roland's case, he was an active fighter and he also gained experience from crafting items. It was highly unlikely to him that his tamed monster would ever reach a higher level than he did. It's finally listening to you, Mr. Wayland. Good. Let's go. It was time to return to his home. With his new wolf partner now somewhat behaving, he could give Bernier some work. After arriving, they headed over to his side workshop where he kept the regular iron and steel tools. You can stay in this shed for now. You can also use the spare wood if you want to customize it. I can make changes? Sure, you do have that carpenter class. It would be a waste to not use it. Just tell me before you make any changes. The two started talking and Roland began listing some rules for his new worker. For one thing, he wasn't allowed to wander around the premises. There were many buried traps here and there that could be set off by the clumsy half-dwarf. He had already been shocked by his door, so he didn't want him to get his foot blown off on a mine. And mine runes. Bernier took a bit to look around. The backyard was a bit unkempt and weeds along with grass were making it hard to spot where these mines could be buried. Yes, I'll probably have to remove those. For now, just don't go behind the house. Roland glanced at the puppy that he was holding. The little guy was wiggling around and trying to escape, but he knew that it could cause an explosion to occur. Maybe later he could teach this wolf to evade the traps by smell, but for now, they were a big hazard for both Agni and Bernier. Okay, Mr. Wayland. Roland wanted to remind Bernier about dropping the honorifics, but then he remembered. He was actually about double the age of this young man, so acting as his master wouldn't be that out of the ordinary. Well, I'll be in my house if you need something. Bernier nodded as Roland left him to his own devices. The straw mattress and the blanket were in the log shed already, so he only needed to get the half-dwarf a pillow. The log shed was quite large. There was also room behind it to expand it in scope. He was hoping that Bernier that had the carpenter class would be able to expand it himself without his help. I wonder if he could help me build that wind turbine later. After his makeshift steam engine had been set up, he started thinking on ways of improving it. There were other ways of generating power that didn't even require mana in the first place. One of these were wind turbines. There was enough space to make one of them in the back. There was no reason to make a full-sized one. He wasn't interested in grinding down grains to make flour. He was mostly interested in generating electricity which he could connect to his generator. With some wind runes as backup to make it spin when there was no wind, it could work better than his previous setup. Roland closed the door after himself and placed Agni on the floor. The little animal instantly took off towards one of the rooms. He gave out a sigh but let the wolf look around the house while he decided to go to his workshop. After going downstairs and removing his armor, he gave out another sigh. A lot had happened in just one day and he suddenly found himself 2 roommates. He wasn't sure what to do with the 2, but he had some plans. First, he remembered his times in Edelgard. This had taught him the power of magical contracts. These contracts could actually be made by him thanks to his scribing profession. Depending on the tier of the person signing it, a higher level scribe would be required. His new Runesmith Lord class allowed him to use Tier 2 scribing skills as well. Thus there wouldn't be a problem with that. He still had his old contract stashed away so he could copy most of it over while making some changes. I feel that Bernie will sign anything that I put in here. He seems desperate. It was clear from how the half-dwarf acted that he wanted this job offer badly. His eyes shined brightly whenever he looked at his blacksmithing tools. Even though they were unkept and rusty, it didn't matter to that guy. Bernier was also close to reaching the 50th level, which would bring him into the Tier 2 rank soon. He would then be gaining a Tier 2 smith as help around the house. Previously, Roland never considered getting more help, thinking that he could somehow manage everything solo. Now, on the other hand, he started seeing some potential in sharing the workload. It was unknown to him what path Bernier would follow, but he hoped he would pick the armorsmith class first. With the added help, he would be able to focus on things that he was good at, which was runecrafting. He would be able to leave all the time-consuming armor repairs to his new worker while he focused on discovering new runic patterns and code combinations. This would further his progress exponentially. First, I need to get that contract done. Can't have him talking about my runic forge nor my steam engine. It would be good to have him work with the runic tools, but will the contract be enough to keep his mouth shut? The trust issues that he had run deep, but with the contract signed he would more or less feel secured. He didn't think that Bernier would speak out on his secrets unless threatened with his life. Expecting someone to take his secrets with him to the grave was asking a bit much. These contracts activated after they were broken, so even if he put some kind of silencing curse on it, it would only activate after the information was given. The purpose was to not have the person signing the contract perform certain acts but couldn't stop the process from happening. There, of course, were some contracts that were more strenuous, but they required the involvement of the darker kind of magic. Slave collars and magic items could also perform this task, but something like that felt somewhat wrong to him. Bork! A bark of a wolf moved his attention to his other problem. The dog here was still newborn, and at this current level, he wasn't really useful. Agni, do you want to go kill some monsters? The dog started wiggling his rump behind frantically and jumping around the house as if he couldn't contain his happiness. First I need to get that contract done. Your training will have to wait. Roland went to grab some scrolls. It was time to scribble down the first draft of Bernier's contract. He needed to make it sure that his new worker would not babble out some of his secrets. The contract would be ready for when his new friend actually proved his worth. If his skills were not up to par or if he showed no willingness to improve, then Roland would need to take back his offer. From how eager his new friend acted, it didn't seem that he suffered from a lack of motivation. I'll get him to smith something later. Like a ladle. He smirked to himself a bit after remembering his blacksmith class change. Soon he walked away to get some work done, his little red puppy following him around while being a constant bundle of energy. A few days later, are you sure we have everything? Yes, Mr. Wayland, I double-checked everything. Good. Just remain in the back to be safe, but we won't be going to the lower levels, so it should be fine. Bernier nodded at Roland's words, while both of them headed towards the dungeon. It was early morning as the two young men set off. In front of the two-man team was a rather energetic little wolf pup that took the chance to bark at any adventurers that he met. "Agni, come back. You might get attacked like last time," Roland called out to the pup that quickly sprinted back to him. He picked him up from the ground and placed him on his shoulder. Previously, some newbie adventurers tried attacking his little tamed monster. It caused a little scuffle to unfold, but due to his fame rising, they backed away after seeing his shiny crimson armor. Soon the small party arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Some people had seen Roland's performance against Armand, so they backed away as he was going through. Bernier had a strange smirk on his face while seeing this. "Mr. Wayland, you sure are popular with the other adventurers. Is that so?" Roland tried to ignore that fact as well as Bernier's ass-kissing attempt. "You still need to make that shield when we get back." TCH. He could hear his new associate giving out a strange sound. After signing a contract, he was given tasks around the smithy that took out a good chunk of his time. He was a good worker but also had some bad habits that other dwarves had. For one thing, he liked to drink a lot. With the lodging fees taken care of, he used some of the coins he had over to get some cheap alcohol. This he also drank during work. When asked for an explanation, he only replied that he worked faster when under the influence. This was a fact that he discovered after the contract was signed. If he knew, he would have included a non-drinking during work clause. The two descended into the first floor and went through one of the corridors. Most adventurers had progressed enough so this level wasn't being used. Today was the day to help his puppy to level up. For that, he needed to have him kill other monsters. Normally, when a person at the second tier was in a party with tier 1 people, they wouldn't get much or any experience. Luckily for him, the tamed monster contract was a bit different and a small part of experience would fall to his monster. The fastest way was still to have him fight himself, as no skills would be leveled up. With low skill numbers, the evolution options would be very limited. "There we go. Agni, get ready." The puppy gave out a loud bark while looking forward. There stood his enemy, and it was a menacing one indeed. "Red rat L2. Roland pointed at the small creature. It was larger than a regular rat, and the red coloring showed that it was somewhat resistant to fire. This monster was slightly smaller than the ruby wolf, but they were close. "Bite it to death, Agni." The command was given, and the ferocious wolf puppy charged forward. The red rat could see the other monster coming at it and reacted by charging straight at his enemy. The two clashed with each other and started rolling around on the ground. Roland looked on with surprise as the battle continued for quite a while. Both monsters started biting each other, scratching and gnashing their teeth in rage. In time, the victor was decided. The red rat was victorious, and a defeated Agni escaped behind Roland's leg. The rat continued its chase but was grabbed by Roland with one hand. "Bernie." "Yes, Mr. Wayland? Are there any weaker monsters in here than rats?" "I don't think so, Mr. Wayland." "I thought so." Some might think that a slime would have been the easiest foe to defeat. But for a monster without weapons, biting something like a heated slime would be quite painful. If Agni's fire resistance was high enough to counter the boiling hot slime liquids still remained to be seen. A crunching sound could be heard as Roland squeezed the rat to death with one hand and just tossed the dead body to the ground. Agni peeked out from between his legs and quickly charged forward at the dead monster that he lost to. He sniffed it a few times before howling out loud. His face was then raised high as if he himself defeated this troubling foe. "This is going to take a while." Roland gave out a sigh and continued towards the dungeon. Maybe with some luck, he would find a level one. "Go for the neck," Roland shouted while trying to cheer. Both he and Bernier were a bit to the side while two monsters were battling. One of them looked like a red-colored salamander, while the other one was a ferocious wolf puppy. The reptilian monster was a bit bigger than the puppy, but the wolf didn't seem to care. It danced around its foe while biting into its flesh. The moment the salamander tried to retaliate, the small wolf was gone and to the other side. With time, these small nibbles added up and the final blow was delivered. Agni jumped on top of the half-dead salamander and pressed its fangs into his opponent's neck. The moment the teeth sunk into its flesh, a surge of flame was injected into it. The ruby wolf activated its special skill to deliver the final blow. The opponent went down, dead and unmoving. Woof! Great job. He really is improving really fast, boss. Bernier called out while moving over to the dead monster. That he is. There is a small mana stone close to the lungs. Roland also moved closer. His little monster had been training up his skills. It had been about a month since they all ventured inside of this dungeon now. At first, Agni was barely able to contend with a L1 rat, but after he started leveling, the progress picked up. The little guy was quite smart and his forte was speed and agility. With the increase of his stats, he started to get smarter. With this intelligence also came wisdom, as Agni was able to learn from all of his fights. Sometimes he won, sometimes he lost, and Roland had to assist him. Now he was able to safely combat monsters at his own level and even ones a few levels above. Good boy. Roland leaned down to give his puppy a pat on the head. He was on the fence about this whole predicament, but now he was glad that the egg hatched. The puppy wasn't hard to bring up, as it only required food and shelter. After 2 weeks, he also stopped peeing in the house and now even had his own dog hose outside. Though that didn't keep him from trying to sleep inside. You are improving at a high pace. Luckily, we can somewhat share our experience. Roland glanced at his own and Agni's status screens. Name: Roland Arden L77. Classes: T2 Runesmith Lord L2. Primary. T1 Mage L25. Secondary. T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25X. T1 Runic Blacksmith L25. Tertiary. HP. 2478/2478. MP. 7354/7354. SP. 3366/3366. Strength. 66. Agility. 46. Dexterity. 94. Vitality. 66. Endurance. 75. Intelligence. 125. Willpower. 114. Charisma. 17. Luck. 10. Name: Ruby Wolf Puppy. L10. X 67%. Type: Fire, Earth, Beast. HP: 129/129. MP: 148/148. SP: 220/220. Strength: 10. Agility: 20. Dexterity: 10. Vitality: 9. Endurance: 13. Intelligence: 10. Willpower: 12. Charisma: 16. Luck: 14. Both the little beast and master had leveled up during this month. Roland only gained 1 level, but he noticed that he was gaining about twice the amount of stat points that he previously did. This, with his Lord class perk, made his 1 level at Tier 2 count for 4 levels at Tier 1. With this, he felt like he could finally become stronger. The wolf pup was leveling up faster than his owner. This was because there was some experience shared between monster and master. When Roland defeated high-level foes, a small part of the experience was given to his wolf. Agni did have to be close to him for that to go through. If the distance was more than 20 meters, nothing would happen. He would also gain a bit more the closer he was during combat. This was something that he had tested out at his old training spot with the troglodytes. He used his bombing method this time around and found his little puppy gaining a big chunk of experience. Those monsters were quite a low level for someone like him, so he wasn't receiving much, but with the help of his new assistant, he would at least be gaining the money back for his runic bombs. This day they have come here to descend into the lower levels. Roland had given Agni some time to level up, but he himself had remained stagnant. After defeating the Ruby Golem, he had almost gained a level already. Now after a month, his experience points haven't increased by much and his skills were also not growing. For this day, he had prepared to go down below the 10th level to the fabled lava area of this dungeon. That area was still getting mapped out as it was swarming with Tier 2 creatures. No Tier 3 monsters had been spotted yet, but the adventurers were apparently having a hard time traversing through the hotter areas. This dungeon wasn't suited for beings that didn't have fire resistance. He, as a runesmith lord, had heat resistance and his armor. His wolf puppy was naturally resistant to a degree to flames that left his assistant. Bernier had his own set of armor prepared with some chilling runes. The half-dwarf didn't have much mana to speak of, so the armor he was wearing could only defend him against the flames. At first, Roland wanted to just buy some cheap iron or steel armor for his new assistant. But he, on the other hand, begged him for something else. He wanted to make his own armor and then have runes inscribed later. This was a good opportunity to see if he made the good choice in hiring him. Bernier did have the class and levels, but this didn't mean that he would be great at crafting. This depended on his aptitude and willingness to work long hours. Luckily, the young half-dwarf didn't disappoint him. He worked tirelessly for days at the basic workshop without any runic power tools involved. Even without the fancy equipment, his new worker had managed to push through. What Bernier required wasn't a full-plate mail armor like Roland did. He needed some defense to be there, but the more important thing was speed and agility. Bernier wasn't there to fight. He was only there to carry Roland's weapons and then take care of the monster corpses. Thus, he was fitted out in a lighter set of leather armor. His legs and arms would have metal plates in the form of greaves and vambraces. Roland had also instructed him to place openings for the mana stones that he would insert later. With Bernier's lack of mana and any runic skills, he would need all the help he could get for the magic to work. There was a limit of how many mana stones a steel armor could take. The runic structures would break quite fast, but it would be enough for them to do a couple of dungeon runs before it needed repairing. Runic structures that only utilized buffing-type spells and small effect spells like the Lesser Chilling Rune were able to last longer than active spells. Something like a fire arrow spell would eat away at the armor after each activation due to the high amount of mana being burned. On the other hand, when there was a very small yet constant charge, they lasted for a lot longer. This was also why Roland's own armor that was made of deep steel would barely suffer anything when he just activated his mana stones to give him a stat buff. Only when he actually activated a more drastic spell would the armor start to deteriorate. After everything was finished, the gear came out to be, on the intermediate level, quite satisfactory. Roland himself could only achieve this level, and this half-dwarf was already on his level. He wasn't sure if it was talent or just the dwarf racial trait that let them become better blacksmiths than other races. With that out of the way, he was ready to imbue everything with mana stones and runes. Bernier was a bit afraid that he would be charged for something like this. The man was someone that grew up with other dwarves, so he knew that runesmithing was a costly profession. The two had a conversation, and Roland told him to count it as an investment that he could just work down in the future. Using mana stones from the dungeon on an armor like this didn't really hurt his bottom line. The dwarves cherished their runesmiths, though, so from that day on, Bernier started calling him boss, and he finally learned to remember his assistant's name. Now they were down at the 10th level where it all started. This time around, the boss chamber was wide open and they could move through it. It also seemed that someone had already cleared out this area some time ago. The monsters haven't respawned yet, but there are no bodies either. Anyone that was here previously is probably gone, Roland said while moving inside of the boss chamber. It looks that way. Bernier stopped before the large door and gave out a sigh. He stood there for a moment till Agni barked at him while sitting on Roland's shoulder. Wait for me. I'm coming. After the harrowing experience that Bernier went through in this room, it was natural for him to take a moment. Roland didn't say anything as he understood his pain. It was already quite a show of character that his new assistant was willing to go down here so soon. Looks the same as last time. Yeah. Both of them continued through the area. Agni was held in place as his new owner was afraid that the happy puppy could fall into the lava lake below. He was somewhat resistant to flames and heat, but he would still die if he fell into lava. Roland was taking a risk by bringing this puppy here. After watching over him for a month, the ruby wolf started growing on him. Agni would even try to climb into his bed and sleep with him. This caused Roland to finally create a fitting doghouse for him that Bernier, with his better building skills, was happy to create. His new canine companion had started to listen to his commands. He decided that he could at least try descending to the lower levels to fight some monsters. His own tamed monster would get a lot more experience from Tier 2 enemies than what they were fighting on the upper levels. Bernier here. Agni was passed over to Bernier for safekeeping. Being a similar monster to a dog, Agni would be accepting to more people than just his master. From what Roland could tell, he was seeing Bernier as part of the pack with his master as the alpha. Stay in the back. The monsters below shouldn't be able to go above the stairs. After leaving the boss chamber, there was another flight of stairs leading to the next section. The moment the small group reached it, they were greeted by hot air. Roland was wearing a full helmet with a closed visor, so he didn't feel it. Bernier, on the other hand, who was only wearing a simple metal headgear with his face exposed, was taken aback. You can activate the rune now, it should alleviate the heat. Following Roland's instruction, the blue mana stones that were inserted into Bernier's armor started to glow. A thin veil of blue ice energy covered the half-dwarf's whole body and made the whole thing bearable. Agni didn't look too happy about the change in temperature, though, as he gave out a rather cute sneeze. Well then, with sword and shield in hand, Roland moved down from the stairs and set foot in the new area. What he saw was a wide-open cavern with stalactites and stalagmites everywhere. There were flowing rivers and small lakes of fire present as well. The lava seemed to be pouring from the walls and into those streams and lakes alike. There were many pathways leading in various directions. Some were wide while others could barely fit one person. This was a large open area that stretched for many kilometers in all directions. There was only one known exit to the top, which made traversing the whole area difficult without anyone with directional skills like a tracker. Be careful, boss. Yeah, I know. There could be monsters in those lava pools. The sector where he was in now had a larger piece of land on it with some smaller lava pools spread around. In those sizzling hot pots there could be monsters hiding, ones that were resistant to flames. He came prepared, knowing the weaknesses of the foes an adventurer was facing was the basics. With the degree of fire protection that he was wearing, he felt rather content adventuring forward. SSSSSSSSSSS. There it was, his first opponent that was crawling out of one of those smaller pools of lava. Some of them were connected to the larger lakes and rivers that were flowing in the back. Luckily, none of the larger monsters would be able to fit through the smaller openings. Volcanic Salamander L54. It was an evolved variant of the salamander monster he saw in the labyrinth. This one was quite larger, more the size of a smaller horse but with shorter legs. Its scales looked more robust and had a more brownish tint to it that let it blend in with the darker volcanic soil here. The monster slammed its elongated tail into the ground, causing it to crack in a few places as it noticed Roland looking at it. The large salamander started hissing while looking at its target. Roland at this moment was hiding behind his shield while getting closer. He was sure to keep watch if there weren't any other enemies nearby. Without a seasoned tracker to detect enemies, he needed to be extra careful. Soon the battle started with a bark coming from the back. Bernier was sure to hold Agni in his hands while peeking from around the corner. What he saw was the monster moving its head upwards. The lower part of its neck started bulging out and glowing in a red color as it prepared an attack. Roland didn't need much time to figure out what it was doing. There were a few possibilities of defending against this type of attack. He chose to dodge instead of using his shield to block, as this attack was somewhat slow. The monster opened up its mouth and a ball of heated magma was flung from it. It connected with the ground where Roland was previously standing on and caused an explosion. He, on the other hand, was glowing in green after activating his runic structure. This type of attack that the monster performed was quite powerful. Even he that was wearing magical armor wouldn't come out unscathed if he just received it. It did have one glaring weakness, as it left the person or monster using it open for a quick counter. Normally something like this would be better used for a finishing move on an opponent that couldn't move. "Got you," he called out while pointing his hand at the creature. Roland had gotten in range for a magical attack. This came in the form of a cone of cold spell that was inscribed on his gauntlet. The surge of icy air and ice crystals descended on the volcanic salamander. Due to this monster living in a warm climate, it couldn't take low temperatures very well. It suffered massive damage while also losing most of its mobility. A critical hit that rendered his opponent immobile was just the thing he needed. With a nice slice from his blade, the head was off and the battle was won. You have gained 358 experience. Not bad. Using magic against these fire monster feels like cheating. He looked at the dead monster while putting his sword away. It didn't take much for him to kill it. Using the creature's weakness made everything quite easy. He didn't feel like he would lose to it without the spell either. He would just need to take a bit more time. Okay. Don't see any other monsters. The party that cleared out the boss chamber must have killed most of them at the entrance. Bernier, we will wait here for now, more should respawn soon. Roland decided to wait at the safe spot for now. This was the first time that he was here, so he needed to get used to the stronger Tier 2 monsters. He liked to do things slow and steady without rushing too much into danger. With the puppy and his assistant, he also needed to keep the two safe. On it, boss! Bernier moved in, and Agni was quick to jump on the dead salamander. He looked like a proud warrior that had slain this monster himself. Roland just smirked a bit and gave the puppy's head a ruffling. After the monster was done being processed, it was time to do some grinding. Okay, boss, you can go ahead. HNGH. Roland, in his everyday clothes but with gloves that were glowing red, was pushing a large wooden spire. It looked like a large thick wooden log with a peculiar contraption attached to the top part. That's it, just a bit more. Now stop. He was quick to move to the other side to stabilize the construction. This large tower-like log was inserted into a hole, and while Roland was holding onto it, Bernier moved over with a wheelbarrow. In it, there was something that looked similar to plaster or cement with a similar dark gray coloring. This substance was something very similar but made with the help of alchemy instead of chemicals. With the help of monster remains, this world had made its own strides in the way of construction. After dumping the contents, Bernier grabbed a smaller plank from the side and started smoothing this fantasy cement out. It will take half a day for this to dry, boss. Roland nodded while continuing to support the larger structure with his enhanced strength. In his previous world, people would have to use cranes for something like this. With his current Tier 2 stats and some help from strength-enhancing runes, he was able to heft this burden. But boss, will this windmill work? Isn't it too thin? Bernier scratched his nose while attaching some support beams to this windmill. In reality, this wasn't anything like that. It was a small wind turbine that Roland finally got around to building. With the help of his assistant, he could speed up the process, making cables and the small parts for the propellers and generator that was inside. The cables were pushed through the large log that added some well-needed weight. This was his first design, so he decided to make the fans a bit smaller. Thus, even when they would be spinning at full swing, the structure would remain stable in place. This isn't a windmill. This is to generate power. Power! Bernier looked at the wind turbine, and he wasn't sure how this thing should produce energy. Though Roland was the runesmith here, so he wouldn't ask too many questions. He understood that magic and runes were a difficult theme not known by many men. I guess it is about time to show you some things. But first, help me connect these cables. The wires they were using were simple copper ones. They were coated in a dark rubber-like substance that worked quite similar to its old-world counterpart. Luckily, these wires didn't require runesmithing, as they were just there to carry the current towards the generator in his runic workshop. Roland had decided to move to wind energy, as keeping a boiler down in his workshop was causing some difficulties. The engine that he made was also not very efficient at all. He had a couple of options here. One would be water energy like people used in dams. The problem was that there was now river nearby. Another option would be geothermal. With a lava dungeon nearby, this could be a possibility, but he needed something closer to his house. Thus, wind turbines were the next good option. He could easily place multiple ones in his yard behind his house. Even if he placed some outside his fence, no one would probably complain, and he might be able to buy more land if he wished for. The biggest downside to this setup was that it was clearly visible to anyone. If a person decided to walk through here, they would see some strange-looking windmills spinning around. It was clear that he wasn't using them for grain and making bread. He might be able to say that they were for pumping water. They were also used for cutting wood at sawmills, though they saw less use in this kind of world where a woodcutter had enhanced strength and specialized skills to make everything go fast. He noticed this trend that filled this world around him. The people here tended not to look for shortcuts to their work. They would naturally gain more skills and level up. They got faster and better at everything by just continuing to train. Most of them didn't see the reason to invest in unique inventions. The only progress was seen towards magic and alchemy while machinery was left in the dust. Bark! Could you stop digging in the yard? Roland scolded Agni, who was busy digging up a hole and burying something in it. After the puppy had settled in, some changes needed to be made. For one thing, he needed to remove the trip mines from the ground, as the little wolf was quite happy to dig them out. Luckily, Roland got to him in time before any explosions happened. With this in mind, another larger construction plan for the defenses was fashioned. This one would eliminate the random chance of his allies injuring themselves in his backyard. With the wind turbine in place and Bernier to help him out, they would connect the electricity with the fences. Implementing the electric fence would take a bit to make, as he needed the wind turbine to power the items in his workshop first. Depending on how much juice this turbine produced, he would go ahead with the fence idea. Roland knew that the jolt that the fence would give wouldn't keep real threats away. It was more of a warning signal for people to keep out. Smart individuals would probably notice this and think twice before venturing forward. Others might just vault over this wall and try their luck inside. With unique defenses came unique rewards. Without some danger, there were no real rewards. Not having the mines around puts this place at risk. Are there any automated defenses that I could build here? He grumbled while looking at the ruby tip of his wolf puppy. The little guy was having a blast while turning his land into Swiss cheese. Boss, why don't you build a golem? Bernier moved over while whipping some sweat from his brow. The half-dwarf had been taught by his father while he was alive, so he knew some inside rumors and knowledge. Runesmiths were similar to other magic users by the use of their runes. Their true strength lay in creating magical items. One of those was a staple, the iron golem. I never tried that before. He had thought about making one before, but his lack of knowledge kept him grounded. Now he more or less knew how such a creature would be able to operate. It was like the monster that he faced, it needed a core first. This would act as the main power source and could be bought on the market or even from the dungeon directly. In the volcanic area, some golems could be spotted. If he nabbed one of those cores, he would be able to try it out. Without any master, he would need to do everything himself. The probability of getting a golem-making manual in the auction house was slim. The runesmiths kept their more detailed secrets hidden. Luckily for Roland, he had lived in a large crafting city for a few years, and golems was something that it did possess. The only problem was that he could never examine them fully. He was left with fleeting glances here and there while the various magical automatons moved around. His old notebook was filled out with parts of these runic structures, but he never tried to piece them together as he was lacking the main component. This component was the internal runic code that would make this golem work. Even though he thought that he could somehow work out the runic structures going through the body from the golem core. The most important part, that was the control program. This golem would need to be able to move around and follow basic instructions. The ones that he saw in the city were mostly only able to slowly move around and carry heavy items. They were mostly meant for constructions, while the more combat-oriented golems were hard to come by. The fastest way for him to make his own golem would be by buying one of the auction and then examining the program and runes inside. Then, with it as a base, he would start applying his own custom-made commands. That would probably be the fastest way to go around this. He remembered how much time he lost when not getting a magical item with a mana stone in it. If he didn't get that lucky break, he might still think that mana stones were used as batteries to this day. I'm kind of self-taught, but if you see any golems, even the small toy ones, you have the permission to buy it. Roland replied to Bernier while putting the golem construction off for now. It would take way too long to construct an operating program to make it run from scratch. Making one that activated separate runic spells was one thing. Making a basic AI that could follow spoken orders was another thing entirely. It could take him several years to even come up with a prototype that would need even more time to fix. Toy ones. Yes, some runesmiths make small automatons that can follow orders. Some nobles buy them for their children. At least they are cheaper than the large ones. He had actually seen one of those a long time ago when he first arrived in this world, but that was a time that he had long forgotten and moved on from. While thinking about some defensive measures, he noticed Agni from the side munching on something. You really like those, don't you? Roland narrowed his eyes while he spotted something shiny in the puppy's mouth. He's got quite the expensive appetite, Bernier commented while walking away to do some other chores while the wind turbine foundation set. Agni had developed a strange diet after going down into the dungeon. While one of the monster corpses was getting taken apart, the mana stone fell to the side. The little puppy looked at this glowing gem and ran up to it. With a big chomp, the mana stone was quickly gulped down by him fully. Roland and Bernier saw this and tried to make the puppy spit out the stone, unsure if he would suffer from such a thing. After looking through the wolf stats, no drop of HP or strange status effects were noticed by Roland. There was one addition to this status in the form of a skill. Mana Stone Eater, passive, allows for a small chance of strengthening through mana stone consumption. This skill looked quite powerful. Gaining strength just by eating mana stones seemed very powerful. In reality, ever since getting it, Agni only received one status point. Somehow this skill could allow the user to gain status points through consuming mana stones. If there was something more that could be gained was unknown. Roland wasn't happy about losing so many mana stones to his canine companion. For now, he was only devouring lesser mana stones, and it seemed that he couldn't devour more than 2 per day. It was apparent that the digestion of these stones took a while. If Agni tried to snack on more than one every 12 hours, he would get a stomach ache. I hope that skill allows for a better evolution. Speaking of evolutions, Roland glanced at Agni's stats, which had gone up. His little companion was close to reaching the 25th level and just needed 2 more. When he hit that threshold, he would be allowed to evolve. From what Roland knew, a ruby wolf puppy would evolve into an adolescent ruby wolf at the 25th level. After that, at the 50th level, he should turn into a plain ruby wolf and be a tier 2 monster. There might be other possibilities along the way. For instance, the more common version of a ruby wolf was the volcanic wolf. That type of monster could be seen in the volcanic area past the 10th level of the maze. There was no reason for taking that evolutionary path, as a ruby wolf was considered stronger and also smarter than a volcanic variant. If I go by this world's naming sense and that skill, maybe he'll change into something like a mana ruby wolf. Would Roland's pup have a similar class naming scheme that he had succumbed to? His classes were one of the better ones, but the names left a lot to be desired. It would still be better to go with a rare evolution even if it had a silly name. Bernier. Roland called out to his worker and gave him a plan of the house that had the cable placements. Follow the schematic. I'll go to the dungeon with Agni. He is close to leveling up. Before leaving Bernier with a shovel to bury the cables, he had him help him get his armor on. The tamed monster, along with the wind turbine and his new assistant, kept him from improving on his old design. He wanted to focus on it after Agni got a bit stronger, and with the first evolution, he would feel more comfortable doing so. The Tier 1 skills were easy to level up, and with the help of Roland's deep pockets, he could buy recovery items for his monster. With them, Agni was able to increase the levels of all his skills with minimal rest. The only one that didn't max out was the one for eating mana stones. Depending on the evolution choices, Roland was ready to wait for it to max out later. Then he would focus on crafting while Agni munched on some stones. Recently he had visited the dungeon quite often, so he needed some downtime. Alright boss, have a safe trip and bring back some souvenirs. You sure like going through those monster remains? Don't you, Bernier? I just need some salamander leather for my coat. That stuff is easy to work with. The two parted ways and Roland departed towards the dungeon. He didn't keep Agni on his shoulder anymore, but let him walk side by side. The puppy also had a nice black leather collar with his name on it. There was one green mana stone that would increase the pup's speed if he used it. Surprisingly, his monster companion was smart enough to learn how to use simple runic equipment. He only started having problems when there were more than 2 enchantments on it. Due to that, he only put in the speed increase along with a mana shield for protection. Thanks to this, his little canine companion also earned the title of Magic Item User. This was probably because not many monsters could use magic items or knew how. A regular human would not get a title like this due to this being something their race was able to do by default. The two were back in the dungeon now. This started feeling like his everyday grind now. He killed monsters in the morning to gather materials and mana stones. Then in the evening, he enchanted some weapons and armor parts to sell at the auction house. The money was then spent on more materials to expand his workshop, and the cycle continued. A snapping of bones brought him back to reality as a flaming skeleton dropped to the ground. Agni did a little wiggle dance around the monster while sniffing, but then quickly turned around. His hind legs performed the motion of burying something as if he wasn't interested in the bony creature. No mana stones, huh? You got a good nose for those ever since you have gotten that skill. They continued into the deeper levels of the dungeon, but not below the 5th. Past that, the monsters were above the 25th level and could prove dangerous for his little puppy. He wanted him to gain the rest of the experience by himself without getting power leveled by him. After spending half the day down here, it was finally time for the little guy to level up. With a glance at the status screen, it was apparent that an evolution was possible. Name: Ruby Wolf Puppy, L25, X, Max. Type: Fire Earth Beast. HP: 264/264. MP: 210/210. SP: 445/445. Strength: 20. Agility: 35. Dexterity: 15. Vitality: 10. Endurance: 28. Intelligence: 15. Willpower: 15. Charisma: 16. Luck: 14. Roland could clearly see that Agni wasn't able to gain any more experience. From what the old gnome at the Adventurers Guild had told him, he needed to focus on this experience counter that was maxed out. After he did, he could see multiple options become clear to him. HM. He rubbed his chin while looking over them. It was time to make a decision or wait till his tamed monster leveled up his skills more. Adolescent Volcanic Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. A common canine-type monster found in volcanic regions. Their noticeable feature is their growing mane covered in volcanic rocks. Adolescent Ruby Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. An uncommon canine-type monster found in volcanic regions. Their noticeable feature is their growing mane covered in rubies. Adolescent Gemstone Wolf. Fire, Earth, Beast. A rare canine-type monster found in deep dungeons. Their noticeable feature is their growing mane adorned with various gemstones. Hellhound Puppy. Fire, Fiend, Beast. An uncommon canine fiend type of monster. This type of monster is regularly seen accompanied by demonic beings. Adolescent Ash Wolf. Earth/Beast. A common canine-type wolf found in dungeons. They are characterized by having a white ashy fur pattern. Roland was now glancing at the evolution options that he was given. There were 5 of them, with 2 uncommon variants and 1 rare. There was one peculiar option with the Hellhound that caused the puppy to stay as a young type. From what he knew, these types of evolution options were a rare sight. They would more or less reset the current monster progress and turn them into a different type. Here his Ruby Wolf would transform into a Hellhound puppy, which would change it from a wolf to a dog, and also give him a fiend type along with the beast type. A rare type doesn't mean that it is particularly better than an uncommon one. He rubbed his chin while reading through the explanations. There wasn't much information given about the skills these evolution options would give. Normally he wanted to go for the Ruby variant at first, as that was the original type of monster Agni was. Now there was another option with the Gemstone Wolf, which was probably there due to the new Mana Stone eating skill his puppy gained. The Volcanic and Ashen Wolf types looked like the more generic ones, with the Ashen one even losing the Fire type in the evolution. There was also the option of going with a Hellhound and starting anew. Then when the time came to evolve again, there could be some rare options for the Hellhound type. Though these types of monster were considered the more violent type, which could pose some trouble down the line. What do you think, Agni? Ruby Wolf or Gemstone Wolf? Or maybe a Hellhound? Bark! The little guy started barking and running around. It was clear that he wouldn't get much out of this baby monster and would have to make the choice himself. Let's go back home for now, Agni. Roland decided to stall this evolution. He needed to get more information about these advancement options. The mana-eating skill wasn't fully matured yet either, so there might be some other evolutionary option if he maxed it out. There was no rush for something as important as an evolution. There were sometimes options to reset like the Hellhound one, but those were super rare. The Ruby Wolf options would not be there again. It was impossible to go around in circles until someone made up their mind. The only thing he could go off of is books or by experience from tamers. The two returned home to discover a quite drunk Bernier hammering away while shaping some nails. There was also a use for those and a lot of scrap metal to go around. His assistant was also very close to reaching level 50 now, which would also let him advance further. EY boss, welcome back. I put the cables where you wanted. Want me to help you undress? Bernier noticed Roland walking back into the house as his runic armor was quite characteristic. The half-dwarf's face was quite red, but he was actually able to work in such a state. If he would be able to do the same thing when power tools were introduced was something Roland was afraid of. It was one thing to swing a hammer and another to handle a runic saw that could take out a limb. No, it's fine, we'll connect everything tomorrow. He didn't bother his assistant as Bernier was clearly working hard to get his level up. Since hitting the 48th level, he was tirelessly using his smithing skills to grind up towards this important occasion. It was also getting late after spending most of the day down in the dungeon. When Roland opened up the door to the house, Agni was quick to jump in and go to his spot. He had one right next to Roland's own bed, and even though there was a perfectly fine doghouse outside, the puppy liked to sleep here. With time, Roland gave in to the whines and barks, not being able to fight against the deadly puppy stare. Here, catch. Roland tossed Agni a nice-looking mana stone, and the puppy began munching on it almost instantly. Enough time had passed since the last one, so it was fine now. After getting undressed, it was time to look over some plans. The wind turbine would be getting connected tomorrow, so he needed to go through some things. At this point in time, some months had passed since his new assistant had arrived. Even though he didn't want to reveal his secret lair below his house, it was inevitable that it would be. It was clearly obvious that he was doing runecrafting somewhere in his house. Even with some sound-canceling runes to keep the noise of his smithing away from prying ears, it was easy for Bernier to figure things out. The decision was made to show his assistant his secret workshop that he had now locked behind a special magic magnetic lock. By being able to focus on studying the runes, he started to crack the code slowly. With time, he hoped to not need to look at other people's work or use his debugging skill to just steal the working designs. With the knowledge of the magic programming language, he wanted to construct his own magic, maybe even make something new that never existed in this world before. If I can't install any mine runes for now, I could go with a normal alarm system. Roland was still on the fence on what to do instead of the mine approach. It was too deadly with his puppy and new assistant around. He needed something different, maybe something that could tell the two apart from unwanted guests. I could make something akin to a photocell alarm system. With some knowledge of his old world, he came up with one of the classics. By placing some light sensors around the fence, he would know if someone passed through it. He recalled one of the popular movies, where the hero had to evade many red laser beams that would trigger the alarm. It was an easy solution and could be placed around the fences away from his assistant and puppy. I wonder if I could make some automated magical weapons. Then there was another thing that he wanted to do. His land was fenced up in a square shape. At each corner, there was a smaller tower made of hardwood. Thanks to Bernier that was good at building things, the fence had been redone to actually be proper. Roland was thinking about placing magical devices at those corners which would turn them into sort of defensive towers. It would be easy for him to connect the alarm system to this sort of attacking device. It would only require some mana from his generator to run. He could also use a reusable scroll system that didn't use up much of his mana reserves in the generator. The difficult task would be for it to actually hit a moving target. Creating a magic device that shot fire arrows in random directions wouldn't work. He needed to use something different, something that could be guided. There are special self-guiding spells that could work. For now, there were variations of his favorite magic arrow spell that guided itself onto the target. If he also inscribed it in the highest grade, it would actually be quite accurate. He wanted the towers to react to the intruders and aim themselves, but he would need to stick to the basics for now. Maybe if he figured out that golem operating system, he would be able to put it in his defensive towers. I don't think thieves will expect getting chased by magic arrows the moment they set foot here. That will probably require more wind turbines. I'd also have to reinforce the house walls. Even with guided arrows, they can still hit the house. With more intricate spells, the requirement for mana was also there. If he wanted to make everything work, he needed to build more. Otherwise, he would have to somehow include scrolls into the circuit. With more moving components, there was always more that could go astray during the activation process. Okay, let me draw up some schematics. But first, before moving on with his work, he peeked outside his workshop. He saw his puppy drooling into the large pillow that was his bedding. The beast is asleep. I can work in peace. Roland gently removed himself from the room Agni was sleeping in and moved back into his workshop where he could focus on his work. There was also the idea of reusable wands or runic plates that he wanted to mount into his armor, placing it somewhere around his forearm area. This was for easy access while also was there to allow him to point with his hands at the target. Most of the spell would be on the plate while the discharge rune that created the spell outside would be on his palm. With this, it would look as if he was actually casting spells even though he would be just activating separate runic structures on the added components to his armor. Most of the strain would fall on those reusable parts while his glove would only degrade just a little bit. Thanks to it already being from deep steel, the damage would be minimal. The reusable components, on the other hand, could be made from cheap iron or steel. With that in mind, he got to drawing. He had made some previous iterations, but he was focused on leveling up his new puppy, so he didn't progress much. I'll use a lesser bolt of guidance spell in this design. Doesn't puck as much of a punch, but can be cast repeatedly without much damage to the equipment. His penmanship had increased by leaps and bounds after reaching Tier 2. His dexterity was now doubled and he had access to the upper-tier scribing skills that were slowly leveling up. With this, he was able to draw up multiple runic schematics within minutes. Regretfully, his little leveling cheat had plateaued with time. Even common-grade runic schematics didn't give him that much. By this point, it would be faster to go into the dungeon and massacre some Tier 2 beasts in the lava region. He was strong enough to even take on multiple of those now, which left his debugging trick in the dust. Maybe if he got his hands on some Tier 3 runic schematics, he would be able to progress faster once more. The problem with that was the rarity and exorbitant prices. The only realistic way of getting them would be buying something with a Tier 3 rune in a store or at the auction. The prices for common-grade armor and weapons were already steep. Something at a higher tier was not something he could afford at the moment. At least not while he was spending a lot on building his turbines and defensive systems. That should be it. Think we will need a lot more copper wires to get to all the towers. I'll just tell Bernier to fetch it tomorrow. Roland yawned while stretching. It had gotten late into the night and it was time to sleep. Agni noticed him leaving the workshop and was fast to tackle his leg. You should probably go do your business. He let the puppy outside while he himself went to take a bath. Time continued to tick and it was the next day. Roland always got up quite early thanks to his sleeping resistance skill. Bernier, on the other hand, was a deep sleeper, even more after drinking through the day. Hey, wake up. I need you to fetch something from the market. The sun was already up, so Roland didn't have any bad feelings about waking his assistant up. His foot kicked the door to the log cabin that was now used as Bernier's new place of lodging. It was also his smithy that was slowly getting new and better equipment made by the half-dwarf himself. Is he still sleeping? If you go now, I'll give you money for that wine you were drooling over. After the sentence was uttered, he could hear a strange loud thud in the log shed. This was quickly followed by a lot of metallic tools falling over and him hearing Bernier shouting some profanities. I'm up. I'm up. I should dock his pay for pretending to be sleeping. Roland waited another minute to see a half-dressed Bernier coming over to meet him. The moment he opened the door, the smell of spirit filled Roland's nostrils. This was something he was already used to, and other dwarven workshops were quite similar. Finally, you're up. Here, go pick these things on the market. If you can barter down the prices, you can buy that wine of yours. Thank you, boss. Roland thought that Bernier would be a bit dejected that he would only get the wine if he bartered well enough. It seemed that it was enough to just give him a chance at getting it for him to be happy. While Bernier was packing up, Roland decided to work on his magic arm guard design. There were enough steel plates in place for him to make some prototypes. With the ethereal pathway skill also leveling up, it was a lot easier to connect them to the main armor. The two parted ways and started the day off early. Bernier hefted up his backpack and looked at his workshop while smiling. It just took him a few months, but now he felt like he really could be a proper blacksmith. The person that had hired him was an oddball but also a good person. After locking up the log cabin and saying his goodies to Agni that was nibbling on his morning mana stone, he left. Bernier was not provided with a working runic bicycle, so he needed to do his work on foot. Roland didn't deny him one outright. The problem was in Bernier not having enough mana to last him towards the city. Even mana stones didn't alleviate this issue much, so he was left with his own 2 legs. It was still only a 30-minute walk, so Bernier just used it to take in the sights and think about what he could craft next. One of the reasons he was so excited today was not only for the wine but also that he was close to reaching level 50. His boss had promised to show him some of his runic items if he managed to pass into the 2nd tier. "Mornin'." "Good morning." Bernier greeted the gate guards that already knew him. There weren't that many half-dwarfs in the city with huge backpacks like his. Since getting his new job, he was a lot happier, thus his more extroverted personality came out. Thanks to this, getting good prices at the market was easy. While Bernier was trying to haggle down on the price of the copper, Roland ordered a group of 5 adventurers was walking down the street. One person from the group then came to a stop while glancing towards the market. "Isn't that? Hey Garland, what are you doing? Get a move on." "Wait, Devin, look at that." The 2 men exchanged some glances and both of them started looking in Bernier's direction. Soon a smirk appeared on both of their faces, while the other 3 adventurers went over to see what was going on. Well, isn't it our little Bernier? Awfully chipper, isn't he?" "That he is. Reckon we should remind him of how we treat old friends." The group of men moved to the side into a lonesome alley while keeping watch over the market. What they were up to only they knew, but it didn't look that it was anything peaceful. "What's taking him so long?" Roland looked at the runic clock that he made in his free time. Bernier had been gone for quite some time and was running late. Roland had lost himself in runecrafting on one of his newest inventions and didn't notice that it was already the middle of the day. Did he go get drunk in a tavern or something? He started imagining Bernier getting a good deal of the copper and other metals that he sent him for. Roland had stated that he could use some of that money to buy the brand wine that Bernier loved so much, while holding his new runic component that he could attach to his armor at the forearm. With the improvements to his tier, he was able to work much faster even with common-grade runes. The need to watch out for his mana also started to fade away. There was no need to take long meditation breaks between rune smithing. Only when doing some large projects like his whole crimson armor would that be now a requirement. In his hands, he had 2 new prototypes of a new spell weapon. The new runic weapons that he made were something he came up after remembering an old movie. It used quite a bit of mana to work, but it was something to be feared. There was a possibility of shifting the tides of battle due to the unique movement and destructive power. He had already tested this design out beforehand, and now he had just made it connect to his own armor and to the runic program. I'll have to give these a final test later, but now. Roland also started to think about having a talk with Bernier about that drinking problem. It was all fun and games to look at a drunkard having fun, but when it impacted their work, then there was a problem. Due to the half-dwarf not returning faster, he wasn't able to get his wind turbine up and running. Thus he shifted his attention to weapon crafting, but now it was done as well and his assistant was still missing. Before he could think about a punishment, he heard Agni barking out loudly. "What is it, boy?" The barking was quite loud and prolonged. It was clear that Agni noticed someone or something. The most obvious explanation was that it was Bernier coming back, but for some reason, these barks sounded a bit different than usual. There was no time to put on his armor at this moment, but Roland didn't like the sound of those frantic barks. It was clear that there was something off about them, thus, he decided to at least put on his gloves and helmet. After grabbing his sword and shield from the side, he was finally ready. "Who is it?" Roland called out while going outside, but there was no one there. only Agni scratching at the entrance gate. After looking around for some enemies, he focused on that gate and could somewhat hear something. There was a certain sound of something being dragged. This was accompanied by heavy footsteps. There was no answer to his question, instead of it a loud noise of someone hitting the ground followed by a grunt. He was momentarily stunned as he could more or less recognize to whom that grunt belonged. This also explained why Agni was scratching at the large gate door to go outside. "What the? Bernier, is that you?" Without getting an answer, he rushed outside. There he saw him. Bernier was down on the ground, his clothes torn up. The characteristic backpack that he always wore was gone. It seemed to Roland that his assistant was robbed. The surprising thing about this was that it was broad daylight and the city was more or less safe. "Hey, can you hear me?" Roland ran up to Bernier and handled his body gently. His assistant was breathing, which was a good sign, but after turning him around he frowned. Bernier's nose was clearly broken and bloody. His lip was cut up and his face was swollen. If not treated, it would balloon even more. "Who did this to you? Were there bandits on the way here?" His first thought was bandits, as something like this would be hard to miss in the city. The guards would have at least seen him limping away and helped him to some extent. Fights broke out in the city, but Bernier here was beaten half to death. Even without looking at his body, he could tell that some of his bones were broken. "Ugh!" There was no reply to the question. Bernier was clearly on his last breath. He probably used the last of his stamina to drag himself here. Soon he would pass out. "Shit, hold on." Roland placed the bloodied Bernier down gently without moving him inside of the house. It would be dangerous to carry him around without properly tending to the wounds first. "Drink this." While preparing for some home invaders, Roland had taken one of his storage bags with potions. He used one of the better health potions on Bernier's wounds. He splashed one right on his face while another one was used on his banged-up leg. That is before forcing it in the right place for the healing to start. If done incorrectly, the bone would heal in the wrong place, which would then have to be broken once more to heal correctly. Bernier was out cold at this point, so luckily, he wouldn't need to feel the pain from having his bones set. Only after doing this did he decide to pick him up to carry him to the house. During the whole debacle, Agni was on the side whimpering with a curled-up tail. Bernier was placed on the couch and Roland removed his clothes with the help of his knife. The clothes that he was wearing were filled with sweat and dried-up blood. There was no use keeping them around. Damn! Did they have to go this far? He could see many bruises on Bernier's chest, stomach, and other vital areas. This doesn't look like a bandit attack. This looks personal. After washing away some of that blood from his assistant's beaten-up body, Roland realized this. A bandit wouldn't go to these lengths. They would also not leave their victim alive unless Bernier was lucky to get away. His limp leg that seemed broken told another tale. From what Roland was seeing, it looked like Bernier was beaten up thoroughly. It was as if the person that did it had a grudge against him or wanted to pay him back for something. He didn't really ask about his assistant's past, and he didn't think someone like him would have many enemies. These wounds were all done by fists as well. If he was robbed by some thieves, some knife cuts would be there, as those types wouldn't bother with roughing their victims up to this extent. He was also left alive, which indicated that the perpetrators didn't fear any form of retaliation. He's not waking up anytime soon. Could they have been some Rouge adventurers? Roland started to debate on who could have done such a thing, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After living with the silly half-dwarf for a few months, the drunk had grown on him. He was his boss, and a boss was someone that took care of their employees. Damn! His fist descended on a nearby chair, which turned to scrap wood in an instant. His increased strength paired up with the deep steel gauntlets that he was wearing caused fatal damage to the inanimate object. Bark, bark, bark. Agni started sniffing Bernier around, and afterward, he continued to bark. He started to run around in a circle before pointing with his nose at the door as if he wanted to go out. What do you? Roland noticed his monster's strange behavior, but he soon realized what he was trying to tell him. Did you get the scent of the one who did this to Bernier? Woof! At the question, Agni started bouncing around even more. He was a canine type of monster, and after a couple of levels, he had earned a tracking skill as well. With his nose, it was possible to find the perpetrators of this robbery. The only problem was that there was a short window that this could be done. The trail would go cold in a few hours, and then he could only ask Bernier about it. He knew his assistant well enough now. It was probable that he wouldn't tell him the truth about this attack. He could have had history with the perpetrators and wouldn't want to report this to the City Watch either. The backpack was his, so he didn't owe Roland anything for it, and he would probably work hard to pay back for the copper and money that was stolen. Now or never. Bernier's situation was stabilized. The healing potions worked wonders, but they wouldn't help the injured person wake up faster. Roland also wasn't sure if he wanted him to be awake for the thing that he was about to do. I can't handle any tier 3s, but if it's only tier 2s below the 100th level, then... He grasped the bloodied cloth that he used to clean Bernier's beaten-up body and looked at it. It was clear to him that the assailants could have gone back to the city. Causing a scene there would bring unwanted attention. His reputation as a strange runesmith living in the woods made him a neutral element in the city. He felt that the Adventurers Guild would take his side if he was able to prove the theft. Bernier's bag was something very characteristic among the guild. If the robbers had it on them, it could be the proof that he needed. Roland had told him to mark the backpack with his initials in a hard-to-find spot just for such an occasion. Roland felt angry. He knew that the rational thing to do now would be to not do anything hasty. The backpack was an item that cost a lot of gold, but it was replaceable just like the things in it. But would that approach keep him and Bernier from harm's way in the future? No. This is not how this world works. He started going down into his workshop. His feet were slow and a myriad of thoughts was going through his head, mostly telling him that this was a bad idea. Roland had hidden himself away in this house to evade trouble, but even then it found him. One good way of showing people to not trifle with him was a show of strength. Reporting it to the authorities could be a dead end, as status, power, and money were the only things that moved the people on the top. If he continued to hide, people would come. When it came to light that Bernier was living with him, and he did nothing about this, he could be seen as an easy target. Someone could decide to put that up to the test sooner or later. Hiding his strength could backfire in the near future, but having a high profile also brought in many other issues that he was trying to avoid. If he acted then, the news of a particular runesmith would probably circulate through the city. He would alert everyone to his presence. If this would cause more trouble down the road remained to be seen. He placed his helmet on his head as he was now ready. The weapons that he previously constructed were still attached to his forearms as he decided to take them along. After checking all of his gear, he walked out with his shield on his back and his sword to the side. This time around he would go with the classics, as a sword and shield were quite versatile against humans. Agni, do you still have the scent? Woof! The wolf puppy barked and sniffed Bernier some more before charging out through the door. His master was left behind to lock up the entire house. Bernier's life wasn't in danger, but he probably wouldn't be waking up before this whole situation was over. Roland's stats were much higher than Agni's, so catching up to the puppy wasn't hard. He saw him sniffing around and running along the usual path that they took to get to his house. There were signs of Bernier moving through here, marks of dried blood, and even where he was dragging his leg. This path leads to... They came to the fork in the road that was between his house, the dungeon, and the city. With more sniffing, Agni shot towards one of these paths that made Roland frown. He was going towards Albrook, which he had hoped to avoid. This was not a main road path, but one that he and Bernier used as a shortcut. It went through the woods and was also the place of the incident. Soon both of them arrived at a spot with a lot of snapped branches and marks of battle. There were even parts of Bernier's torn-up clothes. While Agni continued to sniff around, Roland examined the crime scene. It was clear that Bernier tried to put up a fight, but there were multiple assailants. They must have followed him from the city and waited till he was alone, probably a tracker in the party. This isn't that far away from the house. Roland felt a bit dejected that he had no idea that such a thing was happening. While he was consumed in his work, Bernier was getting assaulted by someone here. He was already thinking about some sort of communication device that would alert him if something like this happened again. Did you get the fresh scent, boy? Agni barked after sniffing around this area. The trail was still fresh, but it went towards the city. The people that did this were probably somewhere there. This could pose a problem. He had already decided to at least check things out. If the assailants proved too powerful, he would have to let things be. On the other hand, if they weren't, then he would have someone to take out this pent-up rage on. The two continued all the way to the city gates, which they passed now after Roland had attained his monster permit. The combination of a large man in a crimson armor and a small red puppy with a ruby tail did turn some heads. Weapons and armor were allowed, so even though he had a shield and sword, they weren't taken away. Where is Agni leading me to? They moved past the main street and into the market and continued further. He only visited the Adventurers Guild along with the auction house. They were going further into the more underdeveloped area, which some might call the slums. It was a place that people that came here with high hopes ended up when they failed. Bernier told him once that before he started working as a smith with him, he was forced to live around this area. He told him some tales of daylight robberies and thugs getting into fights. Apparently, the guards didn't wander in here too often, which led to the creation of a more lawless zone. This was a part of this world. Places like this existed in all developed cities. With time, Roland also expected the Thieves' Guild to be created if the city's population kept increasing. The houses became more shabby and the streets dirtier the further the two went in. Soon they ended up at a larger building with saloon-like doors. Agni started pointing with his nose inside, which made Roland believe that the assailants were in there. In there, Agni? Good. You should go hide somewhere and don't come out till I call for you. Understood. Agni whined a bit, but soon followed the instructions. With time, he had grown into quite the well-behaved pooch. He was smart enough to realize that he would only hold his master back against the people inside. Roland watched as his ruby wolf ducked into one of the alleyways to hide. It would be difficult to concentrate on fighting if his puppy got used as a hostage. The assault happened recently. I should be able to ascertain who it was. He moved forward to open the door to this rundown pub. It was a seedy establishment that housed all sorts of ruffians that didn't want to pay the market price for alcohol. The door parted for him and revealed a somewhat large interior. People were talking and laughing loudly while drinking watered-down beer and wine. His somewhat unique appearance did raise some eyebrows, as not many would be able to afford an eye-catching runic armor like he did. While they were looking at him, he was looking at them. His eyes scanned the area for potential culprits and stopped at one of the tables. There was a group of men sitting there. They looked rough around the edges. They were clearly the ones that he was looking for, as there was a particularly large backpack up against the wall next to their table. All tier 2, huh? This should be manageable. Roland turned to them and started walking. It was time to get in some trouble. The day in Albrook was slowly coming to an end, but the sun was still out. Chatters and laughs that were previously prevalent in this establishment went silent the moment an unknown person walked in through the saloon-like door. He was larger both in height and stature than the average human male. This wasn't what made this person stick out like a sore thumb. The armor that he was wearing was dark crimson, mana stones, and runic symbols adorned it from head to toe. The people in this place belonged to a more rough element of the city. This place was one of the cheap pubs where they could spend their hard-earned coin. A chunk of it procured through less than stellar means. Thieves, rogues, and con artists were all here, and they could tell that this unexpected night was here to cause trouble. It was abnormal that someone with that amount of gear would show his face around here. Most people here were already inching away after the armored man looked to the side and started approaching one of the tables in the back. Hey, isn't that Devin and his chums? Did they do wrong to some high-ranking adventurer? An old-looking dwarf asked while taking a swig from a pitcher filled with alcohol. The person sitting next to him was a human of similar age. The man rubbed his chin, but soon he shrugged. No idea, though Devin and his boys aren't pushovers. This might be interesting. I'll put 2 small silvers on those idiots. You're on. Both of the men grinned at each other while continuing to drink their booze. They were far away from the spot those men were sitting in and wanted to see a good show. It was quite normal for bar fights to break out in a place like this, and just as normal to put bets on them. It was something that was welcome amongst the ruffians living here. It was seen as a form of entertainment to spice up the monotonous life. With the lack of modern-day entertainment, what was left was fighting, gambling, and drinking. "Hey Garland, get a load of this guy." Devin, the leader of the group, was in the middle of drinking some cheap booze while glancing at the bar wench. He looked to where his buddy Garland was pointing to spot a strange armored man. The man was wearing a full suit of plate mail armor. On his back was a kite shield and to his side an arming sword. Devin was a bit drunk already and he was together with 4 other party members. Even if the man was armored and armed, this didn't pose much of a threat. The people here also had their weapons ready, some strapped to the sides just as the knight, while others had them placed on the table directly. In this neighborhood, there was a need for the protection of one's life. Having people fighting with drawn weapons wasn't as rare as some people might think. "You think you're scaring anyone with that fancy armor? Fuck off." The other 4 men laughed while looking at the crimson armored man. This wasn't the first time someone tried starting things with them. It was the first one that someone in a fancy armor like this though. Devin was already thinking about how much he could get for this piece of equipment if this man actually tried something funny. Before the laughing stopped, the man in crimson pointed to something behind them and spoke out. "That doesn't belong to you, return it." Devin's face twitched in anger slightly after hearing the person speak. He had quite the condescending tone, and Devin was a person that despised getting ordered around. Before speaking out, he glanced to where this person was pointing. "The backpack? Did that idiot Bernier send you here?" "Bernier. Maybe we were too lenient with him. Next time we should break both his legs," Garland said from the side, while the other party members started to laugh again. Even though they were laughing, they were all slowly reaching for their weapons. This person was an unknown element that they haven't seen before. The only reason they attacked Bernier was that they were sure that he didn't have anyone backing him. Now this man showed up, which made their previous assumption null. "Give it back." The man took a step forward while not letting up. The 4 members from Devin's party stood up with weapons in their hands to protect themselves. They knew that the one that struck first had the advantage, and they wouldn't let this person deliver a blow while they were sitting down. "You're brave, my friend, but also stupid. How about this? I'm a generous man. You can take the backpack for, let's say." Devin had a big smirk on his face while talking slowly. His men were ready to strike, and he felt confident that this person wasn't a Tier 3 class holder. The man had a certain skill akin to the analysis skill to sense his opponent's strength. The man in red was clearly someone at Tier 2, but he didn't out-level his party by that much. If he fought them one-on-one, then he might have stood a chance, but with all of them ready to strike, there was no way of them losing this battle. 10 gold coins does sound reasonable, doesn't it? Everyone that was looking at this play out gulped hard. 10 regular-sized gold coins were quite a big sum. A person could buy a house with that, or even a set of enchanted items. The man in red armor didn't answer this proposal. It seemed like he was examining the situation before making a decision. 10 gold too much for you? How about you leave us that armor of yours along with your shield and sword? Devin grinned some more. He didn't think that the man would go for the trade, but he didn't care. If he attacked them, then they would have the right to strip him of all of his belongings. The city guards didn't come here, and no one in this pub would snitch. It was an unspoken rule among the people living here. Everything would be taken care of between them without involving the nobles. What? Don't have it? The man in red remained silent without answering. Devin's grin started fading, as getting ignored was also something that he disliked. The man showed up out of nowhere and wanted to take Bernier's backpack back. Inside of it, they found some change and blacksmithing materials. There wasn't much, but they could pawn the large storage bag at the auction house later. He would certainly not give something like that away for free, even less likely after the armored man showed up. If they gave in to his demands, it would make him and his crew seem weak. A person of crime had an image to uphold. If they didn't, every two-bit crook would try to screw with them. So, you won't return it? Are you an idiot? Devin replied with a glare. The man seemed to ignore his previous proposal. It was as if bartering for the item was out of the question. Then the man did something strange. He moved his hand into a smaller spatial bag. This prompted Devin's men to get ready, but instead of any weapons, he pulled out a round orb. This peculiar orb lit up in blue color and projected an image of some dots. It was clearly a magical device, but the use was unclear. Good. Empty alleyway. No one there. What are you mumbling about? Devon. This guy is pissing me off. Let me. Before Garland could reply, the man in the crimson armor moved both his hands forward. He wasn't holding any weapons, just pointing with the flat side of his palms at them. It looked like he was trying to push an invisible wall. They realized too late what he was up to as his whole armor lit up like a Christmas tree, with the focus being his hands. What the? A massive ball of green energy formed in front of him before being shot out. It was a massive burst of wind elements that pushed all 5 of the men back against the wall with a staggering amount of force. The shabby wooden walls of this pub weren't able to support this attack and crumbled. All of Devon's party members, including him, were sent through this wooden wall and fell out on the other side. Everyone that was watching this from the side was astonished by this development. The armored man looked like he had some enchanted armor on, but no one had ever seen someone use it like this. Mostly the enchantments would be buffing spells or defensive ones. Active magic spells burned through the caster's mana by too much. Unless someone was a mage, they wouldn't be able to handle prolonged use of such gear. Even then, mages would use special magic wands or staffs for such things and not bulky armor that slowed them down. The fight continued while people scattered to the sides even more. Now they realized that the fight had some kind of crazy magic involved. There was now the possibility of being involved in some wide-area magical blasts. No one was willing to stick too close to a caster that was using runic weapons. You bastard! Devon spat out some blood as he was hurled all the way on the opposite side of this alley and into a stone wall. His party members were all close to him while one of his men was still hanging out of the wooden wall. Wait! Look out! With a sudden blurry movement, the man in red armor was now upon the man that was covered in splintered planks. He was grabbed by the neck from behind and promptly lifted up. Then the armor started glowing in a blue light before another spell was discharged. Yarghhhhh. It was a lightning spell. The man was being electrocuted before their very eyes. It was clearly a higher-tier common spell that packed quite a punch and was fast. After the Crimson Man injected their party member with high voltage, he was promptly tossed to the side, his body limp. The fight was taken outside of the premises of this pub. Some of the people that were on the inside decided that this was enough and it was time to run. There were a few that remained in place, interested in this man's capabilities. It seemed that he was able to repeatedly cast spells, which was the forte of runic spells. This came at a large cost that a lot of people knew. The high loss of MP was seen as problematic. Thus, it was surprising that this person was continuously producing magical effects. The armor's mana stones were even shining, making people believe that he was constantly burning through his mana. Get him. He can't keep this up for long. Devon knew the downside of using runic weapons. They only needed to prolong this fight and their enemy would run out of steam sooner or later. A flat pillar of rock collided with Garland's belly. He was the group's tank and also larger than this enemy that they were facing. He had managed to grab his shield and axe before being sent out through the wall. The problem was that the attack came from below and not from in front as he had expected. The man's right boot looked to be the magical device that activated this earth-based spell that connected with his liver and sent him to his knees. More screams filled the alleyway as the magical spells continued to be discharged. It didn't seem like the person casting them was having a tough time with his MP. With an ice blast, another man fell, and now the only person that remained was the ringleader. Don't think that you'll get away with this, you shit. You think you can just waltz in here and... Before Devon could finish the sentence, a blast of magic energy connected with the ground right next to him. He moved to the side to evade it, but it seemed that this was just a feint that the man in crimson was waiting for. The armor glowed in green light and he appeared right to the side. Without having time to react and in a panicked state, Devon received a clean shot from the man's fist to the chin. His teeth and blood flew up against the stone wall as he crumbled like a deflated balloon. You could have just returned the backpack, but you had to make it difficult. Before Devon could reply, he saw a blood-covered armored fist flying towards his face again. With another hit, He tumbled onto his back and into some garbage on the side. The man that assaulted them walked towards him with slow steps and placed his foot on his chest to hold him down. I don't particularly enjoy stuff like this, but I'll have to make an exception for you. Wait, what are you doing? Devon's vision was blurry, and he had blood in his mouth and no strength to fight back. He saw Roland leaning down and grasping one of his legs below the knee. The mana stones on his armor glowed in red as the man felt pressure being applied to his shin bone. Stop you bastard, new. A faint crunching sound could be heard by Roland as the shin bone snapped in half. He felt that the eye for an eye approach was the right choice here. The potions could heal the broken bones as well, so this wasn't even that harsh of punishment in his mind. Before passing out, the last thing that Devon remembered seeing was a discharge of electricity coming from the very gauntlets that broke his leg. It had actually been quite the merciful gesture from Roland, as the man was knocked out cold almost instantly and didn't need to suffer through the pain of a freshly broken shin. Roland removed his foot from the man's chest and glanced at the broken leg for a second before turning around. The battle was won quite easily, but he had used a large amount of mana to hasten this process. He took a mana potion out from his storage bag and drank it before turning around and heading back into the pub. The entrance that he made with his wind blast was still there. On the inside, he could see half of the people missing while some others looking at him with interest or fear in their eyes. While walking, the chipped wood started cracking under his feet. He looked to the side to where the backpack was sitting and moved over to it. This item was mostly undamaged with some chunks of wood here and there. Well, that was easier than I expected. Roland wanted to pat himself on the back as he decimated a party of lower-level Tier 2 warriors. They were all below his level, with the leader being at the 68th one. They were close to each other in that regard. He was wearing his necklace that blocked part of his status, but the leader from this group looked confident in their fighting capabilities. There could have been other ways unknown to Roland to measure the strength of the opponent, though this might have been just a sense of the level difference without an in-depth look into the stats. He grasped the backpack and carried it with one hand while still having the shield on his back. Everyone that he fought was left alive with mostly minor injuries that could be recovered with the help of potions. Before leaving, he moved over to who looked to be the bartender in this pub. The man was an old muscular man past his 40s. What do you want? Even though the man witnessed him take out 5 people with spells, he didn't look that scared. Here, this should cover the cost for the destroyed walls. Roland reached out and dropped a couple of small gold coins on the bar counter. The old man raised an eyebrow at the large sum of money and then to the large hole in the flimsy wall. Hey brother, if you want there ye another wall on the other side. The man grinned while quickly swiping the coins from the bar counter. Roland just turned around without replying and went for the exit. He had gotten what he came for, and it was time to leave. There was a small crowd at the regular entrance now, thus he decided to use the one that he made with the windblast. While stepping through it, he could see most of the assailants still on the ground and out cold. One of them was crawling out through the alleyway to safety. He only broke the party leader's leg, while the others were left with bruises and broken teeth. Thus it was normal for one of them to attempt to flee. The person that was crawling away was Garland. Being the tank, he did have the most resistance and hit points from the group. He could see Roland walking out of the hole in the wall again, which prompted him to quickly try to escape. He had already seen Devon's broken leg and was not willing to receive the same treatment. Help, he is crazy. Roland could hear Garland call out to someone from afar. It looked like he was grasping for straws and trying to ask the passers-by for help. He didn't think that anyone would actually help some thug like this guy, but to be sure he drank another potion to recover more of his mana and stamina. Ha! Someone done you idiots in? You probably deserved it. While walking forward, Roland heard a familiar voice that made him stop in his tracks. He tried looking at the source of that voice. Doing so made this person spot him as he was walking out of the alley. It's you. What is this guy doing here? What Roland saw was a familiar face of a man he once fought. It was the guild instructor that was unhappy with the results by the name of Armand. He was standing there with 2 women. Each one was clinging to one of his muscular arms and looking in his direction. For some reason, Roland didn't like the look in Armand's eyes. It seemed as if the fight wasn't quite over yet. There they were, looking at each other without saying much. Armand looked to have been having quite a blast. Two women were clinging to his arms while pushing their squishy assets into him. They had heavy makeup on and looked to be working ladies that he had picked up somewhere. Each one of them sported a set of animal ears, and a bushy tail was wiggling around from above their plush rear ends. The two women also noticed Roland in his flashy red armor and started smiling at him. "Please help me. This guy is crazy. He started attacking us for no reason." Garland was down on the ground, not far away from where Roland was standing. He was still weakened and somewhat paralyzed. Without being able to fully crawl away, he fell to Roland's swift kick. This kick had enough power to send Garland tumbling to the side. The hit connected with his stomach, which then caused an abrupt release of the man's previous calorie intake. "Armand, I'm scared. We should leave," one of the girls said while moving behind the large man. The other lady also flinched as she saw Roland kick one of Bernier's assailants to the side without any mercy. "What do you think you are doing?" Armand, on the other hand, didn't seem like he wanted to leave just yet. He puffed out his chest while strutting forward. "Do I really need to fight this idiot? Is there a way to defuse this situation?" Roland looked at the large man moving forward. In contrast to his fight during the guild test, this time around Armand was wearing some higher-level gear. He had large black gauntlets made from deep steel. They were of a different design than what a knight would wear in the sense that there were blades sticking out from the sides. They were at a slight angle and probably used to receive hits from bladed weapons. The sharpness also made Roland believe that they could cut into flesh rather easily. His legs also had fitted boots, and the rest was light armor with chest protection. It looked like the man was back from a dungeon run and was just hanging out here right after. He wasn't sure, but the two ladies by his side made this theory probable. While Armand moved forward, the two girls decided to move to the side. It looked like they would be cheering him on. "This doesn't concern you." After going through with the fight, Roland wasn't in the mood to explain himself. He already didn't see Armand in a favorable light after he complained in the test about his armor. "It doesn't concern me? You think you can attack guild members whenever you like? They stole something from me. My reasons were justified." Armand looked at the large backpack that Roland was holding with one hand. Before asking, he looked to Garland for some confirmation. After the kick and release, the man was now able to talk. "He lies. He just attacked us out of the blue. So you are a thief and a liar." Armand smacked his fist into his palm while approaching Roland in a menacing way. It didn't look like he would take his word over the man called Garland. From Roland's perspective, he was probably only trying to look for an excuse for this fight. "Shouldn't you investigate before you make an assumption? We can all go to the guild." Roland was still mad, but his common sense prevailed. The whole situation could be resolved without bloodshed if they went to the guild. He had some proof that this backpack belonged to him and not to these men. Bernier would probably recover for an official hearing, and some things like this could be confirmed with spells. Investigate? There is no need. Now stop spouting nonsense. You're just trying to stall. Stall for what? How did an idiot like you become an instructor at the guild? Roland replied with scorn, as he had enough of this guy. It didn't look like there was a way to reason with him in any way, shape, or form. "Who are you calling an idiot, you idiot?" Roland wanted to scratch his head at this response. The man before him was clearly not very intelligent as he continued moving towards him. There was not real beef that Roland had with Armand, but he wouldn't back down if a fight was that he wanted. Surrendering was also not an option. He had no way of knowing what this man would do. Would he actually take him to the guild and go through the proper procedures? It didn't seem like this person was very fond of paperwork, so that option was not probable. "Back off, I won't warn you again." Roland moved his hand towards his enemy. His palms were outstretched, similar to the way when he produced the wind blast. He didn't want to hurt this idiot as he was related to the guild. If the other guild members would see him in a bad light, or if he would be excluded from it for attacking an active instructor, was unknown to him. He didn't have any proper backing in this city, and the guild master was probably someone that he wouldn't be able to take down with strength alone. "Shaking in your boots already? I'm gonna pry you out of that armor." "Honey, hurry up. We don't have all day." The two ladies that Armand was with started cheering from the side while he got in a fighting stance. He placed his left foot forward while his right foot was back and pointed at a 90-degree angle. He had one fist to the right side of his hip while the left one was stretching out. Roland wasn't an expert, but this stance made him think about karate. It looked like the diplomatic talks had broken down and now the battle remained. He looked around for a moment and from the corner of his eye, he spotted Agni peeking out from another alleyway. His wolf was waiting for an order as for the time being he was still on standby. The enemy this time around was quite dangerous. Agni would have to sit this one out as his master didn't intend to utilize his help during this fight. His hand was also outstretched and he would use this to his advantage. Armand had only witnessed him fighting during the guild test, and he wasn't aware of this armor's full capabilities. Roland had no reason to hide this anymore as he had already used a plethora of runic spells against the band of thug-like adventurers. The space they were occupying was spread out. They were standing on a plot of land that was surrounded by buildings from each side. The people from those buildings were looking at the two men that were going to fight. Some of them were whistling while others were cheering. Everyone here wanted to see a good show. Fights between drunks weren't anything new, but this looked to be one between two higher-level adventurers. There were even people betting already, mostly in Armand's favor as he had gotten popular in this city. They couldn't ignore Roland's fashion choice either. The armor made them think that he was an established adventurer or knight. "Not gonna use that fancy sword of yours?" Armand asked while Roland didn't reply. He just stood there with his hand outstretched towards his opponent. He snorted at Roland that didn't reply and just charged toward him with increased speed. Roland was a bit surprised at the charge as it was much faster than what he remembered the man being able to output during the guild test. He was now also wearing enchanted clothes, so that could have been the issue here. Armand continued his charge as he tried to close the distance in an instant. He knew that there was something off with that hand, so he was wary of it. This was something that Roland was counting on. The hand was used as a feint to mask his true purpose, which was the Earth Pillar spell that he used before. Without even stepping forward, his metallic boot started glowing. The moment Armand got close, a large spire of hard rock erupted from the ground towards him. This clearly took the tan man by surprise, but it was only good to stop his charge while not causing much damage. Roland expected a clean hit on the stomach, or at least to make his opponent stagger a bit, so that he could release another spell. Instead, the rock pillar got smashed into rubble by Armand's large fist. He recovered quite quickly and continued. This time around, Roland had to step back while activating the cone of cold spell. A wide burst of frost energy erupted from his open palm. The crowd gasped as they saw the quick casting proficiency that Roland was displaying. Normally, a person needed a lot more time between spells and even longer for magic armor. Roland could do this thanks to programming the spell language himself. It was tailored to him, and he also possessed a specialized class that was good at using runes. "I knew you had more tricks up your sleeve," Armand shouted while dodging to the side. Even though Roland was fast on the uptake with his spell casting, he was fighting a close-range expert. His opponent's reaction time was about the time he needed to activate his runic spell structure. He moved his hand to follow his opponent while spraying the cold air in a wide area. The ground below became covered in ice, and the people in the crowd even felt the shift in temperature. Some of them realized that it was probably a bad idea to stand so close to a magic caster like Roland. One stray spell could kill or maim anyone involved. Roland wasn't a madman. He could see people getting affected by his cone of cold while he was trying to hit his target. This place wasn't suited for someone like him for fighting. He couldn't use some of his more powerful spells like a flame blast. If he missed, he would probably hit someone from the crowd that continued to gather. "This calls for..." After stopping his spell, he jumped back. Armand wasn't far behind as he continued his approach. Roland, on the other hand, moved his hand to his waist to take out a little ball of paper. He threw it towards Armand that was quick to move out of the way and protect his head. Yet, instead of an explosion that he expected, a burst of thick smoke was released by this ball of paper. A tactical retreat. His armor's green mana stones lit up as he started running. He was sure to go for the alleyway where his little puppy was in. Agni was quick to jump into his arms and both of them took off. The backpack was also grabbed from the side as he escaped. What is this? Get back here, you coward. Armand was momentarily stunned by the smokescreen, but after activating one of his skills, he spotted some green light. The muscular man took off running after Roland while also leaving his two escorts. He had long forgotten why he had come to this place. Not yet taking revenge on Roland was the only thing on his mind. A little chase commenced as Roland's more speedy form was hard to catch. Armand wasn't slow either and was able to somehow keep up with his pace. The people were left with an empty field with no fighters present as they had run off to God knows where. The two working girls started stomping their feet in rage after their date had run off without even tipping them once. Stop, coward. You can't run from me. Who's running? The two fighters came out at a deserted spot in the city. The only thing here were old buildings and rats. Roland's main goal was to get away from the populated area. If he didn't manage to find such a spot, he would just continue with his escape, but now that wasn't needed. He threw the backpack to the side while getting ready. Go hide behind those rocks, Agni. Woof! The puppy replied while running behind some rubble. His master, on the other hand, turned around to look at a very pissed-off Armand. He was in his enlarged form that made him look like a very muscular tomato. This was the same skill that he had used before. With it, Roland knew that his opponent was more formidable. A red glow covered his vambraces from both sides, but it was focused on metallic parts that were sticking out. This was the weapon he had worked on before, and now would be the time to test it. The red glow expanded from Roland's wrist and fire elemental energy slowly shot out. This energy slithered forward like a molten snake and singed the ground. It looked like two whips made from molten lava were attached to Roland's hands. He was even able to grasp them while flailing them around. Armand charged forward, but he was stopped in his tracks by one of those fire whips colliding with the ground right in front of his foot. The snake-like torrent of fire energy expanded in length and started to dance. The guild instructor found himself on the defense, evading what he could while blocking the magic with his deep steel gauntlets when it wasn't possible. This was a little spell that Roland came up with recently. He was actually working on something that could retain the fire elements in place. It would look more like a sword made from plasma, but he was unable to condense it in place without suffering a large loss of mana. This runic flame whip spell was a byproduct of that research. The added random movement was quite hard to dodge, which made this weapon quite deadly. It's powerful, by the mana usage leaves much to be desired. He thought to himself while the whips tried to coil themselves around his opponent. Armand wasn't able to close the distance, but he also wasn't able to deliver a decisive blow besides some minor burns. Armand had successfully managed to defend himself with his own enchanted gear that was looking slightly melted, but it was still keeping its defensive properties. The whips of fiery energy extended in length while wiggling about like two long tentacles. There was an inclusion of a self-guiding spell structure that he added from another spell that he knew. With its help, he only needed to point these whips in the general direction of his enemy, and they would try to dismantle it. The approach he was taking was a bit excessive, but his opponent wasn't that easily defeated. Even with this weapon going after him, he was able to bat away most of the attacks while getting some residual damage in the process. Soon both fighters backed away from each other. Roland had used quite a bit of his mana, while Armand's skill was also running its toll on him. If this battle continued, the person with more reserves would probably be victorious. Damn coward. Using underhanded tricks. Fight me like a man. You tell that to every magic user that you start a fight with? Roland scoffed back after hearing Armand speak. He was more of a magic caster than a close-range combatant, even though he did a lot of training. There was no reason for him to duke it out at close range with someone that specialized in it. Keeping him at a distance was exactly what his aim was, and it looked like it would be paying off soon. Running out of steam? Shut up, Armand replied while the red coloring from his body started to fade. His body shrunk down back to normal and he looked to be in pain. It was clear that this was some kind of doping ability that ate away at the user's stamina. The man wasn't that smart in using it, as he activated it during the chase till this point onwards. Isn't this enough? Roland would probably be able to finish off his opponent, but this wasn't really what he was aiming for. He didn't know what sort of backing this person had, so trashing him without mercy could backfire. Thus he moved over to the spot that he dropped the backpack while talking. What are you? Look, I'll make a report to the guild. If you have any grievances with me, we can officially settle it there. Though I fear that if questioned, you would just lose your job as an instructor. Agni ran out from the side while barking. The sight of the puppy made Armand take a step back. What do you mean? Aiding thieves and thugs is probably frowned upon, don't you think? Thieves and thugs. The man you helped. They stole from me and hurt my friend. I was just returning the favor. The two chatted for a while. Armand looked to be more receptive to dialogue after gassing himself out. Before this event could end, though, some trouble appeared from behind. There you are. I've been looking all over for you. An elven woman appeared out of the alley that they both came from. She was wearing some stylish green armor and had a longbow draped over her back. The moment Armand saw this woman, he started grinning. Great timing, Lobelia. Back me up. During their conversation, he had seemed to recover some of his stamina. Now, with a possible party member of a similar level, it didn't look good for Roland. Agni started barking menacingly as he was placed back on the ground. It looked like the fight would continue past this point, and now it was 2 against 1. The woman walked forward and stood next to the grinning Armand. It looked that, with her addition, he was confident in winning. Before he could charge forward again, the elven woman named Lobelia did something unexpected. She grasped Armand's ear and yanked on it very hard. Stop causing trouble for everyone, you big idiot. Along with the ear pull, Armand received a quick kick to the shin. I apologize for my party member's attitude towards you. She looked to Roland and performed a small bow before yanking an unwilling Armand back towards the alleyway that she came from. Roland was left scratching his head, but it seemed that it was finally over. Let's go home, Agni. Woof!